morning.
Hello
We love that little show. Now we're just looking at it, just reminded us of all the joyous moments we've had in the last year here.
Out on the nursery, in our happy place among all the plants.
So I hope you enjoyed that little, we call it a show opener. It's brand new. Welcome, good morning. Welcome to IGTV with myself, Shaun, and the wonderful Bex Edwards. Stu's back. Stu's in the control room, so nothing's going to go wrong, is it, Stu? No?
Oh, you've set him up for failure there, haven't you?
He said he can't promise anything of the sort. But we're going to be live for the next 4 hours, and we've got just the most spectacular lineup, haven't we?
We really have.
So good.
Everything that you want for your garden right now. So obviously we've got all our spring bulbs. We've got that amazing deal on the spring bulbs coming up. But we've also got your perennials that you want to be getting in the garden right now. This is a really, really important time in the gardening calendar. And
we have got the most fantastic deals on some of the pots. So if you're buying the bulbs on a 3 for 2, you think, I need some pots, we have got, I would say the best deals we've done in the last 12 months for the most beautiful pots. So an amazing show. If you are new to the show, just a few things you need to know. Would you like a free gift?
Yes, please.
Yes, I can't hear you.
Yes, please.
Yay.
You can get one today. And it's an excellent free gift as well.
Really
we love it when we bring our Blooming Fast fertiliser as the free gift, because it's something we are going to use regularly throughout the entire gardening calendar, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Obviously, you're going to use it way more in spring and summertime, but actually it's really important to consider using it in autumn and winter on certain things as well. Absolutely free with every single purchase that you make. So every order, if you place 2 or 3 orders today, you will get 2 or 3 packets of this. All you have to do when you place your order is enter that code. That will unlock all of the deals, any savings, any double up deals, any mix and match on the bulbs. It will unlock those deals, but it will also put your free gift into your basket.
And you can kind of stockpile those, I do, because you've got a good shelf life on them, and each packet will make 100 litres of our premium plant food. That's great for houseplants, it's great for all of your perennials, it's great for your winter bedding. It's brilliant, really high in your NPK. So that will basically allow the roots of the plants to really develop well, the stems, all the shoots, the leaves, the flowers. Great for fruits and great for your vegetables. It's a brilliant, and our bestseller, I should say, brilliant. Yeah, great. What could go wrong? It is. I'll try that one again. It is our best-selling premium plant food, and it is brilliant. There we go. Take 2, and I got it. Right. Now, somebody's just said, what happened to the magazine? Because we had promised you a free magazine every week. Sadly, this week's didn't arrive in time, did it?
It did not. So we're not going to miss one, though, apparently. The 3rd issue will be back, and then we'll do the 4th one. So it will be there if you have been collecting those. But we've replaced it with, one of the best when it comes to our free gifts.
But hopefully, fingers crossed, the free magazine Gardening News will be with you next week. Right. Also, don't forget, if you spend over £40, you will get free P&P. If you can't spend over £40, then postage is capped at £6.99. Right, should we show the great pots back?
Okay, we need to start with the Kiki deal, because this is probably just, it's a ridiculous deal. It's probably the best deal that we've got of the show, because this is actually a buy 1 and get 3 free. So all you have to do is go to the website, YouGarden.com, or the phone lines. Are the phone lines still open today? Oh, no, it's gone, isn't it? Sorry, apologies. You can't do phone lines anymore. That's shut on a Sunday now. But you go to the website, YouGarden.com. Enter the item code 130596. Put one of these in your basket. This is where the magic code is really going to work for you. Put that in where it says, do you have an offer code? Those 3 will then magically appear in your basket.
That is brilliant. And if you're somebody that only wants to use the phone lines, you can call tomorrow. Just, put your list together today, make a nice little list, jot down the offer code. That's really important. So you do need to make a note of that, but you could order tomorrow on the phone lines. But it's so easy to order on our website, YouGarden.com. But that is brilliant. It's buy 1, get 3 free. Is superb.
Yeah, and so they are plastic. These are not going to crack and break. This is the benefit of having plastic. UV stabilised, frost-resistant plastic as well, by the way. So this is not cheap, nasty, gonna go brittle and break and crack. This is going to last you for years. Shaun, actually, you pointed out the other day, these actually look more terracotta than terracotta, don't they?
So it's true. So look, that's terracotta. That one there is terracotta, okay.
But look, this looks so much better.
I think it does.
It does. It's got beautiful design.
I mean, the only thing is, this is heavy. It could easily break. It could easily get cracked by the frosts that are coming our way. But look, I agree. I think that looks better.
I do as well.
I think it's that chalked effect that you've got.
Absolutely. It's a great size because this is the sort of size of pot which means that you can change over displays quickly, easily and very cost effectively. It's not going to cost a lot in compost or plants or bulbs to be able to change this over on a regular basis.
And all of the bulbs coming up, things like the crocus would be great in there.
The mini daffodils.
Yeah. I think the Caribbean lily, you get one of those in there nicely. So all the bulbs are coming out, but get hold of these. By the way, if you haven't ordered your Caribbean lily yet, we are down to the last few handfuls of those.
Yeah,
and then the other pots that we've got are absolutely amazing. You do get a pair of these, either a pair of the beige, or you can go for a pair of the green indigo. But I remember these were actually selected by our head gardener, Peter McDermott. They only came in I think they were. Yeah, they did arrive in April. I don't know if that's
Is that why we've called them the April?
I don't think it was. But they are brand new for this season, but we're just doing an amazing deal. 2 of these for $14.99 today. Now, apparently, we've not got many Caribbean lilies.
Yeah, we did give a warning on that on Thursday. Not many of those available. Apparently, there are less of the beige pots.
No.
So we've given you a stock warning on the Caribbean. We're going to give you a stock warning on this one.
Do you know what's really annoying, Bex? I did not order these. I was going to order them for my mum. Didn't order them. To be honest, I'm happy if they do sell out. I'm actually really happy to go for your indigo.
Yeah.
I am. I like both of them. I mean, we sort of having a bit of fun during the week. I was like, oh, you've got to go for the beige. And Bex was like, no, you've got to go for the indigo. We were only actually messing around. We both love both of them, don't we?
Yeah, I think they work really nicely together. So, to get a family of pots, if you want to go for 2 pairs, one of each colour, that would be absolutely fantastic as well. How many was it, Stu? 23 pairs of the beige ones remaining. 23 pairs remaining.
Wow.
There's more of the indigo, but yeah, if you are thinking about getting the beige ones, you need to be quick on those, absolutely.
Yeah.
Shaun might need to place an order. Might need to take a little break, hey?
Yeah.
Get your order in.
Do you know what? To be honest, I'll let you have the beige because I think the green, my mum's got like a country cottage garden. The green will look great there anyway. But if you are one of our 45,000 club members as well, you're going to get a pair of these for $13.49. I mean, that works out $6.75 a pot. I mean, £6.75 for one of those for club members. That's what it boils down to. And you're going to get a free gift as well.
Absolutely.
It's amazing. And I think they're really stylish. You've got this beautiful, it is like an abstract daily design on it. You've got great drainage. To me, they just look really classy, very high-end. If they were £30 each in one of the high-end garden centres, you would not question it. And actually, I did plant a lovely lady. What was her name? We did TikTok live on Thursday afternoon, and I think it was Amy. I've got a feeling it was Amy, wanted to see what the spiral olives look like in these, so I just planted one up quickly, and they look fantastic, don't they?
They really do.
But anything would look good in there.
Yeah, honestly, there's so many different things.
Bex, anything looks good on Bex.
I wish that was true. I really do.
Anything looks good in these pots, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and it doesn't matter whether it's, a standard like this, or maybe one of the Nandinas that we've got for you, or maybe it's a bunch of bulbs you want to put in there. That'd be fantastic for lasagna planting for bulbs, actually, because you've got the depth with that as well.
Yeah, I just thought, Bex, you're not good at taking a compliment, are you?
I'm really not, am I?
No.
I should get better at that.
I don't know, who was it? I don't think it was Amy. What was her name? I think it began with an R.
Rachel?
It was Rachel,
hey!
Yes!
Yes,
it was Rachel, sorry. I don't know if Rachel watches YGTV as well. But anyway, anything looks good in those pots, trust me. And you can either go for, say, the beige, but we're down to about 23 pairs, or you can go for the indigo green, which is stunning. I love them. I think they're really classy, don't you?
They're really classy, and they have got the lip around the edge here, so it's obviously easy to get your fingers underneath to be able to lift and move, but also there is reinforcement around the edges here as well. You can just sort of see the reinforcement in there. Look, that just braces it as well, so that when you're moving it, it shouldn't crack and break. But yeah, they're designed to last many, many years. This is not bad plastic, this is good plastic.
Yeah. And they were selected by head gardener Peter McDermott, who has got great taste. I mean, I've seen his garden, it is absolutely beautiful. It makes mine look like a pig's ear, honestly. So, and he did hand select those. So they are superb. We're just doing this deal for a limited time, and so you can get a pair of those for just $14.99, $13.49 if you are a club member. Do you know, I kept thinking,
It's the hanging basket.
Who's tickling my neck? I was like, Bex, what's up with you today? It's the hanging basket. Could have a little bit later.
It's coming up in a little while. We'll have that for you. One thing we do need to get you to have a little look at, and it's actually around the top of that pot. Shaun just put some around there this morning, and that is the ornamental spruce bark mulch. It's a really good thing to get hold of right now at this time of year, particularly because look, it looks really pretty, but obviously it's going to have a few different benefits, isn't it? It's going to stop the weeds from coming through.
Yeah,
I can't guarantee no weeds, but it'll certainly suppress them.
It's going to keep ornamental pigs happy.
Absolutely. But it just neatens it all up as well. Totally. It neatens the borders, neatens the top of the pots, and if there are any of those plants that need that extra little duvet, that little blanket over winter to stop them getting completely frostbitten, then this is going to do that job.
It's amazing. I mean, I should have done it before and after with that pot, because it's amazing how that did tidy it all up.
It does make a difference,
doesn't
doesn't it?
Yeah, really does.
Really does.
A lot of you have been buying that in bulk, actually. Postage is included. I think Elaine bought about 6 lots of that. So it is on offer right now. It's actually half our RRP with postage included as well. 100061 is, of course, your item number there. We look good from the side, Bex, don't we?
I quite liked that. Stu was just saying, no, this is risky. He's trying to move the camera steadily.
Yes.
That worked very well, Stu. Well done.
Very good. We have a small team here. There's only 3 of us today. But we work well together, don't we?
We do indeed.
It's good fun.
It's great. We were talking about this time last year, weren't we?
Yeah.
And how it's sort of flown by.
Yeah, we've been doing this a year now. It's been amazing. It's been a great first year. And there's so many different. There's so many different parts to YouGarden. There really is. I mean, obviously we've got the live streams. We've got the TikTok lives now as well. We do a lot of online content, don't we?
Absolutely.
And we also obviously work with QVC. So we've got lots of different exciting things that we're always up to. And Bex and I, although we're very experienced gardeners, we always learn something every week, don't we?
All the time.
Of course we do.
All the time. There's always something new to learn about, and it's one of my joys actually. Is when we get sent a show plan and there's something new on it, something I've never seen before, so I can sit and I can do my. I love sitting and doing research like that. It's fascinating.
Same here. And I never, I'm not somebody that likes to sit down and study, but there's always some new things happening.
Yeah.
And we're always learning, and hopefully all the same. And our gardens are constantly improving. I mean, sometimes it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but that's gardening, isn't it? We're going to move on to something that I haven't got, but Bex has, and it is called cutie pie.
Yeah, it's the beautiful rose cutie pie. And it's called cutie pie for a couple of reasons. It does stay really nice and compact, this, so it never gets massive. I've got it in I think it's a 30-centimetre pot, and it'll live in that pot.
You were going to bring yours in today.
I was.
You forgot, didn't you?
I did. I forgot again. Sorry. It never gets massive, so it's only ever going to get to about maybe 15, 20 centimetres in height. So the sort of height that you're seeing on this plant is the height it will get to, but it will spread out a little bit. It'll get to about 30 centimetres. So it's absolutely adorable for you to keep in a pot somewhere, but also in, front of borders. It flowers for ages, but really importantly here, there are no thorns on it.
I mean, I was just running my hand through it there. They really...
There's no thorns.
To be fair, there's what would have been a thorn. You can tell, like a little, nodule almost, but it's not prickly.
It doesn't hurt you, it doesn't prickle you, does it?
It's so cute, and I love my summer bedding, but that's beginning to come to an end. But the fact that these are going to flower every year for many, many years to come. Yeah,
and a beautiful colour. You get the lovely kind of darker pink edges, fading in the centre to the creamy white, and that little yellow dot in the centre is beautiful. You get loads of flowers on it all the way through the summer into September. I've still got some flowers left on mine as well. But also, there's no deadheading. There's no real maintenance involved in this at all, because it doesn't produce rose hips.
That's great,
you actually don't need to do any major sort of pruning or deadheading with this at all. It's really low maintenance.
And I presume, like most roses, loves a sunny spot.
Yeah, it loves a sunny spot. Do give it a feed. I wasn't on it enough with my feeding this year. It still looks beautiful, still got loads of flowers from it, but the more you feed it, during that growth season, you'll get more flowers.
I think the name sums it up. It's a cutie pie. You can buy one and get one absolutely free, but as ever, you need to use that offer code YGTV3824. Just for those of you that are new, let me just show you how easy it is to place an order. So, look out for the live now. That takes you straight to the live show. Sorry, can we just scroll up? I mean,
look at that thumbnail. That's brilliant.
That's absolutely brilliant. Was that from Thursday? There you go. So there's a live show there. You just click that, and these are all the products that are coming up on the show. So there's cutie pie. Great reviews, actually. Pretty much all 5-star reviews. Add that to your basket. Now let's have a look. Right, so now you might be thinking, hang on. You said, Shaun, that with the Kiki planters, it was a buy one, get three free. You said with the rose, it's a buy one, get one free.
And you said there was a free gift somewhere as well.
Yeah.
Where's that?
Well, we haven't put the code in, Bex.
Oh, all right.
Give me a chance. I'm not as fast as I used to be. There we go. YGTV3824. Apply the code. And look all the magic that happens.
I love that magic.
Same
That's
here.
the best thing ever. Look at what you're spending. Look at what you're saving. First of all, look. Spending £25.97, saving £41.95.
God.
That is absolutely crazy, isn't it?
And that is exactly the same price you were paying for one pot at $8.99, one rose pretty much, and your postage. Now, if you want to get an even better deal, do you know what I'd do? I'd get your order to over £40. I'd add some compost to that because you're always going to need compost. This time of year, particularly because you will be doing winter bedding, containers, hanging baskets, you'd be maybe planting new perennials and you want to mix in a bit of our premium compost. So suddenly, we've got our compost in there, best-selling product here at YouGarden, and now we've got free delivery as well. So if you can always just get your order to tip over £40, that $6.99 postage is removed, which is brilliant. Right, from Cutie Pie to Rebecca Goldstrom next. Now, I have not got this in my garden.
Oh, Shaun.
I know.
You absolutely need to remedy that.
Don't worry, it's on my list.
You do,
It's on my list today, seriously.
100%. This is just such an amazing plant, honestly.
I mean, I've got echinacea leucanthemum, so I've got like similar-ish things, but no, I absolutely need these.
Yeah.
I've seen yours, and I've got plant envy bags.
Oh my word!
I
I've
have.
made Shaun envious of something in my garden.
No, I have.
That makes a change. I'm the one who's envious of your garden.
Yeah, but yours has done amazing this year, hasn't
Honestly,
it?
it looks
has.
absolutely fantastic. So I planted Rebecca, and it must be about 18 months or so ago. One plant I put in there. I've since put another couple in. But the one plant I'm talking about last year did fantastic. Got about 15 flowers on it. Beautiful. This year it's probably doubled in size. I've got 25, 26 flowers on there. It's absolutely gorgeous. And the flowers last for ages. It first started flowering about 6 or 7 weeks ago. To this day, right now, it still looks as good as it did when it first started flowering. And I've done nothing to it.
And September colour is so important. You know, I'm trying to milk every last moment of, I mean, we're officially autumn now, but I don't like it when the clocks change. I mean, I really don't, you know, driving to work in the dark and back from work in the dark, not getting out in your garden. So this time of year to me is really important, you know, making the most of September and October. There's some lovely weather forecasts for October, actually. And these are great for late flowering, aren't they?
Yeah, they're perfect. You know, this is, there's a couple of things looking great in my garden at the moment, but a lot of things have gone over. They're just not looking as good as they were in the summertime. This is one of the standout, top 3 standout plants in my garden right now.
Totally.
Gorgeous, bright, sunshine, yellow flowers, really extending that season. It's something that makes me want to go out in the garden. Yeah, makes me want to go out and look at it.
And there's still so many, you know, nice days ahead in September. September can be one of the most beautiful months, so you want colour in your garden.
And look at the price of this, please, because you're getting 3 of those 9-centimetre pots for $6.99. There's a nearly £23 saving on that. It's a perfect time to get it. I know you're planting this for next year, but this is why this time of year is a really important time in the gardening calendar. Get your perennials planted now. Allow them to get their roots established now while the ground is still that bit warm. They've still got, you know, we've still got a bit of time before the severe frosts come in. It can get really nicely established, and then you're getting a head start on next year.
Far better than waiting until maybe March or April next year and planting. You get so much more by planting now. So I'm quite pleased that I've not bought this in the past, because that's the best deal we've ever done.
It is the best deal, honestly.
Yeah, 3 of those at $6.90. That is really good. £2.33 a plant, or for club members, £2.10. And they're really, really well-established perennials. They're going to come back every single year. They've got so many.
These are well-watered.
I've just thought, Bex, we haven't put the aircon on, have we?
Oh no. It is so rooty, this plant.
Look at oh my word, look at this.
So that is absolutely raring to get in the ground. Proper, chunky, thick roots on there.
That is a really, really healthy plant, isn't it?
Really healthy, and it's going to adore being in your gardens, honestly.
I don't know if any of you have got any of the plant apps. There's quite a few plant apps that you can download. And not only do they help you identify plants, particularly good if there's, like, you know, tiny little plants growing in your garden. You're not sure if they're something that's reseeded or weeds, but they also tell you if your plant is healthy. And I'm sure that if that went on a plant app right now, Bex, it would be like super healthy.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
So all 3 of those today at £6.99. They've been one of the top sellers this week, just to give you the heads up. And as Bex was rightly saying, as other things are going over at this time of year, a lot of things are dying back in September. Rebecca's look absolutely superb. Do you think I've gone over, Bex?
Not in the slightest. You're a fine wine, Shaun. You've got better with age.
Do you think? You don't think I've gone over?
No, for sure. Or you're a really good cheese.
Oh, that's all right, I think.
They get better with age as well. I should have stuck with the fine wine compliment.
No, I'll take cheese as well. Right, we have got 2 brand new Nandinas for you right now. Oh, what?
Important thing.
Oh!
Is that the new one? Yes, that's the new video. So that's that's a couple of weeks old now. I should have done another one this morning, shouldn't I? Yeah, that is the newest video. That's it once it's really established over a couple of years. Honestly, that looks incredible. It looks great because I've got the Bowls Mauve right next to it. There is a little... there's your favourite one, verbena. There's a verbena just on the other side of it there as well. It's just on the right-hand side.
Okay.
And obviously the purple of that, yeah, you can just see a little
Oh,
verbena
there it is,
there.
yeah.
It looks perfect, honestly, and these things look great en masse. So that's one plant, by the way, that you're looking at there. One of those pots that I planted 18-odd months ago.
I'm not jealous of your verbena, though, babe.
It's bigger, honestly.
Is it? Okay.
No, it is. It's much bigger. It's just obviously that I was down low.
I'm only joking, but I'm jealous of you, Rebecca. Right, we've got 2 brand new Nandinas for you right now. Now, we both love Nandinas. I've got, which one have you got? I've got the Obsessed.
Firepower.
I've got that, yeah. I've got both, but they're both lovely. I was trying to think which was my favourite.
No, because they're very different,
yeah,
aren't
they are. Anyway, Nandinas are an amazing plant. They're evergreen. They look good every single day of the year. They've got the most incredible colour-changing foliage. You get white flowers, you get berries. But we've got 2 brand new varieties, and actually this is thanks to Bex because it was a customer, wasn't it, that messaged?
Yes, and I've forgotten their name now. No. Apologies, but the lady that messaged asked about it, went out in an email offer, and she was like, "Is it going to come to YGTV?" So I was like, "I'll ask."
Great.
So thank you, Ryan, for putting it together, and that's why we've got it. It was very, very popular, both of these. We've got Nandina Gulfstream here, which is the details on the screen. We've also got Red Light here coming up for you as well. Gulfstream is, they're both very similar to the Nandinas that we bring you. They're evergreen. They're ridiculously hardy. They're very low maintenance. They really, I haven't pruned mine at all. I've let it do its thing. You can prune it a little bit. It might help it to be slightly more bushy. But ultimately, these are very low maintenance, but incredibly beautiful all year round.
I have not touched mine either. I really haven't. And they've just all, for the last 12 months, just got on with looking fabulous, always changing colour in terms of the foliage. And
so interesting, the colours you get from them.
And sometimes it's a new foliage that's an extraordinary colour. Sometimes it's because they get cold and they go redder and deeper, but they never look boring, do they?
Never at all. So these work great if you're going to put them into mixed borders. You know, they're just... And I was saying earlier in the week, wasn't I, for smaller gardens, I think these are incredibly valuable because in a smaller garden, you need all of the plants to work really hard for you, don't you? You can't afford for some of them to be a bit shocking and not looking great. These look great all year round, but if you've got a bigger garden, great in a mixed border, but I keep mine in a pot. And it looks beautiful as a feature in a pot as well. I mean, you really can't go wrong with them. They're for every type of garden. And I know with my garden, and I think I've done a reasonable job, but there are some borders that in the winter everything dies back. Some borders got too many herbaceous plants, too many deciduous trees, and so suddenly you've just got mud, haven't you? We have in my garden because it's quite wet. But these always give you that interest, even in the bleakest of months. Totally winter hardy, which does mean you get a lifetime guarantee as well. Foliage-wise, that's the Gulfstream, but the other one we've got is my personal favourite. Yeah, so Red Light, all very similar by way of, hardiness, behaviour, all the rest of it, how you look after it. But this one actually has a bit of added interest with the variegation that you get on here. Because when you get in and you have a look at it, you can see that there are greens and creams and variegation on there. You've still got the reds and the bronzes and things as well. It's so interesting.
I really do.
Yeah.
I thought this would be the most popular, but I don't think it was. I think it was just
No, the other one was
behind.
the most popular. Only just, though. I think that people were going for both of them.
The samples we've got in the potting shed are nice, but that's what it can look like at certain times of the year. And then again, you get the white flowers, you get the berries in autumn time. But one of the best plants that you could ever order. Totally. I mean, to me, it's a total all-rounder, isn't it?
It is an all-rounder, yeah, absolutely. Little to no maintenance, colour all year round, interest with the flowers and the berries that you get in summer and autumn time as well. You can't go wrong with this.
No.
You just cannot go wrong. And also, as we were saying, it goes in every single garden scheme, big, little, whatever it is.
And actually, the only
doing.
place you wouldn't put it is in deep shade, but sun or part shade, perfect.
You'll get best colour if you put it in a full sun position, the sunniest position possible. You'll get more, bright colours and variegation and what have you. But if part shade is the spot you've got, it will do beautifully in there as well.
Now, we are getting lots of new viewers watching us this morning, lots of new customers as well. So thank you so much for finding YouGarden TV. We're live on a Thursday and a Sunday, but obviously you can always watch some of the old programmes on, of course, our website, on YouTube and on Facebook as well. The main thing is we give you amazing deals. We always have an offer code. Today's is YGTV3825. That unlocks all the promotions, gives you your free gift, which is down there. Thanks, Bex. We love a freebie, and when we started this about a year ago, we sort of like begged our head gardener. We said, oh, because we knew, could we have a free gift for the new customers? But we've kept it going.
We've kept it going. Every single week there is some kind of offer, some kind of free gift. This one's a great one, being the blooming fast. It's the best plant food. It's soluble, so it's like you put a spoonful of this into some water, mix it in, and you're ready to go. You can feed it, and this will make 100 litres, which if you've got the bigger watering can, that's 20 watering cans. 25-litre
watering cans. So if you've got a massive watering can, it's 10. If you've got 10 litre. But look, it's a huge amount.
It is.
A friend of mine uses a different type of plant food and buys some ready-made stuff, and it's just so expensive.
It's so expensive.
You're paying for water in a plastic bottle.
Yeah.
You know?
Don't do that.
So we'll show you how to make that up later. Got a little video a little bit later on. But yeah, that is free with every single order. Also, that offer code unlocks all the promotions. So things like the bulbs that are coming up.
Yeah, the 3 for 2, and it's a mix and match offer. As long as you put the code in, you'll get that deal. For any of the new customers that are watching, if you fancy getting in touch with us, you can. You can join the chat on YouTube, on Facebook, and you can also email the potting shed. Stu's just put the message up on the bottom of the screen. We love seeing your gardens. We love it when you send us pictures of what's looking good in your garden, what's looking bad in your garden, what jobs you're doing in your garden. Share them with us. Send us some emails at ygtv@yougarden.com. I've got the iPad. I will show any pictures that you send in.
Do you know, that's quite a good idea, actually, because quite often we just encourage you to send in what's looking good right now. We tend to show you what's looking good in our gardens right now, but actually it's really interesting sometimes to say, right, this is an area that doesn't look good, what do you recommend?
Yeah.
But we have got here at YouGarden plants for every single location, every different type of soil, every location. So if you've got a coastal garden, an urban garden, if you've got a country cottage garden, an exposed garden like I've got in the middle of the country, if you've got maybe just a balcony, whatever, we've got plants for you. We really have.
Yeah, we really have. It's our tagline at YouGarden is gardening for everyone, and we wholeheartedly believe that, no matter what size of garden you've got or what ability of gardening you have.
Yes. So we can sort your gardens out. Right, we have now got an amazing deal on our Lobelia Queen Victoria. Again, you are getting 3 9-centimetre pots for $6.99. We'll tell you about the club a little bit later on as well, but if you are a club member, you get your 10% off all the plants, all the compost, all the pots today. But again, Bex, look at those roots.
Yeah, super, super healthy. And you know, we never take them out of the... I've lost a leaf there. We never take them out of the pots before we come live, and I don't need to. I know the quality and the health of the plants that we're bringing you, so it's never a surprise or a shock to me to see how good those root systems are. Very, very healthy plants. Now, Lobelia, it's a stunner. The flowers, but it's the two things. It's the flower and the foliage and the contrast you get. But those flowers are just beautiful. They look like exotic birds of paradise, don't they? They're bright red in colour, but it's the contrast against the dark burgundy foliage here that is absolutely stand out and incredible.
And I wouldn't probably use the word pretty for these. I mean, don't get me wrong, they are very, very beautiful, but they're just striking, aren't they? They've got a real presence. They're bold, they're beautiful, and it is that combination, as Bex has just said, of the red flowers against that burgundy foliage. And these actually grow quite tall. We say about 70-80 centimetres in terms of flower spikes, but we have seen bigger, haven't we?
We have. Lovely Elaine sent us a picture of a crazy one that got stupidly tall, didn't she? And it was amazing.
Great.
Absolutely love it. If you're going for Rudbeckia, I'd love you to go for the lobelia as well, because I think those two planted together would look incredible. I'd go lobelia behind the Rudbeckia, because the Rudbeckia will just be a little bit shorter, but that red and yellow together, and they will flower at similar times as well. Starting in, well, lobelia might start a little bit earlier, but it does keep going into September and October as well. So you'll get that beautiful, hot, bright colour scheme working together.
Cool. I'm just thinking, I really need those. Next to my Verbena bonariensis thing. Right, now, if you just joined us, good morning. Welcome to the potting shed.
Good morning.
This is our second home.
It is indeed.
It's
our second home, isn't it?
And I'll be honest, when we started last year, we had because it's a potting shed. It's a potting shed in the middle of the nursery. So we've made it a bit more comfortable, or Stu has, because last year when we started, the sound wasn't great. It was a bit echoey, do you remember?
It was a bit echoey.
So we've got soundproofing now.
Yeah. We've got heating and aircon.
Yeah, because last year, in the winter, it was absolutely freezing. You could almost hear our teeth chattering. And then in the summer, I mean, God.
We had a few sweaty days,
yeah,
didn't we?
even if we'd been naked in it, would have been too hot. But anyway, so we've now got a few sort of like luxuries. But the most important thing is we are actually on the nursery, so we get to see all the plants. We get to choose some of the plants. You know, it's a real deal here, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. We're right in the middle of the working nursery, just outside the door, just over there. 11 acres worth of plants and gorgeousness.
And that gives all of us as a team here, it gives us so much knowledge and hands-on experience. You know, there's nothing better than going on the nursery and seeing the plants, touching them, picking them up, smelling them, and sharing some of those plants with you over the TV. And when I say over the TV, some of you are watching on your telly, some of you are watching obviously on your phones and your tablets. But remember, if you are watching us on maybe a phone or a tablet and you'd like us on the big screen, if you've got a smart TV, chances are you've got the YouTube app, and all you need to do is go on YouTube, type in YouGarden, and you'll find us.
Yeah, you're watching on your big telly.
Yeah, I mean, my mum doesn't have a smartphone or a computer, so she has to watch us on the big TV, which is perfect for her. So it is, to me, there is no difference from watching on YouTube to watching on a Freeview channel or a terrestrial channel. There's no difference, is there?
Well, I very rarely watch any normal telly anymore. It's all via apps these days, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. It's all streaming, isn't it?
We are here on YGTV 2 days a week at the moment. We're here on Thursdays. We're here on Sundays. We are actually going to do a little change to the times, aren't we?
We are. Well, Thursday is staying the same, 10 to 1. Sunday, we're going to start a little bit earlier. So set your alarms. 9:30 we're going to start next week, aren't we?
Yeah, 9:30. And we're going to go to about, I think it's about 12:30 we're going to be here till. But that's because we're doing something else in the afternoon. So if you like TikTok and you've got TikTok, we are going to be doing some shows on TikTok in the afternoon.
Yeah,
if you're not on
slightly
TikTok,
different product mix as well.
Very easy. Just download it. You'll be able to tune in then.
So, but whenever you tune in on Sunday, there will be a show to watch, and next week's is excellent. We've seen it. So I think we stay with those hours till February. And obviously, we're in peak season. We normally extend the hours and there's more going on. But we're still with you every Sunday. We're just going to start a little bit earlier, 9:30 till 12:30. But I like an early start.
I don't mind an early start. Yeah. I'm up early.
Yeah. In fact, this morning we were ready to go about 9:10. We were like, oh, should we just start?
We could have just started, couldn't we?
We could. We've also got some amazing deals on pots. And although I've got a big garden, I still love my pots, because pots you can just put in a position when they're looking great. You can have them out, like you, Bex, you always put yours on your table outside your window in the kitchen, so you've got them all looking great. But when they go over, you can just put them to one side and ignore them.
Just hide them.
And I rotate my pots. I have got spare pots that I keep in the greenhouse, and I just rotate them. And these are brilliant, I think, for bulbs, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Bulbs. So it's definitely so that we've got a mixed pack of narcissus. The shorter narcissi. These would look great in here. Maybe it's the.
I think the crocus would look good.
Yeah, the crocus would look nice. The Chionodoxa would look good in here as well. There's loads that you could put in here.
Yeah, mascaras would look good actually.
Yeah, there's loads of those coming up for you. We've got 3 for 2 on those. What I really enjoy about this particular size of pot, I've got a few sort of similar size, is that I can change these over regularly throughout the seasons. and I can do it quite cheaply, basically.
Yeah.
It doesn't take loads of compost, it doesn't take loads of bulbs, but I can change it over for autumn, winter, spring, summer if I want to, and it's not costing me a fortune. They look absolutely gorgeous. They are not terracotta, they are plastic, as you can see, but these are frost resistant and UV stabilised, so they're not going to go brittle and crack and break. They are designed to last for years. We don't want to add any more bad plastic into the world. Them being plastic means they're super lightweight, but also they're not going to crack and break. They're not going to become really expensive drainage that you put in the bottom of other pots because they're all cracked and broken.
We call them terra-notta because they're not terracotta, but look, they look more terracotta than terracotta.
They do.
Look, that's terracotta. That's terra-notta. I just don't think you'd know.
You wouldn't know.
No, I think you'd actually think that was the real thing.
Absolutely.
So they're really well made. Loads of orders coming in. These, honestly, the amount of these that have gone through already today is incredible. So it's a buy one, get three free. We've got a big stock of these. We're just trying to clear the stock as fast as possible. 130596. There is a twin pack on our website for $14.99. Don't buy it.
Put a single in, put the code in that you can see there, look, YGTV3824. That's where the other three will appear free of charge into your basket.
Now, the other ones, and these are, my word, I meant to order these on Thursday. And the trouble is, there's so many things I want, so I'm putting together a really big order. I did mean to order these for my mum because some of her pots just look a little bit old-fashioned now. There's a few that look a bit 90s.
Yes.
I don't think they are, but I don't think they are from the 90s. But there's a few that just don't look that great. We are very limited stock on the beige option. Now, you normally would be paying about £36 for these, £35. You get two today for $14.99. Club members, $13.49. That's two of those for $13.49 if you are a member of our club. That works out $6.75 each, which is just ridiculous. If you saw this in a high-end store, you know, I'm thinking sort of House of Fraser, I'm thinking of John Lewis, I'm thinking of Habitat Online. You know, there's really kind of, I think stores that have got real sophistication in their products and real credence. To me, they look really high-end. That's what I'm trying to say.
They
They really
absolutely
do.
Yeah, they've got a gorgeous design to them. Square, first of all, which I think really does lend itself to that high-end look and feel. But also that tapered shape that you've got, you know, from the wider top down to the tapered smaller bit at the bottom there. That's just super attractive. Lovely design on there as well. We always liken it to sort of an abstract dahlia design, like one of the pom-pom dahlias. You've got the lip there to be able to get your fingers underneath to be able to lift it easily and move it around, and there's also reinforcement around that lip as well. Drainage holes, really good amount of drainage holes in there. You're not going to need to get your drill out, and of course there are the channels for them for extra water to be able to drain away from. So you've got everything you need with this, not just from a practical point of view, but from its looks and beauty.
So what I would do, because there's nothing worse than ordering a pot, getting it out and thinking, I should get some more of those, and then find they've sold out. We've only got about 20 odd pairs of the beige remaining. They are going to sell out today if you're watching live this Sunday. First weekend of autumn.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're officially in autumn.
Yeah, I'm trying to look excited. Well, we had a wonderful long summer, Bex.
Oh yeah, it was a really good summer. Loads of warm days,
Do you know
wasn't
what?
there?
I don't mind autumn though, because there is something quite beautiful about getting your autumn and your winter bedding in, isn't there?
I know. Look, we'll find the positives.
Yeah. And we're going to make sure your gardens look amazing in autumn.
Yes, we are.
We're going to make sure your gardens look amazing every single day of the year. But if you want those, they are going to sell out. Fantastic price. So they are, say, limited stock, 130573. We've got, and that's one of the spiral olives that we just planted up there with a little bit of bark. But anything would look good in that pot, wouldn't it?
It really would, yeah. And I think they're the perfect size to do multiple things with. You can put standards in, you could put bushes in, nandinas. I mean, the lobelia would look great in here. You could put a rudbeckia in here and it'd look lovely as well.
And also
you could do lasagna planting with your bulbs.
And they are tall enough to have like trailing things in as well. So, you know, any of your pansy cool wave, they're just going to tumble over there. Ivies in the winter, fantastic. Then the other option, and if I don't I don't think I'll be able to get the beige. I think they're sold out by the time we finish. But I'm going to go for the green.
I love the green. Honestly, it's my favourite. I mean, they're both great. And if you want to go for both, they will look good as a family of pots. But I do quite like that lovely sort of indigo green colour.
Green always looks, again, high-end, doesn't it?
It does, definitely. Yeah. It's a beautiful shade. Same deal, same price. Just put item number 130571 into your basket. Make sure you use the code, because that's where that big saving will come off. If you don't use the code, you'll pay the higher price. We don't want that.
God, 130571. And on the website, it's, what is it on the website?
$24.98,
yeah, for a pack, which is great. But the live streams here from the Potting Shed, we always give you fantastic value. And we really believe that, you know, more and more people are getting used to live streaming and ordering things on the smartphones and using apps and things. So, you know, we just really want to encourage as many of you to keep watching live streams. And please tell your friends and your family.
Yes, please.
Please tell them there's two lovely people. Shaun and Bex, actually three because there's Stu as well, that do this great little show from the Potting Shed, because it's a lot of fun, and we will be reading out some of your messages and sharing some pictures.
Check the chat.
Yes. Right, all of these bulbs are on a 3 for 2 right now. So, these are not snowdrops, by the way, but they're very similar. Then we have got, snowflakes we call them, aconites, winter aconites. We've got muscari, few of the Caribbean lily left, crocus, gorgeous tulips. Nice to say what you've got. Oh, the Chiondoxa. Do you pronounce it Chiondoxa?
Chiondoxa.
I always pronounce it Chiondoxa, you know. That's how I did, honestly. That's how I've always known it.
We don't mind.
No.
I don't mind how anybody pronounces it.
We always have this conversation because Adam joins us as well sometimes. Yeah. And we all... Well, so, hang on, what's the right pronunciation? But there's so many different pronunciations.
There are
so many plants. There are.
I think people get a bit caught up on how things are pronounced. It's not important.
Although we sell something called the Lavatera, and I've always called it Lavateria. Always. Ever since I've known it. And when I used to present the shows on another channel, I remember I always called it that, and I was never picked up on it. But no, we always say this, and actually, what's funny, sometimes we'll have a debate how you pronounce something, and we'll go online and there's
how to pronounce,
and they're all different,
aren't they? They're always different.
It's hilarious.
I don't think it allows for regional dialects as well.
No.
You know, accents make a big difference to things
and I'm northern, so I've got my own language sometimes.
No, you're not, are you?
I am when I'm drunk.
Yeah,
I love accents. I do.
I do.
They're great. They just make
Makes
us
it
all different.
interesting.
Right, let's talk about these because I have grown these. I actually grew them in little pots for the tables that the pub garden look after, and they looked gorgeous. They're really sweet.
They're very sweet. Yeah, small
are.
bulbs, but don't worry about how small they are because they are, you know, they're mighty. Basically, bulbs are a fantastic thing. You're just planting a promise. You plant them in the ground, and they are going to pop up out for you. And these are going to come up. They're quite early. These could even be coming out around February time. I was going to say mine came out late February. Yeah, around February and March time. Nice and compact. These don't get massive. So these are great if you want to form like a little carpet of colour. They work brilliantly in a sunny position, but also in a slightly shady position as well. So if you're underplanting around trees and things, these will work great. They do have the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit. So what that means to us is proven performer, something that's been trialled and tested by the Royal Horticultural Society, and they have deemed it worthy.
Do you know, the weird thing is, I don't think you see them that often.
No.
I don't know why.
I saw them planted, I've not got them in my garden, but I did see them planted around the base of a lovely big tall tree, and it was so pretty at that time of year, you know. Yeah. Once we're just getting over the winter blues, or we're trying to get over the winter blues, and you start seeing these sorts of things pop up out the ground, that's just joy.
So you probably likely see them just when maybe the snowdrops are down back a bit, when the crocus are coming up. We call them glory of the snow because, there's a good chance snow may be around when these flower. But they're really small and compact. I'm just about, 10 centimetres?
Yeah, 10, 15 centimetres height.
You do need, I think you need a clump of them.
Totally. You don't want to plant these individually. You know, I mean, it is a mix and match, isn't it? So you can get 3 bags of these. You could get 180 of them. And I know that sounds like 180, you're crazy. I'd probably plant 50 of them in a group together. Because they're small, compact, but that is going to give you a really nice sort of collection.
And those key planters that we had, you could definitely put. I put probably about 20 of those in there, and they would look fantastic.
They would.
So I do remember growing them a few years ago, and I put them in little pots, and I put about 5 in the little pots, and they look really sweet. They're really, really pretty little things.
I might do that actually, because I love my.
Gorgeous.
I've got this table just outside the kitchen window. It's a big table. It's a good 6-seater, big dining table out there. But it's obviously not being used at that time. So what I've done in the last few years is I put my pots up on top of that table. So when I'm looking out, I can just see all this glorious stuff going out on the table. So I think that'd be really
when
pretty.
Bex
in those
is in the
pots.
sink washing up and like really bored, her life, she'll go.
I just look out. Oh, look, there they are.
Makes a difference, though, doesn't
It
it?
does. Absolutely does. And it makes me go outside.
Yeah,
it forces me to go outside.
And it does. I mean, we both get up in the morning and we'll wander outside in our dressing gowns. I mean, not together, by the way, but we will, won't we? Look at a real mess. But who cares? Nobody can see us, and we just check out our gardens. So the Chian Docks or Kian Docks or whatever you want to call it, you get 60 of those for $9.99. But remember, we have got 8 packets of bulbs, all different, and you can mix and match them, but you will get 3 for the price of 2. Right, these are our Narcissus miniatures. I have to say, I just love these. I think these are pretty much they are one of my absolute favourite bulbs. They're just gorgeous.
Adore mini daffs, and these are the miniature ones. Okay, so other daffodils or traditional daffodil varieties, they're going to grow to about 50 centimetres in height, and they are beautiful. Adore them. But I really like these ones more. I just love the dinky daffodils. They only get to about, 15, maybe 20 centimetres in height. Lovely mixtures in there as well. So classic trumpet-shaped daffodils, but also, that sort of fuzzier one, that's called the Rip Van Winkle. So you've got some more unusual varieties.
Because we had that one by itself last year, didn't we?
Yeah. So you get a mixture of them, and that one there at the bottom.
Yeah, I remember.
So the gorgeous thing about the shorter daffodils is that you can plant them in lots of different places. So you can plant them in the same places you would the taller ones, but you could also put these into window boxes. I would never put a tall daffodil in a window box. I just don't think it'd work.
No.
Or the top of a hanging basket.
Unless it was a huge window box.
Yeah. Or rockeries. These were great in rockeries as well.
And I always use them in my hanging baskets because, again, full-size daffodils can make a basket look a bit top-heavy. So there are so many uses for these. They're dead easy to plant. All the instructions are on the bags. All the bulbs will be really good sizes. They'll be graded. They'll be firm. There'll be no squishy, soggy ones because they're just going to rot. So, again, I think they're an absolute must-have, and they are only $9.99 for 35. But as we were saying, lots of lovely, gorgeous varieties. And I always think that it's lovely when the snowdrops come through in January because it's like the first sign that actually spring is going to happen. And then you get the crocus. But by the time the daffodils come out, spring is pretty much here, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And it's kind of they normally come out about Mother's Day and sometimes Easter time.
Yep.
But that's when you're still like, yes, we've made it through that hideous winter yet again. Winters can be tough. They can feel like they go on forever. So I think it's really important to have those.
Yeah, I agree. I haven't got daffodils planted in my garden yet, but I'm remedying that this year.
Yeah, you should do.
I'm remedying that this year.
And actually, I'm going to say, most bulbs do come back naturalised, not all, but I think Narcissus are one of the best to come back every single year and to spread. They're one of the best ones.
Definitely,
yeah.
definitely.
I'd say better than tulips in general. They do come back pretty much every single year. But we do have some gorgeous tulips.
Yeah, we do.
Queen of the Night, and we were giggling about these on our last show because it's a bit like deja vu. We had these last year, and I remember asking Bex, I said, Queen of the Night, who sang that song?
Whitney Houston.
And now I've actually finally remembered that it's the lovely late Whitney Houston. But I can see why this has been called Queen of the Night.
Oh,
wow.
Dark and moody and beautiful.
Yeah.
Like these I know they're looking this gorgeous kind of burgundy colour, but they're so dark and luscious. They can even look black in certain
I was going to say, you can see that one there in the middle, yeah. Parts of that looks black.
Yeah, and what I really like about these is that these are going to work with any other colour. I genuinely think you could plant this with any other colour and it would look beautiful. Obviously, if you're going to plant it alongside some white colours.
Oh, that'd look lovely.
I mean, we do a beautiful white tulip. Or there's one called Spring Green, I think it's called.
It's got the green and white.
It's got the green and white. If you've got some of those and these and planted them together, that'd look gorgeous. I'm just going to do a pot of these all by themselves, though. I'm keen just to have that dark, moody, luscious look there.
I mean,
classic tulip as well. Beautiful shape.
There are some, tulips in terms of breeding, God, there's so many incredible ones now. We've got loads on the YouGarden website. But yes, sometimes that classic shape it is the best. It's the one that we recognise and love. You get really nice tall stems on these as well, really strong stems. Great cut flower.
Yeah, about 40 to 50 centimetres in height these are going to reach, and they're pretty sturdy, stand up to most of the British weather, so you don't have to worry too much. If it's in your garden, I'd probably put it slightly sheltered, because gales blow across your garden, don't they?
I mean, I do share pictures of my garden on social media, and I'm very lucky. I've got lovely views and things, but you pay a price. It's really windy.
And
I
that's
mean,
it.
Honestly, some days I go out there and it's pretty horrendous. So you're right. No, I'm going to just put these in pots around the side of the garden. It's a bit more sheltered.
Yeah, love them. Do hope you're going for those. But this is we've only shown you 3. There are 8 different ones for you to look at, and it's a mix and match. If you want to go for 3 of the same, that's fine. That is your choice. But you can mix and match. I did that last week. I bought 3 different packs of bulbs.
Yeah, and what a lot of you are doing are buying 6 lots or 9 lots, and it's worth that little bit of planting now, because you will reap the rewards in springtime.
Neil, you did message me.
Morning, Neil.
I will come back to you on the list. So I've been working on, and it needs updating basically, Neil, which is why I haven't sent it to you yet. So this is my list of trying to get true successional flowering. So starting off with your snowdrops, Cheonodoxa needs adding into the list, but I wanted to create a border where you just plant it full of bulbs, and then you've got real successional. So you've got, as I say, snowdrops first, then Cheonodoxa, and then it'll probably be,
crocus.
I don't know, crocus, and then maybe some muscari and tulips and daffodils, so that there's just something coming up out of the ground constantly for a good sort of, I want to try and do it for 6 months. How cool would that be? I will get you the list, Neil. I'm working on it.
I'm thinking you could also put some hyacinths in there.
Yeah.
Lots like Maytan. What else could you put in there? The alliums, of course,
Alliums,
to extend it.
Definitely.
There's a lot. In fact, funny enough, when I was designing my garden, Peter McDermott, our head gardener, he said the similar thing to me. He said, over in that board, if I was you, I'd have that succession of bulbs. Yeah, and it is wonderful when you've got this, because I think all of us, we always want things coming up in our garden. We want that continuous colour, don't we, in that journey. So yes, Bex is a woman of her word, don't worry.
I promise,
Neil.
I'll do it. It just needs some refining.
Don't we all? Now, I'm going to move on to our large crocus. I really love crocus because they are one of the first bulbs to flower. February time, that's when the crocus come out, just after those snowdrops, and it gives you that burst of, in this case, that burst of blue. But these are the large flowered ones, so bigger than a traditional crocus. Just a little tip, crocus bulbs, mine last year, because it was a really wet February, a lot of mine did go a bit mushy, not the bulbs themselves, but the actual petals. If a crocus is exposed to a couple of days of heavy rain, it can basically go over very quickly. So if you had that problem last year, crocus bulbs can be grown in more sheltered areas. They're brilliant around trees and around the base of shrubs and things like that. So you can put crocus in more sheltered areas, but you can put them anywhere. Pots, hanging baskets, they're great in grass actually. So if you want to have a few of these in your lawn, or maybe you've got a little area just outside your home. Like we've got a grass verge just outside our home. They're absolutely superb. But they are an extra large flying crocus, so they're a lot more powerful on the eye. And you do get 30 of those, again, part of our mix and match. Then we're going to move on to, now we've only got a few of these. It is limited stock. It is our Caribbean lily. Thank goodness we ordered ours, Bex.
I'm so glad I got my order in this year. I forgot I didn't do it last year. I was so jealous when you were sending all your pictures in. I can't wait to make you all jealous with my pictures next year.
We were like, honestly, we both missed out on it last year.
So silly.
And then we forgot about it. We'd moved on and we were buying lots of other things. And then all these pictures came in and we were like,
why didn't we do that?
I know.
Well, there is a stock risk on this one, so Stu's just checking the numbers, but this one is selling very quickly. I think we've got another order coming in October. Was this the one you said? Middle of October, there will be some coming back, but it probably won't be as big as this order is. So yeah, get hold of this stock while we've got it.
There is, you probably know that there's been a lot in the media about shortage of bulbs because it's been wet across Europe, like it has been in the UK. Bulb breeding and production has not been as good as normal, so there is a genuine shortage of bulbs, and some of the bulbs that we've sold out of already in September we are not getting back, so we're hoping to get some more of those, but you never know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even sometimes we get our orders cancelled and things, so get them today.
Yeah, for sure. That is the biggest message here. They are stunning. They are so pretty. They're so beautiful. We fell in love with them last year. This is why we kicked ourselves that we didn't get them, because they're a bit unusual, aren't they? Of course, we want our standard, the daffodils and the tulips and the things that we always have in our spring gardens. Yeah, we want those classics in there, but you got to mix in something a little bit unusual. And this Caribbean lily does look a bit unusual.
And we both always love growing new things for the first time. There is that excitement. I mean, I know what my crocus are going to look like. I know what my daffs are going to look like. But never growing this, I just cannot wait to see it start to bud and then to see those flowers opening up. And I think this is such an unusual shape, don't you?
Yeah.
Like when you look at the centre of this, it's amazing. It looks so exotic. What surprises me, I look at that and think it's going to be really tricky to grow in the UK, and it's not.
Yeah, but it isn't at all. Really nice big bulb that you get with this. Now, normally what we say is plant the bulb 2 to 3 times the depth of the height of the bulb, but with this one, just plant it a bit shallower than that. The bulb just wants to be just below the top of the compost surface or the soil surface. Don't go too deep with it. But don't worry too much. Nature generally finds a way. I would go for 3 lots of this if I were you. You'll get 1 pack free and then do another order for another 3 different ones.
Yeah.
You won't regret it.
I'm growing mine in I haven't planted them yet, but I'm going to put mine in just white pots. And
that'll look nice.
And I'm going to put 3 in each of the white pots.
That'll look really nice.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Should do.
Yeah,
we're excited. We're really excited. So anyway, lowest stock of that one out of all the bulbs, that is one that's more likely to sell out. Then we're going to move on to one of the classics, the Muscari. We know it's a grey hyacinth. Again, I think it's one of the easiest bulbs to grow. What I've noticed with this, it naturalises so quickly. Very quickly,
spreads a carpet of colour, but the beautiful thing I think about Muscari is that it tidies up after itself. Some bulbs you're waiting for the foliage to die down for what feels like forever.
It does.
Honestly, and you have to do that because it needs to die back down into the bulb so the goodness goes into the bulb so it'll regrow next year. But this one actually just seems to come up, say hello, and disappears all by itself, and quite quickly as well.
And unlike the crocus that I mentioned, the flowers on here are really resilient to lots of rain and bad weather conditions.
That's a good point.
Yeah, they are. They're just a very easy bulb to grow. And they look great on mass. They really look good on mass. You get 75 of those. 75 for £9.99, part of our 3 for 2, 600 210. Flying around about April, May?
Yeah, April, May time. Absolutely beautiful. So just as all of those other spring bulbs are popping up, this one is too. So it's great. I mean, I think these work wonderfully where you plant your daffodils because you get that lovely blue or lilac-y blue and the yellow going together, and it's those colours together are lovely.
Now, something that you don't often see anymore in the UK, aconites. And I remember my mum had a lovely friend called Sylvie, who sadly passed away a few years ago. And Sylvie was this lady in her late 80s, early 90s. She was like the most incredible gardener and poet.
Really?
And she used to grow plants and write little poems to go with them and give them away as gifts. She was amazing. And I remember she had this gorgeous area of aconites in her garden. And I've not seen aconites for years, but they come up in like January time, in the middle of winter, and they're just amazing little things.
They are, absolutely. Nice and compact, nice and small, member of the buttercup family, I believe.
Yeah, you can see that,
you
can't
can
you?
definitely see it from the shape of the flowers. Pollen heavy as well, so these are great for early pollinators.
Yeah.
In fact, the Royal Horticultural Society have given it both awards, Award of Garden Merit and their Perfect for Pollinators badge, and it's a brilliant one for making sure there's that food source early on in the early on in the year. They love a sort of woodland setting, so under trees, under bushes, those sorts of areas. These are absolutely going to thrive.
And they do. And you imagine in January, when there's still frost around, when there maybe even be snow on the ground, and suddenly these start to flower. It does amaze me how certain flowers look their best on what we consider the worst days of the year. It's amazing, isn't it, that they actually love it to come through when it's really cold.
Yeah.
And they spread, they naturalise, you get this carpet of yellow, and I don't know why, but you don't see many aconites in the garden centres now, 600 150. And we've got one more to show you. Now, we're talking about snowdrops, and snowdrops flower in January. This isn't actually technically a snowdrop, but it is related to it. And it does look like a snowdrop.
It does, absolutely. It's sort of a relative. It is related, but it is the leucojum, and it does look like that gorgeous snowdrop. However, this one flowers later. So if you love snowdrops, then definitely get hold of these, because your snowdrops will come up January, February time. These are going to come up March, April time. They're a little bit taller as well. So these can get up to probably 40, maybe a little bit taller as well, whereas snowdrops are probably half that height.
I've never grown
Look at those.
But I love the idea of getting, you know, the look of a snowdrop in March.
Yeah, definitely. That lovely nodding bell-shaped flower, but for me it's that extra little dot on the end of each of those petals that really does make that stand out. It's beautiful. It looks like a little face on that one. Yeah. It's so pretty. I love them. Absolutely adore these.
And again, they'd look great under trees and things, wouldn't they?
Yeah, definitely. So a similar place to where you'd plant your snowdrops, these are going to work absolutely gorgeously. I just like the idea of getting that snowdrop look for way longer. Yeah.
So those are the leucojums. You get an amazing 20 bulbs, and so they are a lot taller, about 40 centimetres, 50 centimetres, but they will flower later, sort of March time, and they're 600 156. Right, we're here till 2 o'clock. Don't forget, next week we will be early birds. We are going to be live at 9:30 till 12:30. They're the new hours up to about February time. So the new hours for YGTV, 9:30 to 12:30, and on a Tuesday, we do TikTok on a Tuesday afternoon, so do download the TikTok app. We do TikTok on a Thursday afternoon and TikTok on a Sunday afternoon as well. So lots of ways of getting some great plants from us. Somebody just asked, what are the hours for YGTV on a Thursday? They're staying the same, 10 till 1, just to let you know.
Right, so hello to everybody in the chat. So good morning, Neil, Alwyn, Bill. Where's Elaine? Elaine's not in the chat this morning. I hope Elaine's fine. She's normally the first in the chat. Good morning, Grimmy.
She might be having a day out.
Maybe. Look,
yeah.
You can have a day out, my love. Hang on a minute. Where's the question? Oh no, Neil says I've got my Rudbeckia in front of my Salvia hot lips. Love the colour contrast. Yeah, I think you were saying that in relation to what I was saying about the red and the yellow there. That's gorgeous.
Neil, isn't hot lips such a great plant?
It's beautiful.
It just goes on and on, doesn't it?
I love the 2 Goldstrums I've got in my garden. A lovely beacon of colour at this time of year. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Do the lily beetles like the Caribbean lily? Every lily I had this year was attacked by lily beetles. I don't think so, no, because it's not.
No, it's a completely different family.
It's a different family.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to say no, having not grown it or experienced it, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, my lilies, I definitely had to get rid of some of those lily beetles. But I was out there and I was picking them off every day when I needed to.
Really
in fact, Always says I was out every day picking them off, but gave up in the end. Oh, bless you. Sometimes there are loads of them. I only had a few this year, but it was all right. Good morning, Kev. Morning, everybody.
Morning, Kev. Any pictures coming in as well, Bex?
Yeah, there was some pictures. Right. Hang on. So good morning to you in the YouTube chat. If you want to join in the chat there, then obviously I can see it on here. Stu's looking at the Facebook chat. Apparently nobody's talking to him on Facebook. So if you're on Facebook, send Stu a message.
Yeah.
Obviously there's the email address as well.
And the email is great for sending pictures. We want to see what looks good in your garden right now in September.
Well, I've got one for you. Hang on. We're going to start with Sharon. So Sharon says, I love my garden. Thank you for all your tips and beautiful plants. Let's just check that out. Oh, my word.
Oh. God. Is that now?
No,
Gaillardia,
it's Gaillardia. I always want to say it in Australian accent,
I love Gaillardias, but that is looking
fabulous. Is that now, Alison? Because that's looking incredible if that's now.
I think that could be now. Lilies.
Wowzer. That can't be now, surely. Lilies have gone over.
But wow. Oh, God.
Look at that colour.
Now, that looks incredible. Now, we were saying, Bex, dahlias are still looking good, aren't they?
Dahlias are looking incredible at the moment. Oh, wow.
That looks... Oh, wow.
That is a beautiful view down your garden. Yeah, check out those standards at the end there.
They look like some of the YouGarden ones, don't they? Some of the roses.
They look beautiful.
Yeah.
Love your garden. Oh, look at that. I do have to sort my lighting out. You're right, Stu. I always get a bit jealous when I see everybody's lighting in their gardens because I just don't have any.
Do you not?
No, I don't. I need to sort it out. I need to get some of those lights in there.
And you know, this time of year, obviously it's getting dark, about 7, half 7. You know, lighting is so important, and you still want to make sure you enjoy every single moment of your garden when you can. I know that looks like a huge dahlia at the front there, looking fabulous, doesn't it?
Look at that. Yeah, beautiful. Lovely colour.
Oh.
Such a
Thank
good...
you. So yeah, we want to see your gardens. We want to be inspired, don't we, Bex?
Some hibiscus in the background there as well. Sorry, I could look at that for ages. Well done. Keith sent us some pictures. Dingo. So Dingo says, morning guys and girls, fuchsias are still doing well. Lucky I imprisoned the canna lilies. Had hell of a monsoon this morning that would have flattened them. Cheers, Dingo. So yeah, he's shown us his fuchsias are looking absolutely fantastic.
They are still looking good. I tell you what, he's been feeding those, I reckon, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. The storm kept me awake last night, honestly. The lightning and the thunder kept waking me up. I normally sleep through all of that stuff. Oh, yeah, look, he's imprisoned the cannas, look.
Do you know, mine weren't that good this year.
Weren't they?
No, it was my own fault.
I love that, look, he's imprisoned.
So, it's a long story, but I used my lilies. They died down and they're in pots with lots of dead leaves on them. Well, that's what they do in the winter. And I use them as a prop in our village pantomime, and it was to take the mickey out of the garden club that I run. And then I forgot about them and put them in the pub garage, and they stayed in there all winter. And I completely forgot about them. So I did actually, I found them in about like May, but they still came back. But obviously they had a tough time. They'd had no light, no water for about 6 months. But anyway.
Dear. But they came back.
They did come back, but they just weren't as good. Oh,
Alison sent us a picture of her mandinas, saying the mandinas are looking fantastic, and they really are. Look at the colours you're getting on that one. Yeah, that is incredible. That's the firepower. That's the one I've got. I'm pretty sure that's firepower. Both of those.
That's more compact
one. So thank you, Alison.
Don't mandinas. Look, we've got 2 new ones on today's show. Don't forget as well. 2 new
Grimmy says just got back from Kos in Greece. Took these pictures of an oleander hedge. Oh wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah, you can see.
That's a big
Can I turn the iPad? Will it do it? Oh, yeah. That's okay.
That's amazing, isn't it?
It's beautiful. Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah. I always do that when I go abroad. I always check out all the Mediterranean plants. But do you know what? We've actually had quite a few pictures this year of oleanders in the UK looking spectacular. There are some oleanders at the Peterborough railway station that are not quite as tall as that, but about 6 or 7 feet. So you can grow oleanders really successfully in the UK.
I'm going to check that out next time I'm at the station.
Yeah, honestly, they're near the Short Stay car park.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to have a look.
They're ridiculous. And that's in Peterborough.
Graham, morning all.
Morning,
Some colour from Graham. I like that. Some colour.
Can we just say, and a neat border. The ferns are looking amazing there, aren't they?
Wow,
with some of your pansies, chrysanthemums.
Looking gorgeous.
Yay. Ooh.
Love that.
And do you know what I love there? That's just lots of pots grouped together to create a border.
I think these are the same pictures. I think you sent it to us in multiple emails. Hang on, I need to check the other pictures.
Well, I'm really enjoying looking at them several times.
I don't mind, I'll look at them again and again. I think he's pressed send.
Do you know what I love about that?
Oh, violas.
He's really showing what you can do in September. All the violas, all the pansies, all the chrysanthemums.
Oh, look at that cute little face.
Right, thank you for those. Keep those pictures coming. Remember, you can email us ygtv@yougarden.com. Now, just some of the big messages today. Free gift is your blooming fast. Those chrysanthemums look great, don't they?
Yeah, the mums are looking fantastic.
Yeah. We'll say chrysanthemums look great right now, dahlias, asters, there's loads looking good. But don't forget, your free gift today is your blooming fast. This is free with every single order, as long as you use that code YGTV3824. That's worth $4.99, makes 100 litres of premium plant food, which is pretty much good for everything in your garden and even your houseplants. Also, postage-wise, what we're doing, Bex?
It's free postage if you get your order to over £40. You have to use the code YGTV3824.
Yay, that's it.
You have to put that code in when you place your order to get the free postage. But if you do get it to over 40, no postage to pay. If you can't get your order to over 40, it's fine. Don't worry. We still have an incentive, which is 1 postage for your order. Yeah. So we've got something for everybody.
Which is $6.99, basically.
Yeah.
And all of the extra promotions, like the 3 for 2 on the bulbs, they only come into fruition when you use that offer code. So do bear that in mind. And do join the club if you're not a club member. Have we had many new members today, Stu?
Yes.
Well, we've had some.
Yes.
So we're over 45,000 now, which is brilliant. But yeah, if you want to join the club, you can do it on your first order and save 10%, and it's £5 for the year on auto renewal. So, if you're not a club member, join. We joined just over a year ago and we've saved an absolute fortune.
Loads.
Really
Every single time I place an order, I'm saving that 10%, and that's on top of all the discounts that we offer you in the YGTV shows as well. So it really does pay to come direct to us at YGTV. Often our prices are better than the YouGarden website or the catalogue prices, so it's often better to come and shop from us on YGTV. Really, but of course, you still get the 10% on top of that as well by being a club member.
Yeah, because this is as direct as you can get, really. So we are on the nursery right now, broadcasting live. Right, still got loads to come.
Yeah,
Bex has got loads of gorgeous things hidden down here.
Loads of stuff for you to see.
Oh, stock warnings, by the way, 2 items. The beige planters, there is a stock warning on those. And I don't know if they're coming back, I honestly don't know. But remember, you're going to get a pair of the beige planters for $14.99, but we're down to just a few pairs of those. And the other stock warning is...
the Caribbean Lily. Yeah, you need to get hold of this one. If you've been looking at it, you're wanting it, don't make the same mistake that Shaun and I made last year. Oh, I'll get that later, because it will sell out. This one is going to go very, very soon.
Yeah, it really is. For some reason, every time we show the Caribbean Lily, I keep singing in that song Caribbean Queen in my head.
Really?
I don't know why. It's like, yeah. So anyway...
They call it an earworm.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Can't get that song out of my head. Do you remember the Caribbean Queen? Billy Ocean. Anyway, they are going to sell out. They will be back, hopefully, fingers crossed, touch wood. They'll come back mid-October. But you could have yours in the ground by then, couldn't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Right, let's remind you of some of the best plants. Well, I say best plants, they're all great, but some of the most favourite and most popular plants we've had so far on YGTV today. Rebecca, everyone's loving this one, so don't forget, we are doing a massive price reduction. You get 3 of these really well established in 9cm pots, and September is a brilliant month to plant perennials. Any winter hardy perennials, get them in the ground now. The ground is still warm, it's still very workable, of course. It hasn't frozen. Right now, the ground is perfect, but also there's still plenty of daylight hours and warmth around for those plants to really get established, get their roots going. And that just means that next year you are going to have a far better, more established plant. You could plant these in springtime, but you are far better off planting them right now, particularly where I've got this price. 3 of those for £6.99. £6.29 if you're club member, £5.60, 076. Now we've got an extraordinary lobelia for you, and it's the Speciosa Queen Victoria. So this one, same deal, you get 3 9cm pots. These flower magnificently, kind of mid to late summer. You get these big, tall spikes of red flowers, 5 petals on each of those. Then they are contrasted by that bronze foliage. They really are a very bold plant, a real statement plant. Low maintenance as well. They may, in the wintertime, we say they're hardy to -5, so they just may need an extra little bit of protection, just depending on where you live. But generally speaking, they do, of course, survive the winters. 560-860. Now we've got 2 brand new Nandinas. I cannot recommend Nandinas enough. They are just a brilliant plant. They look good 365 days of the year. They are always evergreen, but when we say evergreen, they change colour, so new growth can be an exciting new colour. In the winter, generally speaking, the leaves go a bit more red, but they don't drop. You get white flowers in the summer, you get green berries in the autumn, which then turn like a lovely waxy red. It grows to about 1 metre or so, maybe a little bit more, but compact, neat, require very little attention, but they always look good. And they can be great in your beds and your borders, but fantastic in pots as well. So that's a brand new one, brand new this week, and it's called Gulfstream, 511560. But my favourite new Nandina is the red light, and the reason being, it's variegated. And I've never seen a Nandina that's got variegated foliage. So look at the different colours. You kind of get creams and pinks and greens in there. It really is. I just think it's beautiful. If you love Nandinas and you want to add to your collection, I am going to 100% recommend Red Light. I'm going to be buying that one. And I'm thinking I'm thinking of putting that in the April planters. I might have to go for the green ones, but I think it looks superb in those. 5 to 1, 559, £9.99. Club members, you will get a price of just £8.99. Right, something really cute for you now. And this is the Rosa Cutie Pie. It's a miniature little cute rose that you just want to hug. And do you know what? You could hug this one because it's actually thornless. So very small. Only goes to about 30 centimetres. You get hundreds of these miniature roses that are a gorgeous kind of pink colour. Doesn't need deadheading, it doesn't actually produce rose hips, this one, but it's brilliant for that little pot in your garden, great for the front of a border, and it will flower for all summer long. It's gorgeous, and it's buy one, get one free, 531026 for the Rosa Cutie Pie. Now, if you're trying to maybe make your garden a little bit more low maintenance, maybe you get a little bit sick of weeding, maybe you've got pots and containers that you just want to tidy up, then ornamental spruce bark is brilliant. So it suppresses weeds, it tidies things up, it can also give it an extra bit of protection. Like we talk about the Lobelia speciosa being slightly tender, so it can give that added layer of protection and warmth, but it just makes beds and borders look so good. So if you are maybe today trying to tidy things up, do less weeding potentially, then covering areas with this is just absolutely superb. And we are doing free delivery. These are normally £30, so they're half price currently, and postage is included. And actually, it's a great way maybe of getting your order to over £40 and using that, say, in your pots and containers as well. It's a big bag, 70 litres, and that is 100,061. Now, these are one of my garden favourites, and actually, I use these every single time that I garden. This is my garden here, and I've got Christmas trees growing in them right now, and they're going to be moved to the front of the house. I'll decorate the pots, I'll be honest. I will put I normally put hessian and things around them, but I've got tomatoes still producing tomatoes right now in the heavy duty pots. Great drainage on these, but also when I'm just doing garden jobs and I've got several tools, I just put them all in here. You've got the two handles, so they're really easy to move around. Now, these are things that I don't know what to do with, so they're just there temporarily. I mean, that Unanimous, to be fair, has been there about 3 years. I will figure out eventually. Now, I also use these for compost, for decanting compost, so rather than just using the bag, the open bag that sometimes can fall over, I just put the compost in here. I just think it makes it a lot easier when I'm doing things in the greenhouse, general planting up. Any tidying up, I'm still deadheading at this time of year. I'm cutting things back. The leaves are starting to come down from certain trees. So they are just an absolutely brilliant garden all-rounder. See this area here? I'm thinking of putting the ornamental bark on this area because it's a nightmare. I'll be honest, it's just a nightmare. It's underneath a eucalyptus tree. So anyway, that is just a little sort of like taster of what the heavy duty pots can be used for. And the value on YGTV is incredible. You get 4 of those for £17.99. And your free gift today, all of you lovely gardening friends out there, is your Blooming Fast. Normally £4.99, it's your free gift today, and let's show you right now how easy it is to make up. Now, I've got my hose pipe here, but I'm not going to water my plants today because actually they're quite wet, it's rained, but I am going to feed them. And I am, of course, going to use Blooming Fast. Now, this was actually a little freebie I got when I ordered off YGTV. But this one packet will make 100 litres of our premium plant food. Now, I've got a big watering can. This is 10 litres. Most watering cans are 5 litres. But that one packet would actually fill that 10 times. And all you need to do, get a teaspoon. I'm going to put 2 in here because it's a 10 litre. So a couple of those in like so. I always like to put that in first, then add the water, then it gets a really good mix. So fill that right up. Right, that's full. I'll be honest, I do like to give it a stir as well. I probably don't need to, but just in case, to give that a really good mix. And then we're going to start feeding. So I've got begonias in here, I've got some geraniums. Personally, I always like to feed my plants after I've watered, and I like to do my feeding at night as well. You don't have to, but personally, I normally do it later on in the evening. But yeah, because these are in extra small pots, there's not a lot of compost in there. These really do need to be well fed. And in peak season, I do feed once a week. The well-fed plants, they grow so much bigger. You get more flowers, you get more shoots. Makes a big difference to your fruit and veg, of course, as well. This is a Thunbergia, Black-Eyed Susan. I've grown it up my jasmine there. It's doing nicely, but again, I've not fed it for quite a while, so I'm actually, because it's in a big pot, I'm going to give that a really good feed, and hopefully that will be covered in the next few weeks. I love this as a free gift. It's so easy to use. Obviously, you're going to use it less in the winter, but winter pots and hanging baskets, they still need to be fed. Not as regularly, but at least I'd say once a month, something like that. But I actually save this, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Store these up, place your orders and get them stored up for when you are going to use them. It'll store very happily. And then when you are regularly feeding, you'll be glad you did.
Yeah, and you get one of those free with every single order. Now, we've had a question in from Julia, is it? Hello, Julia. Morning.
Oh, how far do you cut the Rudbeckia back when they're flowered? I mean, I didn't cut mine back at all last year.
Did you not? Then it's doing great.
I honestly just let it die down on its own. To be honest, you can cut them back quite vigorously and they will happily recover and do their own thing. I actually left mine alone last year and just let it die back on its own. It was absolutely fine. But yeah, once it's finished, if you want to trim it down, I mean, the foliage actually stays looking neat for a while as well. So just trim the flowers off and then trim it down to sort of probably 10 centimetres. It'll die down on its own anyway.
Yeah.
Nice and easy.
I'm not
lying when I've said I've done nothing to that Rudbeckia other than occasionally give it a feed and water. I have not touched it in 18 months.
I'm the same with my salvia. That looks great this year, and I did not.
Just didn't touch it at all.
But any more questions come through? Yeah, we are here to help.
Yeah, happy to answer.
Right, very quickly, we've got some amazing deals on pots. And these are the kikis. Buy one, and how much you get free?
3 of them. Yeah, so go to the website to place your order. 130596 is the item number. Put one in your basket. The code is right there. There's a little box on the side of the screen that says, do you have an offer code? That's the offer code you're putting in. Those 3 then appear in your basket, free of charge.
So one in your basket. Now, don't buy the twin pack, it's more expensive. You need to go for our offer today, but you put one in your basket and then use the code. There you go, YGTV3824. Boom, and there you go.
Look at that, I love it when that happens.
Yeah.
That makes me so happy when I'm placing an order. You put the code in and then all of a sudden this magic happens.
I know. And if you do want to get rid of the delivery costs, say get your order to over £40, get some compost, get some of the pots, whatever you want to do. But if you get your order to over £40, you will get free delivery as well. And we love these pots because they really do look like a gorgeous kind of antique age terracotta. They look more terracotta than terracotta. I'm just going to put that next to Betsy. Look. I honestly think that looks more real, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
And I think it's because of this patterning that you've got there. But unlike this, if I drop that right now, it would smash. If it gets really frosty, there's a good chance that will crack. These should last you years.
This is why these are great to have, because obviously they are hard wearing. I wouldn't do that with that terracotta jug because it would crack and break.
No.
Then Stu would be very mad at me. They're designed to last a long time. They're UV stabilised, they're frost resistant, so they don't get brittle and crack.
Actually, it wouldn't be Stu that'd be mad with you.
It'd be Peter that'd be mad with me.
Do you know what I didn't realise, right? Some of these kitchen, some things are actually from kitchen, but some of these things from that are in the potting shed do come from was it his dad or his granddad? Some of these are like
proper old
from his family's garden, from like greenhouses and potting sheds and things like that.
We better be careful.
So this is our head gardener, Peter, but many of the things in here have been in his family for decades. So said you were going to bin a lot of it because you thought it was all a bit tatty.
Don't get me in trouble.
That was a joke.
Peter, if you're watching,
that was a joke.
That was him, not me.
That was a joke. Actually, Peter did say there's one thing he does want to bin.
What is that?
And it is the plastic ivy.
Yes, let's get rid of the plastic plants. We don't like the plastic plants.
And that's why it looks so cute. A lot of these are really old.
Yeah.
They're lovely.
You're so naughty.
That was funny, wasn't it?
So naughty. Anyway, these are a great size as well because you can actually change your displays over very quickly and easily. But these are going to be great for some of the bulbs and things that we've got, small little shrubs and things. I mean, a cutie pie, the Rosa cutie pie would be perfect in this pot.
Yeah, really cute.
Absolutely gorgeous in there, and it'll fill that pot beautifully.
Or like some of the winter bedding, we've got Pansy Cool Wave coming up, just like 2 or 3 of those.
Yeah, those would be gorgeous.
Yeah, and winter colour is so important. Just outside your front door, just like Bex has got a table outside her kitchen window, so you can look out and get all of that gorgeous autumn and winter colour. Right, very important. If you are making up pots, containers, hanging baskets, some of the perennials that we've got, like the Rudbeckia, the Lobelia. If you're planting any perennials right now, make sure in the planting hole you mix in a bit of our Premium Professional compost. That will get them off to their best start, and you get 2 50-litre bags for just £24.98. That's 100 litres of our compost. Now, we're going to make this quick, so I know many of you know what's in this compost, but if you are a brand new customer, I'll just give you a very quick potted history. It's a compost we use on the nursery. We've been using it for many, many years, if not decades, and it is the best compost we know. But why?
It is because it's packed with amazing ingredients. Composted wood fibre. You can see all that fibrous material in there. That gives it this beautiful texture. It's light, it's airy, and that is really important when it comes to roots being able to grow, to spread, to reach for their nutrients and water, to develop a really strong root structure. Strong roots means bigger, better, healthier plants, more flowers, more fruits, able to deal with differing weather conditions and any pests and diseases. So it's really important that roots can breathe. Light texture, it means they can breathe as well.
Now, you've also got 3 different types of peat in there: white peats, dark peats, and some of those are renewable, like sphagnum moss peats. We have reduced those over the years because obviously we are aiming towards being peat-free, and we do have peat-free compost. But if you've struggled with some of the peat-frees, if maybe they haven't delivered, maybe you found some of them have dried out really quickly, maybe you found some of them just haven't given you great results, we still have that element of peat in there.
There are some green balls within this compost, little green balls. You'll see as I run my hands through there, just tiny little green balls. Now, they contain a slow-release fertiliser. That slow-release fertiliser releases into the compost and feeds your plants. And it stays active for a good sort of 5 or 6 months when you first plant things in here. Fantastic that they can get hold of that feed as and when they need it, not when you remember to do it.
Now, you've also got what we call a pH buffer in there. In simple language, it makes sure this compost is the right pH for pretty much all plants. The only exceptions are acid-loving plants that will need an ericaceous compost. That's like rhododendrons, camellias, blueberries, and we've got a wetting agent.
A wetting agent, yeah, so it makes the water sticky. It means the water will go into the compost rather than running over the top of the pots and the baskets. Comes in 2 50-litre bags for you as well, so much easier for you to be able to transport around the garden as and when you need them. They also come boxed as well, so if you're multi-ordering, which I know a lot of people do to make sure they never run out, you can stack and store these very easily.
So remember, club members £22.48. It's worth becoming a club member today because you actually need to buy compost twice from us and you get your £5 club membership back. 101.25, but always busy for that. And if you don't believe us in terms of how good it is, just read some of the 5-star reviews. Right, we have got some gorgeous winter bedding for you right now. And on the Pansy Cool Wave, my favourite pansy, buy one, get one free.
Yeah, so there's a pack of 10 plants that you can see here, but if you put one of these in your basket and enter that code, another pack of 10 will be entered in for you. So this is how they come to you. These are garden ready, which means they're absolutely ready for you to plant out in your garden. You don't need to grow these in pots on windowsills, in greenhouses or anything. You can plant these straight out, and now is the perfect time. Even though these are fully winter hardy, can cope with minus 20 degrees, you want to get them in the ground or in your pots or in your baskets now, while it's warm, while it's light, so that they can get established. If you wait too long, they'll be fine. They'll survive. They just won't spread and thrive like you want them to.
I've planted them like late November before, and they've just kind of like sat under nothing until the weather's picked up in February. But if you plant them now, they will look brilliant for the next 10 months. And we do say with Pansy Cool Wave, it flowers for 10 months of the year. It just stops flowering kind of July and August time, and it goes dormant. It is actually perennial. So, if you want to keep this going for years, just in the summer months, cut it back, put it in a darker corner, out of the full sun, start feeding it again as we head towards autumn, and it will come back. But they trail as well, not fully trail, but they cascade. And we're talking thousands of flowers.
So many of them. Beautiful, light fragrance to them as well, but just get that autumn and winter colour.
And honestly, I remember all the hype about Cool Wave when it was first bred, and I remember thinking, yeah, really? It's just a pansy?
Surely not.
Honestly, I thought my baskets will not look like that, and they did.
Yeah.
And they do. So, even I remember buying some for my mum, and she was like, well, it just looks like a normal pansy. So that's my mum's voice. But no, they are brilliant. They're just true performers. 10 months of colour. You see it on our website. We promise that these will flower for 10 months of the year. Right, we've got... Now, you've got your eye on these, haven't you?
Yeah, I love hollyhocks. I've really fallen in love with hollyhocks this year. They were beautiful. I don't know if it was a really good year for hollyhocks, but they absolutely caught my attention this year. Not something I've got in my garden, but there's loads of them around where I live, and they just grow anywhere. This is the beautiful thing about them. They don't need the richest, most heavily fed soil. They will grow out of cracks, and they add height and structure, and the Chater's mix is probably more beautiful than some of the ones I was seeing, because they've got the double ruffled petals.
I mean, I had a couple of these randomly just come up out of nowhere in my garden. I must have had a few last year, and they just say they've self-seeded. But yeah, I went to to Wells on the Sea, which is a lovely kind of coastal place. I remember seeing these, literally growing out of walls. Yeah. Looking amazing.
They they get so tall. So these can get 6 feet plus in height, They look like something like the Day of the Triffids.
Yeah.
My dad watching that when I was a youngster. They're so pretty. And of course you get that gorgeous mix of colours as well in there as well. Some bright ones, some more pastel tones. Just lovely for adding height. They want a sunny spot though. That's the only thing you've got to remember here. And they are garden ready. Plant them now and they should flower next year. Double up deal, so it's 10 for $14.99, extra 5 for another 10. 410 121. And then we've also got an amazing deal on our lupins. Now, where's that flower?
Yeah, I brought these in. I said to Bex, look, one of these is trying to flower.
Right there.
I mean, look, please don't expect yours to have flowers on it. But things are random sometimes. But look.
Little flower trying to come up
there.
I
think what I would say is that does mean that these are really well established. If I'm honest, and I know it seems cool, I would probably take that off. I'd let it put all its work into establishing the ground.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
these are summer flowering plants, so you're planting these, again, getting that head start. Don't wait and think, I'll plant my summer plants in springtime. No, do it now, get them in the ground, allow them to get their roots established. You'll get bigger, better plants next year, basically. So these are a bit more compact, though, than other lupin varieties. This is the gallery mix. So these should only get to about maybe 2 feet in height, whereas other lupins can get a bit taller and they can suffer, can't they? They can get a bit blown about, but these, no.
And I tell you what, the colours that we've got are just amazing on here. There's lots of bicolour ones.
I love the way they open up. I like that successional opening. I love that with plants that open from the bottom up all the way along that sort of spire that you get.
And they are kind of fairly early flowering, so these really, really make your garden look good, kind of like June time. They will reflower if you take off the dead flowers. Yeah. Generally speaking, we'll get some more. They're not normally as big. You kind of get like side lupins. But again, brilliant at coming back every single year, fully winter hardy.
And bees and butterflies adore them.
They do, don't they?
Really, really do.
And I adore them too, and so does Bex. Right, remember, we are also doing today, live on the show, a 3 for 2 on 8 different types of summer flowering bulbs. Spring flowers, I should say. So this one is very limited stock. It is the Scilla peruviana, commonly known as the Caribbean lily. But we are down to a few handfuls of these. So if you haven't got it yet, if you want one of the most exotic looking bulbs in your garden, going to flower sort of April, May time. They look great just by themselves. About 30 centimetres in terms of height, by the way. And I always think, when you look at these, it's like a cross between a hyacinth and maybe an allium, but just a lot more exotic looking. And so we've both ordered ours. Can't wait to share the pictures of those with you next springtime, 6:30 045. Then the next most popular have been the Narcissus mixed miniatures. So these are only going to grow to about 20 centimetres. So they're ideal for small gardens, rockeries, pots, hanging baskets. Beautiful selection, lots of different types there. So lots of different coloured trumpets, different petals. Some of these are multi-flowered, and you are going to get 35 for £9.99, 600 317. Then we've got the winter aconites. Now these are quite extraordinary actually. These flower in the depths of winter. So like January time, even when there's snow and frost, suddenly you'll see this carpet of yellow appear. And they really do naturalise and spread. Once they get going, they really do spread very, very well. So if you're looking for winter colour in what I think is the worst month of the year, January, then winter aconites are definitely one to go for. 600 150. Then we brought you the blue crocus. Now this is a large flowered variety, so a lot bigger and stronger than some of the other crocus out there. Again, one of the earliest to flowers. February time is when the crocus normally come into their own. And the lovely thing with crocus is that they work pretty much everywhere, so around trees. They look great in grass actually, so if you've got a grass verge outside your home or you want to just make your lawn look a little bit more attractive. And they also look fantastic. I think they look really good in pots with things like daffodils. The crocus come out first, followed by the daffodils, so it gives you that first burst of colour. 600 083, you're going to get 30 of those large flowered crocuses. Then we've got a beautiful, very dark and mysterious tulip called Queen of the Night. Very unusual colour. Yeah, really classy this one, really elegant. Classic tulip shape, but the colour of those petals are extraordinary. And in certain lights, they almost look black. It's like a chocolatey brown black with a little splash of burgundy in there. Quite tall, these will grow to about 40, 50 centimetres. Really strong stems, which make them a great cut flower as well. 600 003. And then we have got the Chiandoxas for you. Now these are really lovely little flowering bulbs, so they're only going to grow to about 10 centimetres or so. Really delicate. Again, early flowering, sort of February time. Great en masse, so you want to plant those in nice big clumps under, say, maybe under trees, but make sure you can see them. So do bear in mind, they are small flowers. So I would say definitely front of borders, definitely pots and containers, and they do flower early. They're early doors, sort of February time. 600 155 for the glory of the snow. And we've just got really busy for the pansy web. Now this is an extraordinary variety of pansy. It trails, and when I say trails, it cascades. So it's not going to trail like your petunias, but it does gently kind of cascade. The size of the pansy is a little bit smaller than some of the other varieties that we've got available, but you get a lot more of them. It will not stop flowering for about 10 months of the year. So do bear that in mind. It's going to flower from now, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. Dies back in July and August, it's just too hot for it. But if you want to keep it going, chop it back. It'll be a bit leggy and exhausted by then. Chop it back. Put it in a slightly shady area and it will come back the following year. And we have got ready-made hanging baskets on our website with the Pansy Cool Wave as well. But that gives you an idea of what they look like when they've just grown on a little bit. Absolutely stunning. And it is a buy one, get one free. Right, we've got our favourites table, Bex.
Yeah, we have. And there are some absolute winners on here. Starting off with the Lobelia Queen Victoria. I just adore these. They definitely draw my attention. Whenever I walk past that garden round the corner from my house that have got these in their front garden, I stop and I admire them because they are worthy of stopping and admiring them. They get nice and tall. They can get to about 3 feet in height. Beautiful scarlet, bright red flowers that sit atop some of the darkest, deepest sort of maroony coloured foliage. It adds height, it adds interest. It's a pollinator magnet. Bees and butterflies absolutely adore it. But it looks quite exotic, I think.
I think so.
But works so well in more cottage garden style gardens. Yeah. It's incredible.
Then we've got 2 brand new Nandinas. Now, if you're looking for something that looks good every day of the year, Nandinas, they don't ever have a bad day, generally speaking. And this is brand new. Thanks to Beck, she got this added to the show. It's called Red Light, which is a variegated Nandina. And it's going to stay looking beautiful and lush every single day of the year, but at times it changes colour. New growth can be a different colour. In the winter, when it gets really colder, you can sort of like really red colours to the leaves. You do get little white flowers in the summer, followed by the berries, and it looks a little bit like a bamboo. It's often called sacred bamboo, but it is not related to the bamboo family. So it's not a thug. It's not going to take over. Stays compact and neat, and it will grow very, very well in a pot as well. That is my favourite. It's called Red Light because it's variegated. Would prefer a sunny spot, but will do well in part shade as well. Then the other one is the Gulfstream. Gulfstream,
yeah. So exactly the same in terms of how you're going to look after it, where you're going to keep it. But you've also got interest with both of these, in actual fact, not just from that colour-changing foliage, but you'll get white flowers, you'll get red berries during the summer months and the autumn months as well. I just love the fact that it's low maintenance, going to look good all year round, and I'm considering doing the front border in my front garden, lines my driveway. I'm getting rid of the lavender. I'm thinking about putting all of that in there because it'll look good all year, unlike the lavender.
Fully enough, I've got one border lavender that I think's gone a bit over.
Yeah, I mean, it's had like 9 years there, so it's time to move on.
It's not bad, is it?
Time to move on.
That's not bad. Right, Rebecca, you've absolutely loved this. Now, this is one that I haven't got, but it is on my own list today because you actually get 3 of these for £6.99, or if you're club member, £6.29. So it's at £2.10 a plant. And what loads you've going for this today? And if you want your garden to look great in September, Rebecca keeps going. Was this taken just a few weeks ago?
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago, but it still looks like this now. It still looks as good. None of the flowers have faded. They've been on that plant for a good, I mean, I'll have to look back at my photos, but I think it's a good 6 weeks now. I've done nothing to it. I've not trimmed it, I've not deadheaded it, I've not done anything to it, and it still looks as good 6 weeks later as the day when the flowers first came out. It's spread, it's multiplied. You know, last year it was half the size, it's doubled in size now, and it's one of the absolute best things in my garden at the moment.
Yeah, and again, a magnet for those pollinators. So buy it now. It's a great time to plant it, get it established, and you will reap the rewards next summer. That is a crazy deal. 3 of those, normally £30, £6.99, and also a little cutie pie.
That's Shaun, obviously. We're talking about. No, this is our gorgeous.
I don't think you describe me as cute anymore, do you? I don't think I'm cute.
Our lovely little cutie pie in the 9cm pot. Buy one, get one, absolutely free here as long as you enter that code. A couple of great things about this one. It stays nice and compact. There are absolutely no thorns on it. Plus, very little maintenance because this does not produce rose hips, so it does not need deadheading. So really low maintenance, but gorgeous little flowering rose bush. Flowers from around, I mean, summertime, so June, July, August into September. Love the clusters of flowers that you get on here, but it's just easy.
And you say about 30 centimetres?
Yeah, so it won't get much taller than you're looking at there, but it will spread, so it'll go to about 30 centimetres. If you're getting the Kiki pots, one in each of those pots will look beautiful.
Yeah.
It'll just really go over the edges nicely.
So I didn't know about that one. It's a new one for me. 521026 for the Rosa Cutie Pie. Buy one, get one free. And club members, again, £8.99 for 2 of those. Now we've got a big audience today. Good morning.
I'm so glad everybody's watching.
Yay. Well, I'll be honest, the weather's not great today either. So a lot of people are probably inside rather than outside because it's a bit rainy today. But there are some lovely days coming up, generally speaking, over the next few weeks. You know, it's a bit, obviously at this time of year, it's a bit hit and miss, but there's still some lovely sunny days we can get out and enjoy your garden. Now, if you want to be part of the show, don't forget you can email us, ygtv@yougarden.com. You can chat with us on YouTube, Facebook. And Amanda's been in touch, apparently.
Amanda's done something fantastic, which is basically my job, but I love it, Amanda. That's brilliant. What she's done is she's sent us some pictures of the different stages of when her Caribbean lily was growing up. It's exactly what I'm going to do next year as well. So here is the first picture of the Caribbean lily, just as the bud is there and starting to open up. But then, look, we can watch the journey as this starts to open and show its beauty. Look at this.
Oh my word.
How fantastic is that? So that really shows you the full journey.
And do you know, every stage of that journey is actually beautiful, isn't it?
It's really interesting.
Isn't it? I love it even there, when the first flowers come out.
It does exactly what we were talking about, how it opens up from the outside inwards. Oh, I love that, Amanda. Thank you. We need to save those pictures.
If we can use those, Amanda, we'd love to, because I think if Stu put those in a little, like, short video, that'd be great, wouldn't it?
That'd be lovely.
But thank you so much.
I'll do the same thing next year, because I'm going to plant them, so I'll do the same.
I want to know how long that journey took. Was it 2 weeks, 3 weeks? But let us know. But
That's
thank you.
fantastic, Amanda. Thank you.
I'm so glad we've ordered ours, aren't you?
It is a 3 for 2 mix and match on those Caribbean lilies, along with all of the other bulbs that we've got. So do think about getting yours. That's the one that is got the highest stock warning on it, hasn't it?
Yeah. So if you want, I mean, look. If you're not inspired by those pictures, I don't know what would inspire us. You know, they're amazing, but we are down to very, very limited stocks on the Caribbean lily, don't forget.
Neil says, here's what I've ordered over the last weeks. I'm waiting for to arrive. Lupin Gallery collection.
Great collection.
Compost. He's ordered Extra Blooming Fast. He's got the Muscari album. Those are the white ones we did last week. The Fritillaria, the Snake's Head, which we did last week, and the Nymphophia Popsicle as well.
I know, Neil, you've got a really...
That's a good list.
Good.
And Olwyn says her lupins are still flowering.
Cool.
Sorry, what's that?
Neil, if your lupins do have any flowers
those,
coming on them, like I said a few moments ago, some of them seem to have a few flowers coming. I would probably take them off at this time of year and let all the, say, work go into producing roots rather than flowers at this time.
Yeah.
Right, we've got our deal of the week coming up right now, and it is our red banana leaf, which is an extraordinary banana plant. I mean, the leaves, all banana plants, generally speaking, have got great foliage, but this with a red is quite magnificent, isn't it?
I think it's gorgeous, honestly. I love banana plants. Go on.
So I think the name, Sycamensis, is very... Sycamensis?
Sycamensis.
I wonder what that means. We need to translate that.
I haven't looked that up.
I haven't.
So banana plants are brilliant if you want that sort of tropical planting scheme, and I think these just create the focal point, don't they? So you can plant other things around, but this is the tall, beautiful focal point. These can get 3-4 metres in height. Each of the leaves can be 1 metre long. They're big, they're bold, they're beautiful, and this is one of the most stunning varieties. It's probably one of the most colourful. You can see with the patterns that you've got on the leaves there. It's slightly hardier as well than other varieties. That doesn't mean you can leave it out. It's still going to need protection from frost. But it is a bit hardier than other banana varieties.
I've just had a flashback. There's a very famous gardener on a very famous gardening show, and he's got a banana plant, and he wraps it up every year. And when you see it come back, and those massive leaves come into their own, it is magical. And I've got a few different banana plants. Some of them are more harder than others, but I generally speaking have them in pots, put them in the greenhouse, fleece them, and then they do come back. And what is interesting, at the end of the winter, they can look a little bit sad. I'm not going to lie to you. Sometimes they've literally got a couple of leaves left and they're not looking great. But when it starts to get really hot, you can literally get a new leaf every few days. They just start, it's like, right, I'm going to make the most of this hot weather, and they just start producing these huge leaves. And you see they appear from nowhere, and then they unravel, and they just get bigger and stronger. So it's a fascinating plant to get.
Yeah, really, really awesome. So it's a great deal for you right now. Get this home, give it that extra bit of winter protection, but then you'll be able to take this outdoors next year, and it will be beautiful.
And there's no reason you can't have that as a houseplant during the winter.
Yeah, I was thinking that, because it could go into a conservatory quite happily, couldn't it?
Totally. Yeah.
Or indoors? More conservatory.
It still needs a lot of light, but yeah, I'd say conservatory if you've got.
As long as it's not getting down to minus temperatures.
Yeah, be fine. But yeah, there's no reason why you could not have that indoors and then put it outdoors when it's a lot warmer. But it's just a deal of the week. We're clearing some stock today, so if you want it, 680293. Right, Echinacea next.
Love this one. Oh, hang on.
Right, sorry, Stu was telling us that Stu's in charge, but Stu's in the gallery. He has got an important message about the Panzer Killwave. We've just sold out the current stock of the Killwave as well.
Oh!
So when's the pre-order then? Will it tell us?
Tomorrow. I'll bet you it's tomorrow. Yeah!
Is it tomorrow? Great, thank goodness for that. So now this is interesting. So don't worry about the pre-order. There's 189 reviews, by the way. The average rating there looks about 4 to 5 star. So they're going to be sent out next week. They should be sent out next week. So don't worry about the pre-order, because it says dispatch from the 23rd and it's the 22nd today. So that's fine. But just, I don't know if you're reading the product description there, but it has been labelled as the best performing pansy ever, and they are amazing. Please do not worry about it being a pre-order. The stock arrives tomorrow.
Comes in tomorrow.
That's all right. I mean, I know you're impatient, Bex, but come on. Even
I can cope with that.
You'd be like, yeah.
I'm all right with that, no problem at all.
So yeah, grab your cool web. It's gone crazy for those, but it is a buy one, get one free, and it is the best performing pansy. Right, Echinacea Papillo Orange is coming next. This is another great one for September.
Great one for September. So some later flowering again. Rudbeckia, Lobelia, Echinacea. What a gorgeous combination of those hot, fiery colours. Gives a real sort of cottage garden feel, I think, doesn't it, when you've got Echinacea planted? I just love how long-lasting the flowers are on the plant as well. So you can use them as cut flowers, but on the plant they last for ages. Bit like Rudbeckia, you get weeks and weeks out of them. Shaun, you were pointing out how you get these lovely stages of colour as they age. Look, you're getting those sort of golden, orangey tones, and then some more pinky tones.
Then the new flowers are far more yellow. It's like
and then
even
orange. When they go over, like this one here, you've still got interest going on.
Sort of a bit pinky when they go over.
I love that cone.
Yeah.
It's so solid. Honestly, feeling that,
no,
it's such
great.
a solid central cone. Really, really good for the pollinators. You'll be able to see in there, some of them are starting to turn yellow, and that is the pollen forming in the centre there. And that is what the pollinators are attracted to. So it's a really good one for them. Nice and easy to look after, completely winter hardy. It'll come with our lifetime guarantee as well, and just dead easy.
Yeah. And again, a lovely, bright, sunny position, well-drained soil. That's when it's going to be happiest.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's a great one. And if you are ordering today, they're normally about £10 each. You're going to get 3 for just £10.99. Again, club members, £9.89. You get that extra 10% discount. But yeah, they're beautiful, and they are very, very easy to grow, and they come back for many, many years. And the clump's going to get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, that is a good point. And then you can sort of divide them and spread them around your garden as well, can't you? You could grow them in pots if you wanted to, but I think they'd work better in borders personally. But if pots are where you're going to plant them, that would be absolutely fine too.
And that is 560895, saving nearly £19 today. Do love those. The colour is really beautiful, that particular Echinacea, but the flowers they're so long-lasting, they're so bold, they're so beautiful. And as Bex was saying, that cone is a landing pad and a magnet for your pollinators. And it is so important to get pollinators in the garden. It was a really bad year for butterflies, wasn't it?
It was, unfortunately.
Yeah. Good, not bad year for bees, but not a great year for butterflies. I think it was the worst in the last 14 years, apparently. Now we're going to move on to the azaleas, and this is a really extraordinary azalea in terms of colour, because it's...
the orange is just stunning. It's a bright orange.
Yeah.
Really, really bright orange. Oh, I'm just taking that out of the pot. Yeah, really well established, nice root structure going on there. Get that planted into your gardens. Now, obviously, you do need ericaceous compost for azalea. So if you've got... Not obviously. No, not obviously. You're right, Stu. It's not obvious to everybody, is it? You do need your ericaceous compost when it comes to azaleas. So if you haven't got acid soil in your garden, then think about planting these into a pot with some ericaceous compost. If you need some, we've got it on the website. Look at the colour.
I know.
And the beautiful thing about azalea, rhododendron, is that you have this glossy kind of evergreen leaves on there, which looks brilliant. But actually, once those flowers are in bloom, in springtime, sort of April and May, it actually smothers the plant. It really covers it, and they're quite showy flowers, aren't they? They're not sort of, oh, those are nice flowers. No, they really want you to look at them.
And I just love it when you see rhododendrons and you say your azaleas all grouped together.
Oh, yeah.
It is quite spectacular.
Definitely.
I've got a whole, I call it my ericaceous border. I've got a whole acid border, and the azaleas that I've got there, as Bex was saying, when they flower, they don't do like a half measure. They do tend to be absolutely covered and smothered.
Yeah.
Quite spectacular. But to get 2 of those again today for $14.99, fantastic price. Right.
Okay, I love this mix.
Oh.
I love this hellebore mix here. It's the shabby chic antique look for the colours that you've got that really do lighten this one up for me. I just think that colour combination, look at those greens and the yellows and the burgundy colours and the whites include. I mean, they're just so interesting, aren't they? And of course, these are great for late winter colour. You know, when a lot of other things just aren't up and aren't flowering yet. These are, hello,
no,
I'm here.
I went to Garden Centre on Saturday, I'll tell you what I bought. And it was
Coffee and a cake.
It was amazing. No, fish and chips and peas.
Did you?
Yeah, $9.99. Bargain. Oh, that was good. With bread and butter as well. But that's all I bought. Well, there were 4 of us. We all had fish and chips.
Nice.
It was lovely. That is all I bought. Yeah, it was. It was all I bought. But they did have hellebores there. Now, admittedly, they were really well established. They were in big pots. I would say they were in probably, I bet they were in 4-litre pots. But they were £25. And they were really, don't get me wrong, they were big established plants. And if you can afford to just sometimes buy an established plant, great. But most of us can't. And actually, I like the journey.
Yeah.
I love the journey. I love it when you buy a plug plant. And then a few years later, you're going, yeah, I remember buying that. It was a plug plant. Look at it now. So to get these as plug plants right now, you're saving £10. They'll take a few years to really, really get established, but you're going to have 10 of these.
Absolutely, yeah. They get to about, I mean, they don't get massive, do
No,
they?
no.
About 25, 30 centimetres height and, you know, sort of about that in spread as well. But 10 of them, that's a lot of area of a garden filled, isn't it? It's about brightening your late winter and early spring garden. Big double blooms, ruffled, they're speckled, totally tough and hardy, down to probably -20. These will be absolutely fine. They will be winter hardy badged on our website, so these will come with our lifetime guarantee as well. And just remember about those pollinators. You know, this is about bringing those early pollinators into your garden. They will have a valuable source of nectar for them.
Now, just a little tip, and I'm sure a lot of you regulars know this, if you buy any plug plants from us here at YouGarden, they arrive in 100% recyclable packaging. The plug plants arrive, generally speaking, in mini greenhouses. All they'll arrive in trays, but always give them a good water because they will have been in transit for a few days. So always give them a really good water before you actually plant them. What I did last year, because I've got like a love-hate thing with poinsettias, and because I love Christmas and I love like getting the house looking fabulous. But the amount of times I bought a poinsettia, and literally within a few days, half the leaves have fallen off. Have you had that? I mean, so last year I did hellebores in pots from a Christmas indoor arrangement. I mean, I only left them in the house for about 2 to 3 weeks because they're not house plants, but they did look really nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really nice.
Especially that colour mix that you've got here.
So you might want to put these in individual pots, and even if they are flowering at Christmas time, bring some of them in. But you're right, that colour mix is extraordinary, isn't it?
It's the most extraordinary. I love hellebores for winter flowers, but it's that colour mix that really sells this one to me.
Right, we've also got a fern collection for you next, which are fantastic in terms of price, fully winter hardy, 64999. You can double up and get 12 for 14.98. But we are going to tell you right away, they do not look great when they first arrive, these at the moment.
No, they've been cut back a little bit, you know, but they just need planting and looking after and putting into your gardens. We've got a mixture of varieties in there. We've got a copper shield fern, we've got the Korean rock fern, the Japanese lace fern, we've got fortunes fern included in there, and I think the 6th one, there's a hairy lip, there's a hairy lip fern, and I think there will be a lucky dip from the above named varieties, basically.
But when they arrive, and bear in mind, these have got the lifetime guarantee.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
So do bear that in mind. But when they arrive, because they don't look great at the moment, they've been cut back, but they're all really healthy plants. They just need a home. That's all. So don't sort of like open up the greenhouse. Go, oh, look at my ferns. They do look like this. That's how they're going to arrive, but they will spring into life before you know it. And they've got that fantastic lifetime guarantee. But the value, I mean, 12 for 14.98, that's just over £1 each. So you've got to bear that in mind, haven't you?
Absolutely. And if you've got those shady corners in your garden, I still haven't filled my shady corner. I definitely need to get some more ferns in there. But these are brilliant for giving you that foliage interest. A lot of these will be evergreen. Some of them will be evergreen. There might be a mixture of evergreen and some more sort of herbaceous ones. But giving you that interest throughout the year in those shady spots, which we know are some of the most difficult in our gardens.
And we've worked out, if you're in the club and you double up on these, it works out about £1.12.
Look at the colours in that one.
Amazing. I've got a whole side that's full of ferns, and they're just so easy to grow. But also the slugs don't like them. So the other obvious alternative for shady corner are hostas, but slugs love hostas. So unless you're using straws and things like that, you're going to get holes, you're going to get damaged plants. But generally speaking, slugs do not like ferns. So you can tend to get they tend to be very, in general, disease resistant as well. Right, Pansiku Wave, we are on pre-orders. but we are shipping from tomorrow. So I'm not being funny. Whether you ordered our current stock or whether you're going to get the pre-order, they're all going to go out from tomorrow onwards anyway. But we do love this one, don't we?
Absolutely adore them. 10 months worth of colour. I mean, there aren't many things that will flower for 10 months, and these absolutely will. The picture that you're looking at there is very, very likely to what you will be able to grow in a hanging basket, particularly if you get hold of them now, you plant them now, and of course, with that Blooming Fast free gift, as long as you're feeding them, you will definitely get these beautiful, rounded, bulbous displays that you're looking at here. They tumble and cascade, and they're stupidly hardy.
They really are. And I have done mixed hanging baskets before. I've used Pansy Cool Wave and some other varieties of pansies, and I can honestly say the Cool Wave outperforms. It's just the strongest one. It's the one that does keep flying for those 10 months, and it does flower profusely for 10 months. And you can keep them for next year. You know, we tend to think of pansies as being just winter bedding, and you know, you suddenly get to summer and you think, oh, the pansies, because they do get, by the end of the summer, they'll be exhausted. I mean, you would be if you'd done all that work, wouldn't you? You know, if you
worked solidly for 10 months.
Yeah, you'd be exhausted. You need a holiday, but you can actually cut them back and then get them to fly again next autumn. Just say cut them back and then start feeding them in autumn, and they'll keep coming back. But it's a brilliant pansy, our absolute favourite, beautifully bred, and you get a buy one get one free today, 409.67. I'm doing a lot of the pub garden in Pansy Cool Wave this year, so I'll show you what the pub garden looks like, and hopefully it'll look amazing. It should do.
I'm sure it will. With your green fingers, I'm sure it will.
But you don't need green fingers with those, do you?
Very
you
true,
don't.
very true.
You don't. You really don't need to be an experienced gardener to grow those. That's a great thing. Right, keep chatting to us. We would love to hear from you. Send in your emails. Don't forget, chat on YouTube, Facebook. But let's remind you of some of the brilliant deals we have had so far. And actually, if there's anything you want to see again, I mean, myself and Bex, we can show you whatever you want. But these have been really popular. So these are the Garden Ready Hollyhock Chater Mix. So these are doubles. And hollyhocks, we were saying they've been magnificent this year. If you want a real height in your garden, these can go, in fact, my mum's, some of hers have gone, not this variety, but some of hers have been like 8 foot this summer. They are amazing plants in terms of they thrive in such poor conditions. You often see these in coastal towns. You often see them grown out of walls and things like that, and often they do self-seed as well. So buy them now, get them established, and you'll reap all of the rewards next year, and they are garden ready. 410-121. Really busy today. Don't forget to use that offer code YGTV3824. So Neil is one of the many people that spot our lupins. And Neil, I'm with you. I love lupins. I think I've got similar taste to Neil, actually, in terms of gardens. But these are a little bit more compact. Buy them now, get them in the ground, and then you will reap the rewards next summertime. And they're one of the earliest of the perennials to flower. You always start to get your lupins flying kind of June time in general. Garden ready, lots of different colours in here, lots of bi-coloured lupins as well. They can flower twice, so if you just take off the flower spikes just as you're going over, quite often you will get a second flourish. Or what you can do is leave the flowers, the dead flowers on, and they will produce seeds, of course. And lupins are quite a good one at self-seeding. 410123 for the Lupin Gallery Mix there. And it is a double-up deal. Now, the Pansy Cool Wave, these are, don't worry about them being on pre-order because they will be arriving and being dispatched from Monday onwards. So you're waiting a few hours basically for those to be in our system and ready to be dispatched. And it is a buy one get one free. And I'll say it again, fully winter hardy. Hardy's about -20 at least. They will gently cascade, so they tumble out of baskets and pots. They produce thousands of flowers of all these beautiful colours. They're just a really strong breed, and they flower for 10 months of the year. It's just like the height of summer that they don't like. They're a bit like me when it gets too hot. They just start to, well, yeah, they do start to wilt. They're like, oh, I'm exhausted, I hate this heat. But up to sort of like July and August, they will be absolutely superb. 409.67. Now, also, a lot of you have been ordering our spruce bark, and it's a great way of making your beds and borders look neater. It's a great, look, we've put ours just around that gorgeous spiral olive tree there, and it just neatened it up absolutely beautifully. It really has. So they're great for neating up pots, containers, beds and borders. They obviously do help if something's a little bit tender. It gives it that extra bit of protection. But if you want to multi-order that, we'll send you as many bags as you like with postage included. I know some people in the past have bought 6 bags or 9 bags. If you want to be clever and milk our system, do it in 3s. And then that takes you over, you know, yeah, £45. Well, you got postage included anyway. But, well, no, actually, no, forget everything I've said. Because postage is included, no matter how many bags of those you order, do it individually and you'll get a free gift with every one. So do bear that in mind. Because postage is included, if you're just buying that, buy each bag individually and you get a bag of Blooming Fast with every single one. But you've got to use this week's code, which is YGTV3824. 100-061. Now, we just saw the azalea that have been really popular. It's a beautiful colour, this one. It's the orange. It's a Japanese azalea. Very easy to grow. They can grow well in sort of like part shade. You often see these growing in, I've seen them in Scotland, in some of the big sort of like, you know, woodland areas there. But they just need an acid soil, so do bear that in mind. It's not a kind of, ooh, I may need an acid soil. They do need an acid soil. And if you haven't got an acid soil, and a lot of people don't know their soil type, just make sure you use what we call an ericaceous compost. We've got one on our website, and that will give them the acid condition that they love and will thrive in. 511501 for the Japanese azalea. Now, also, we have got the beautiful echinacea called Papilla orange. Now, echinaceas do really, really well in terms of flying late summer, so they add that extra pop of colour to the garden. The butterflies, the bees, they love them. They are a perennial that come back every single year and get bigger and stronger. And for me, it doesn't get much better than this in terms of autumn colour. Absolutely magnificent. And they are down to £10.99. You're saving £18.98. 560895. But back with Bex, and we've got some amazing deals today on our pots. Can we just both say, by the way, thank you to all of the new viewers and customers. Can we talk about the club membership, actually?
Yeah, I think we should, because it does sound like we've got a few new people watching, because we're certainly seeing some new names popping up. The club is a fantastic thing to join, and I don't want you to think that we're trying to tie you into something, because we really aren't. There's 2 options for you. You can go for the auto renewal, or you can go for the 1-year membership. Now, the 1-year membership is £10. It will end after a year. So if that's the one you want to go for, fantastic, do that. However, do consider going for the auto renewal. It's half the price. It's only £5, but we're not tying you in. You can cancel that. There's nothing saying you have to stay there at all. You can cancel it, so don't worry about that. But what you're going to get from this is 10% off every plant and accessory order. So pretty much, in fact, yes, everything we bring you in the potting shed, certainly everything we brought you for the last year, you get a 10% discount off. Plants, pots, compost, the bark mulch, the Strolch, all of it, 10% discount. Plus, you can shop the entire website and you can get 10% off a lot of the things on the website. There's a few things that it's a 5% discount, but the majority is the 10%. And you're going to get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to use throughout the year. So you can start saving today on your first order. You'll spend £5 to join the club, but you'll get a 10% discount on this order that you placed this morning or this afternoon. Then you'll get a welcome pack that's sent out to you in the post, which will contain your £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers. Top tip to those that don't know, you can use those vouchers at any point in the year. They do have dates on them. We try and spread the spend so that you'll spend £5 every 3 months, but you don't have to at all. It's 1 per order, so you can't use the full £20 on 1 order, but you can use them in the same day if you want to. If you place 4 orders in a day,
really good,
you can use those vouchers in 1 day.
I mean, it seems too good to be true. I mean, we joined the club when we first started working here last year, but it's an amazing club. It's brilliant. And I think most of you regulars are club members, but obviously you might be new. So save money on your first order today by joining that club, as Beck says, for £5.
Yeah.
And even things that are on offer already, or, you know, that are on current promotions.
Yeah, you'll get a discount on that.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, well, they're already on a buy one, get 3 free, so you won't get your club discount. You do.
We get some amazing prices at YGTV. Now, we've got lots of customers from various different places. There's catalogues, there's websites, there's a variety of places that we sell products. What we found is YGTV have the best prices. We always seem to get the best value. Oh yes, Stu's saying, when I placed my order the other day, because I work here, so we get staff discounts.
We do get staff discounts.
And staff discounts, they tend to be really good discounts, don't they?
Yeah.
And it's a very generous staff discount. So I'm not complaining in the slightest. Very, very generous. However, I placed an order last week. Which code do you think I used? Do you think I used my staff discount code, or do you think I used the YGTV code? Of course it was the YGTV code, because this code is better than the very generous staff discount.
Yeah, it's true, because you can't use both codes at the same time. So 9 times out of 10, it is the YGTV code that we both use.
Absolutely.
So, it's a brilliant, brilliant way of shopping. But this is a buy one, get 3 free, and you've loved these. It's called the Kiki Planters. They look like terracotta, but they're not, because they're lightweight, they're UV resistant, they're frost proof. They've got all the drainage holes in there. They're pretty much impossible to break, aren't they, Bex? Pretty much. Yeah.
Do you know what? I've just made a dint in the side of the wood here. Yeah, look.
This potting table belonged to Peter's granddad.
I won't break it anymore. But I'm just pointing out how robust it is. Look, I just made that. I won't do that anymore. Sorry,
now
Peter,
the leg's gone wobbly.
That wasn't me. Stop trying to get me in trouble.
Hey, really busy today. I mean, look, we're having lots of fun. Keep those messages coming, but get these planters. And loads of the bulbs we've got, like the crocus, the mini narcissi, the Caribbean lily. All of those that would look fantastic in here. Right, we've also got just a handful remaining of our April beige planters. Now, these were brand new this season. These are not old stock. And we remember seeing them when they first came in. We both said, oh, we like those new planters. And it's a good job we did say that, because it was the head gardener that picked them. So, but we did. We both said they look really sophisticated, they look really expensive. We have sold them for an awful lot more, but we are giving you an offer today where you get 2, so it is a pair, for $14.99 or $13.49 for club members. That works out for club members $6.75. And I mean, I'm not being funny. I don't think we do these justice, like we have them just stuck on the compost. But the one we've got down there with the olive in, it gives you an idea of how sophisticated these are. They've got like an abstract dahlia design on them that is slightly raised. What's the word for that? I'm thinking
embossed. Debossed. Embossed.
Is it embossed?
Embossed.
Yeah, I think embossed is right, isn't it?
I'm just trying to think of my crafting days.
You should know, Max.
And I used to work
it is
on that
embossed,
channel.
Isn't it?
It is embossed. Yeah. I'm sure it is.
But they've got a lovely patterning on them. And we're going to go with embossed. We'll stick with that one. And they've got pre-drained holes, but I love the shape of them, don't you?
Yeah, it's that tapered shape, that lovely kind of woman's waist shape. And then, it just slims down to the bottom there. It looks so pretty. I love the square as well.
Yeah.
You know, there's something really kind of appealing about the square shape of the planters. They're super pretty. Love the colours. Love the fact that they're frost-resistant, UV stabilised. You've got all the drainage that you need. You don't need to add any extra in there. And you've got the reinforcement around the lip as well. Right,
15 pairs of the beige remaining.
Yeah, they're going to go.
The indigo green, we've got a bigger stock of. I mean, I love both of them. It doesn't really matter. I mean, Bex and I were joking that I love the beige, you love the indigo. Actually, we both think they're gorgeous.
They're both really pretty.
I think you could get a pair of both, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So we are down to 15 pairs of the beige. If you're watching live right now, this Sunday, 130571. And then the Scylla peruviana, the Caribbean lily. We've got stop warning on that one as well.
Yeah, so this is the most popular of the spring flowering bulbs that we've got for you. It is a pack of 3 bulbs, so if you're getting all 3 of these in the mix and match, you will get 9 of those bulbs. That will be gorgeous. But of course, you can mix and match those with the other bulbs that we've got available.
And thank you to Amanda for sharing.
Yeah, great pictures.
Yeah, you really shared the Caribbean lily journey there, from it first budding to it coming into full flower. Amazing, it looked beautiful every step of the way, didn't it?
Totally, yeah.
Well, I was impressed with, because like, my growth journey was, I definitely had ugly periods, you know. I did, you know. I was actually quite a pretty baby, and then I went really off when I was like 7 or 8, and then as an early teenager I was actually quite attractive, and then I went really off again, and then my adulthood has been very hit and miss. But that Caribbean lily
looked great all the way through.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
From a little baby right the way through to full adult, it was gorgeous through every chapter of its life. Well, anyway.
Anyway, right, we're on to the favourites table. The favourites table. We start out the week with what we think you're going to like. What is our favourites? But then we adjust it based on what you're buying, basically. And this is the most popular. Actually, some of the bulbs should probably be over here as well. But look, let's start with the lobelia. Absolutely beautiful. Height, drama, gorgeous colour, bright red flowers, quite exotic looking flowers against the dark, beautiful foliage and late flowering as well. So starts in summertime, but it keeps going into September and October. So this is a great one for extending that summer season of interest.
And look at the price, $6.99. I mean, they're normally £10 each. They're really well established, but you're getting them for, well, they're £2.33, or if you're in the club, £2.10. Then we've got two brand new Nandinas, and we both love Nandinas. And previously you'll have seen, I love all the Nandinas. I've got the Obsessed.
I've got the Firepower.
I've got both actually. I've got the Firepower as well, haven't I?
Yeah, you've got both.
Yeah, the Firepower is the one that's hidden.
It's hidden in amongst your ferns and things. You need to move it.
That's my job to move next week. These are brand new, and this is my personal favourite. The red light, because it's variegated. And so you've got these lovely marblings, but it's a very easy one to grow. Sun, it will do best, but part shade, it will be fine. It's fully evergreen. It changes colour constantly. It's compact. It doesn't get straggly. It's got white flowers in summer, followed by green berries that go then and waxy red. I mean, what is not to love?
You can't go wrong with it.
No.
If you've got a smaller garden, definitely you need some Nandina in there, because this looks good all year round. If you've got a larger garden, you need some Nandina, because this looks good all year round. And it's super easy, no maintenance, little to no maintenance.
And I've got mine near my acers, and the acers are fabulous in summer, great in autumn, but in the winter they're just twigs.
Yeah.
That looks fantastic on the worst days in the middle of the winter. It looks good every single day of the year. Then the other one, which for some reason has been slightly more popular, this one, the Gulfstream.
I mean, it's all about personal choice, isn't it? I quite like the variegation, but you know what? Maybe you want to go for the more solid colours, and you'll still get those range of colours on here. You'll still get those pinks and oranges and golds and things. It tends to come out bronze and orange in spring, and then it goes more green in summer, and then you get the reds and the golds in autumn and winter. Of course, you're still getting the white flowers, you're still getting the red berries, and you're still getting all of the amazing low maintenance attributes that come with Nandina.
Do you know what I'm thinking? This is just after we saw that Caribbean lily journey. We really should take pictures in our garden of our Nandinas, because the change is
amazing.
In terms of the colour, amazing. Right, Rebecca next, again, really popular. You get 3 of these incredible perennials at a price of under £7, $6.99. And it's another really good one that still looks fantastic in September. I mean, yours has been flowering all summer long, hasn't it?
Honestly, it's amazing. It's sort of started to come up, where are we? Middle of September. Yeah, it started coming up early August. So honestly, there's been flowers on this for a good 6 weeks. That's when the flowers started appearing. The foliage was obviously coming earlier than that, but the flowers started popping up, and that was it a couple of weeks ago. Still looks that good right now, and it's going to continue looking that good as well, right the way through into October. And this is why I love having it in my garden. The bright yellow, that dark cone centre as well. A magnet for pollinators. They absolutely adore it, but it really brightens. And you can see that was actually quite a dark day when I did that video. But how bright was that yellow colour?
I mean, just a beautiful, beautiful plant.
Gorgeous.
And a lot of garden designers, as you know, they plant in 3s. It does, for some reason, it does really, really work.
Yeah.
So you are going to get 3 of those. And I've found that with my garden. I've kind of like recently been, well, no, I haven't actually been doing it. I've been planning it in my head, but I look at some of the borders, I'm thinking, right, I'm going to get another of those, and then I've got 3, and it does work. So you're going to get 3 of those, and just along a border, 1 in the middle, 1 either side. Could look fabulous. All in 3 pots, of course, as well. But they are on offer. They are absolutely flying today. But remember, you need to use that offer code YGTV3824. Then finally, we get our I love cutie pie. Which cartoon was it that? Was it? No, I'm thinking of Tweety Pie.
Tweety Pie,
I'm thinking of Tweety Pie.
Tweety Pie.
Sylvester, wasn't it? We got cutie pie instead.
Now, this is a brilliant one. So it stays really nice and compact. Doesn't get much taller than you're looking at there, but it'll spread to about 30 centimetres. So you get this lovely, neat, compact little rose bush. Loads of flowers on it through the summer into September as well. But the two great things about this is there are no thorns on it, and also it does not need deadheading. It doesn't produce those rose hips, so you don't have to worry about the deadheading process. Just keep it well watered, keep it well fed, and put it in a sunny position, and that will be absolutely beautiful. Works lovely in pots. I think this is a great one to have in little pots raised up.
I mean, I do like it in the pink pot on the image, don't you?
Yeah, it's really pretty.
What were
definitely.
those? Oh, I forgot the name of those ones we had. That we've both got the multicoloured ones.
Yes. Was it the Prisma?
Was it Prisma? No. Bellagio!
Oh, Bellagio. Yeah,
that was
they were the really brightly coloured ones. I quite like the pink, though, the marrying of the pink colour. It's quite cute, isn't it? Prisma pink might be a little bit big. You could probably put 2 of those in the Prisma pink, and it would fill that out. But yeah, they do. Anyway. They get to about 30 centimetres, so we're only talking about that big. Is that how wide it is, Stu? Oh, right. I want it overhanging. I don't want it
Do you know what? Whatever pot you're going to put that in, it's going to look great, though, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, it's really
I've got it in
cute.
a dark-coloured pot, one of our, like, the acorn planters, something like that, and it looks really nice against that. It is.
It's new to me. I didn't know this one until the last few weeks. 511026 for the cutie pie. I don't know why I keep doing that voice, but it's called cutie pie.
Cutie pie.
It is. Right. Very, very quickly, the Scylla peruviana, the Caribbean lily, is so limited stock. You need to get your order checked out right now. And that is part of the 3 for 2 mix and match. You saw earlier, if you were watching earlier, the journey of this incredible bulb flowering is just gorgeous to watch. So that is very limited stock. We're not going to get any new stock till October, mid-October. That is fingers crossed as well. And the Panzerkill Wave, they are on pre-orders, but luckily the pre-orders start being dispatched tomorrow, so you don't have to worry about that at all.
No, not at all. So don't worry if you're looking on the website and it says pre-order. They are coming in tomorrow, so they will be starting to be dispatched from tomorrow. So there's no real wait there,
there isn't.
Is there?
And you are getting a buy one, get one free. That is the best performing pansy we know, and it will flower for 10 months of the year. Now, a lot of you are putting together big baskets. If you use the offer code, you'll get free delivery when you spend at £40. The free gift I love today, don't you?
Yeah, it's our Blooming Fast fertiliser. So it's the big sachet as well. It's the one that's worth £4.99. It will make 100 litres of plant food. So it's a soluble one. We showed a little video earlier of you in your garden showing how to make it. It's super easy to make, but it's going to feed your plants. It's high in NPK. It's got all the trace elements. It's the vitamin pill that your plants need.
Yeah, and it really makes sure that every part of the plant, from the roots, the stems, the leaves, the flowers, the fruits, it makes sure every part is fed and is really healthy. And you can even use it for your houseplants as well. But we are going to be back in a few minutes' time. We've just got a few little videos to show you various products that we sell here at YouGarden. We're going to have a loo break, aren't we? That's what we're going to do.
Stu's putting the coffee on.
Yeah. But don't go anywhere, but do check out your baskets. Remember, a lot of items are limited stock today, but here's some of the great items we have on YouGarden.
We describe this as premium professional compost. And the reason for that is it is the compost that is known, this formula we have perfected over decades. I've been using it for decades. We have perfected it over decades. You've got a blend of the best peats plus wood fibre that you can imagine. Now, by volume, approximately 50% of this compost is wood fibre, and the balance is made up of a blend of peats, and there are 3 different peats. So you've got things like sphagnum moss peat, which is renewable. You've got sedge peat, and then you've got darker sphagnum as well in there. So you've got 3 different peats. You've also got, you can see actually just there, there's slow release fertiliser. These little green, what look like little eggs, you'll see those dotted among the compost when you're planting it. That's slow release fertiliser. One of the most expensive ingredients in any compost is fertiliser. You can see there's another one just down below. That is amazing because that will deploy nutrients to the roots of whatever you grow in this compost just when they need it over the next 6 months. You then got what's called a buffer. Now, peat in particular is naturally acidic. And plants like to be just on the acidic side of neutral as a generality. There are exceptions, so things like rhododendrons and azaleas, they love to be properly acidic in terms of the ericaceous soil or compost they're growing in. But most things like it just on the slightly acidic edge of neutral. So that's what this is designed to give you. So it's got a pH buffer to keep it in exactly that zone. The wood fibre keeps the sort of perfect air-water porosity ratio, which is what we talk about in the trade, all these complicated terms. But it's what plants need is they need a jungle gym to grow in. So they need a jungle gym for their roots, which is called growing medium. They need some water, and they need some air, and they need nutrients. And when you've got the perfect compost, it blends the air and the water and the constituents of the compost. It all blends together to give the perfect environment. That's what this particular compost does, which is why it's trusted by us. We will be growing approximately 150,000 potted roses on this nursery this year. That's roughly what we grow most years. We'll be growing, I don't know how many hanging baskets, but our pre-planted hanging baskets that will be available later, you will have bought them in the autumn and last spring as well. They grow in this compost. We will grow countless perennials, whether they be in the 9 centimetre square pots or the 3 litre pots or the 5 litre pots, plus fruit trees. And this is the compost we use for all of those things. So we trust it, the trade trusts it, and actually based upon the well, literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bags of this particular compost that you've bought over the years, you definitely trust it as well. And, you know, and actually, peat is a thing. We need to think about peat. Not me. I happen to also be peat, but it's the peat that's in here that we're talking about. We can still use peat in our gardens right now, and actually the alternatives, generally speaking, are a bit iffy. So if you want to get the best results, in my view, use this particular compost for as long as you can. It's got 50% other material in it, which is the lowest level we could get to and still have a professional quality product for you and for ourselves. So we've been as eco-friendly as we can, and we jumped onto that particular that approach years and years and years ago. So this is the same formulation that we've had for at least the last 6 or 7 years, with 50% other material to bulk out the peat, and it still works better. So I would say this is, in my opinion, it's the only compost I use at home. It's the compost we use on the nursery. I can't recommend it highly enough.
Yeah. Now, I've got my hose pipe here, but I'm not going to water my plants today because actually they're quite wet. It's rained, but I am going to feed them. And I am, of course, going to use Blooming Fast. Now, this was actually a little freebie I got when I ordered off YGTV. But this one packet will make 100 litres of our premium plant food. Now, I've got a big watering can. This is 10 litres. Most watering cans are 5 litres. But that one packet would actually fill that 10 times. And all you need to do, get a teaspoon. I'm going to put 2 in here because it's a 10 litre. So a couple of those in like so. I always like to put that in first, then add the water, then it gets a really good mix. So fill that right up. Right, that's full. I'll be honest, I do like to give it a stir as well. I probably don't need to, but just in case, to give that a really good mix. And then we're going to start feeding. So I've got begonias in here, I've got some geraniums. Personally, I always like to feed my plants after I've watered, and I like to do my feeding at night as well. You don't have to, but personally, I normally do it later on in the evening. But yeah, because these are in extra small pots, there's not a lot of compost in there. These really do need to be well fed. And in peak season, I do feed once a week. The well-fed plants, they grow so much bigger. You get more flowers, you get more shoots. Makes a big difference to your fruit and veg, of course, as well. This is a Thunbergia, Black-Eyed Susan. I've grown it up my jasmine there. It's doing nicely, but again, I've not fed it for quite a while, so I'm actually, because it's in a big pot, I'm going to give that a really good feed, and hopefully that will be covered in the next few weeks. We're back.
Hooray!
Thank you so much. Loads of orders coming in.
Yeah, it's been a really busy Sunday, so thank you very much. See, there is gardening to do so many times in the year. So many people think that gardening ends when summer ends, and it isn't true, is it? There's so much to do.
I think with gardening, you're always planning as well.
Yeah.
You know, right now we've got bulbs coming up, and you're planning for spring. Now so I'm just finishing off my lunch. If you've got any questions, you can email us ygtv@yougarden.com. Loads of you have been sending in pictures. You can also chat with us on YouTube and Facebook, of course. You can follow Bex and I on our own social media as well. So I'm Shaun Ryan, presenter and plant man. We'll put those up a little bit later. And Bex has got her own social media as well, which is a bit more complicated than mine.
No, I can't change the name. I'm Bex Edwards My Garden or Rebecca Bex Edwards. You'll find me if you search for those. You'll be fine. I was just looking at the YouTube chat. Neil gave us his list, obviously. Alwyn and lupins are still flowering. Neil saying thanks for the advice, Shaun. So I don't know what you were saying, but he's saying thank you for the advice.
Yeah, I think I just said with the lupins, if they do arrive in flower.
Ah, yes, that was it.
Because some of ours are budding, even though they're like garden-ready plugs. I would take them off.
Chop them off.
Yeah.
Check this out. I've got Stu's in.
Oh,
Stu's
Stu!
in.
This is Stu! see how good he is.
He's brought Shaun his coffee.
Thank you, Stu.
Do you need one, Bex?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Stu, thank you. I didn't get to see. We love Stu. He is good, isn't he?
And Alwyn is saying that hellebores are on her list for next week. So well done. That's brilliant.
Always lovely to hear from you, Alwyn.
Julia, you're sending us pictures again. Now, this was the picture.
We've been talking about this.
Now, Adam was in the potting shed with me a few weeks ago. You sent this in. It's a friend of yours, trying to identify it. I'm pretty sure Adam said that this was a hollyhock, and it does sort of look a bit like it with the shape of the leaves. So that's what we're going with for the time being.
Be. We were chatting about it. It does look like the leaves do look hollyhock-esque.
Yeah.
But it's just going a bit more.
It's a bit bushier, isn't it? That's what we're going with for the time being, anyway. Anyone else? If you know what it is, let us know. Yeah. Let us know so we can let Julia know. Who was that? People in the Facebook chat saying that Dixonia is growing. Ah, the little Dixonia.
Oh, great!
Do you remember when we did it?
Yeah.
Love that. Love those. Right, Dingo sent another picture in. A nice pic of hostas and ferns. And yes, it is a nice pic, Dingo. That looks absolutely stunning. I
love that.
It's coming. Hold on. Foliage, it's luscious, it's absolutely beautiful.
That is doing it for me this morning, or this afternoon, I should say.
Yes, please.
That looks.
I'm just going to zoom in a little bit.
Do you know what? That's really good planting there, isn't it?
That is so good.
Really good planting. Oh, yeah. Fabulous.
Just going to zoom straight. Oh, my word.
Yeah.
Love all of that.
And now I think there are stilbies in the back from what I could see.
I think they might be a stilbies.
Oh, yeah.
They are, aren't they?
They work well as well. See, all this... Dingo knows all those work really well together because they all like fairly moist and part shade. Great combination there.
And Grimmy says, a pic of my fern patch made this year using the YouGarden fern collection. We've done a few different fern collections. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, yeah, look. So down there, look, underneath the fatsia, those are the ferns starting to come through. That is going to get so lush. As those grow, I mean, yeah, you're going to have to move your little characters because they're going to get covered. But right now, that looks absolutely beautiful. That's going to be such a lush area, honestly.
Oh, God. And again, you know, they all like fairly shady areas though, so they're working so well. Right, so keep those pictures coming in. For those that have just joined us, I keep saying good morning, it's afternoon
now.
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome to YouGarden TV with myself, Shaun, the wonderful Bex Edwards. Stu, you just saw bringing in my cup of coffee. But big news, we are doing 3 for 2, mix and match on 8 different packs of bulbs. Loads of you are loving this, actually. So we're only going to show you a few of them now, but we've got 8 different ones on the website. And I love it when you can actually choose your favourites. Sometimes sometimes you're forced into buying like lots of the same thing, but you can actually choose your favourites.
Yeah, it's
and
great.
Actually,
We've got the mix and match.
The winter aconite's been really popular.
Yeah, so these are the 5 most popular ones. There's 3 others you can choose. Aconites are incredible, gorgeous, early flowering. These should be flowering along with your snowdrops, basically. So these could be as early as sort of February, late February. These will start poking up out of the ground. And these are a beautiful, gorgeous yellow colour. Fantastic for pollinators as well, bringing in those early pollinators, giving them a source of food in those early months. This has the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit plus their badge of perfect for pollinators. And
they are, when you see these en masse, and they do tend to naturalise, they are very impressive. And as Beck said, they're one of the first to flower.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember, true story, when I me and Mother have bought a house and knocked it down and rebuilt and had a nightmare. But the original garden, I did try and save as much as I could, but it did have a lot of aconites and snowdrops, and they did just kind of overlap a bit, and it was amazing. I mean, I've kept a lot of the snowdrops, but sadly a lot of the aconites disappeared.
Yeah.
But you don't see them that often nowadays. I don't know why, but they're fantastic.
They're going to work great if you've got some snowdrops somewhere. Get yourself some aconites and plant them in where the snowdrops are, because they'll be flowering at the same time.
God. And you were saying, Bex, I mean, and you can tell looking at them, they are from the buttercup family.
Yeah.
They do look like buttercups, don't they?
They do indeed, yeah.
Yeah. Right, another favourite for you right now. Now, how do you pronounce this one?
Chionodoxa.
Yes, Chionodoxa. Yeah, we all pronounce things slightly differently, but it doesn't matter.
We don't mind.
No, I say this is one I have actually grown. And I love it. It's really petite. So
yeah,
10
really nice and petite.
So.
10 centimetres tall. They don't spread by much either.
No.
But you've got glorious shades of blue included in there. They're great for planting in sunny spots, but also partially shady spots. They've got the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit, and they should be flowering again sort of quite early, February, March time. These will be coming out for you. And
when I just got them by themselves in little pots, but I did put a lot of them together in a pot because they're only small, but they are really cute. Really cute, and you are going to get 60. And I know that sounds a lot, but the bulbs are small. They're easy to plant.
Yeah, they're so simple.
Yeah, and you want to plant those in a big group together. But that's what they look like. All of our bulbs, by the way, do have full planting instructions, so they'll all have like things like what height they'll get to. They'll say what depth you need to plant them, what width. I mean, don't think, oh my word, I've planted it 2.1 centimetres and it said 2. You know, there's a bit of leeway.
There's a lot of leeway, to be honest.
Are you like me? I'm just like,
Bunk them in.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, we don't get us wrong. We know, within reason, but the golden rule is whatever depth the bulb is. If the bulb's 2 centimetres, you plant it 4 to 6. That is 2 times its depth, 2 to 3 times its depth.
I'm kind of a rough person.
Yeah.
Roughly, that's about right.
And I totally ignore how closely you're supposed to put them together.
Yeah, I do as well.
Yeah, I really cram them in.
Because sometimes they say 10 centimetres apart, but I'm like, well, that's a daffodil. I want it right next to each other.
So bulbs are forgiving, but try and follow the rules.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Right, we've also got the most stunning blue crocus, and these are the large flowered ones. And again, one of the earliest to flower, kind of February time.
Yeah, and they're great if you want to go for them with the large yellow ones. They are available on the website. The yellow and the blue together is really beautiful. This is the blue collection that you've got here. These will be flowering nice and early for you. About March time, these start to come up. Oh, maybe end of February, and into March time. This is when these are going to start poking up out the ground. Definitely a sign that spring is on its way. It's really not far away. That's definitely going to give you those sort of happy feelings of warmer days to come.
Yeah, and it is quite magical when you get those first bulbs flowering after what can feel like a long bleak winter.
Yeah.
And it gives you that hope. You know, when the crocus are flying, you know spring is just around the corner. And they're really good at coming back each year. They're really good at naturalising. And you are going to get 30 of those for just £9.99. I just love the shape of crocus, don't you?
Yeah, they're very pretty. I love that orange centre in there as well against the blue. It's really gorgeous.
Oh. And I'll tell you what else about crocus, the foliage isn't too annoying.
No, you're right.
It's not. When I say that, like, you know, you have to let bulbs die down naturally because that refeeds the bulb. And daffodils, let's be honest, there's a lot of leaves that come up after it's flowered.
They take ages as well, don't they?
Tulips take a while, but these, because the leaves are quite kind of slender, they don't get annoying.
No.
I don't think so.
No, you can ignore what's left behind. You can ignore them.
Right, what else we got? Oh, we've got the miniature daffodils. I mean, these have got to be in your basket today.
Love the miniature ones. They're so pretty, and it is a mixed pack that you're getting in here. So some of the more classic trumpet-shaped daffodils here, but also some of the more unusual and, you know, stranger-looking varieties, but the shorter ones. So we are talking maybe 15 centimetres height, 20 maximum, and you can plant these out in so many different places. Let's give you the details for those ones so you can put those in your basket if you want to. These would work great in those little kiki planters. They work great in all sorts of pots, but you could also put them in the top of hanging baskets and things as well. And
just imagine, because they will... If you think of the full-size daffodils, they would be too big for those kiki planters. They'd be too top-heavy.
Definitely.
But these miniatures, if you are buying the kikis, they'd be perfect in there. You can see that working.
Against that terracotta colour as well.
And the crocus. In fact, I'd be tempted if you're buying both of those, I'd put them both in there. And
yeah, do your little lasagna.
Yeah. So your crocus would come to first of all, and then just as your crocus going over, those Narcissus mixed miniatures would come through. But they would be fabulous, wouldn't they?
Yeah, really would. Yeah. You could even stick some tulip bulbs in there as well. Put the tulips at the bottom. There's enough depth in there, isn't there?
I'm going to say I think the tulips might be too tall.
No, the tulips are going to get too tall, aren't they?
Yeah, because the tulips gets about 40, 50 centimetres.
Yeah, you need a bigger pot for that. So you just want the shorter ones,
I think so.
You're right.
I think the tulips would be great in the April planters, don't you?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, the final one that we've got in our mix and match is the Caribbean lily, and this is the one that we've got the least amount of stock of.
I'm laughing. I thought you said the vile one.
The vile one.
I only half heard of this. Like,
vile.
The vile. There's no vile bulbs here. So the final one, it's like...
The final one is the gorgeous Caribbean lily. Very tropical looking, but absolutely winter hardy. You can plant these out in the UK, no issues whatsoever, and they are really, really beautiful. There's only about a dozen left, and then they're gone to the middle of October.
And actually, a lot of you do order after the show because not everyone. The whole point of the show. If you want to be part of it, then you watch us when we're streaming live. But a lot of you will just watch us later, and you can watch some of the previous shows as well. They're big bulbs, aren't they, for the Caribbean lily?
Yeah, really big bulbs, these ones. So, you know, they don't want to be planted too deep. You can see that there are shoots there coming out already.
I mean, to be fair, ours have been in the warm potting shed now for the best part of a week or two.
Yeah, but don't worry about that. That's still going to grow for you. Just plant these a little bit shallower than you would. I mean, don't plant those 3 times the depth of the size. No. Those just want to be just below the soil surface, and that is the kind of beauty they'll give you. Or, like Amanda showed us, this is the journey they could go on.
They are going to sell out. Once you see these pictures that Bex is going to share with you that came in from Amanda, one of our lovely customers, you're going to want these, aren't you?
I love this journey. This is fantastic. And this is what we've been talking about. Oh, why won't it go to the next one? I'm going to have to come back, Stu. I've gone on the wrong email. Apologies.
Do you need me to do the take backs?
We were saying this when we were talking about Caribbean lily, even from last year. This is going to take you on a journey because they open from the outside inwards, and this set of pictures is showing you exactly that.
I mean, that is beautiful, isn't it? And look, excuse me. One by one, they start to open. These are great pictures, aren't they?
There's so much interest, and I love that successional opening of the flowers until you get that crescendo of colour there. It's beautiful.
I'm having a moment looking at those, seriously. That just, you know, you see something truly beautiful, it really connects with you, and that journey there, absolutely stunning.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, we missed out on that journey last year. We are not bitter.
We haven't talked about it a lot.
No. Yeah, they sold out, but we've got them now. Yeah, so we were really. I'm not just saying it. It's the one thing really that we both meant to order last year and didn't, that we really regretted.
We were so annoyed.
We were, weren't we?
I mean, there's a few things I get excited about. I'm going to place that order and then I'll forget, or I'll decide I haven't got enough money to place that, or whatever it might be. But that's the one thing that's come back to me every single time.
Yeah, sometimes it is a question of budget, isn't it? But I think the rewards that you're going to get with this, and the price is amazing for those 3 bulbs, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So if you want to go for them, we are so limited stock. Still a lot of you watching the live stream, 630045. And it is 3 for 2, mix and match, but you might just want to go for 3 of those. We probably should have made it 1 per customer, but we haven't. So if you want those, 630045. Now there's 5 there that you can mix and match, but there are another 3, and let's just show you those right now, including Queen of the Night. And this is it's a gorgeous classic tulip. When I say classic, the shape of it is exactly how we imagine a tulip. Obviously, there's lots more new varieties nowadays, but the colour of this is extraordinary. It's almost black in certain lights, but then in other lights it's chocolate, and it's even got a little hint of burgundy. 600,003, and you're going to get 20 bulbs. Then we had the Mascari. Now these are just an absolute classic. They're known as the grape hyacinths because they are like a mini hyacinth. The one thing I say about these is that they don't get damaged by bad spring weather. Generally speaking, they're really robust. They can do great in sort of like slightly woodland areas as well, and they're very good at naturalising. And you do get 75. Again, these look really good in clumps, don't they? Really good.
Because they create this lovely carpet of colour. They're vigorous in their spreading habit, but that's great because they will cover areas, they'll pop up between your other spring bulbs, but they tidy up after themselves really quickly and easily as well. So this isn't one that you're left looking at thinking, oh, I wish that'd go away. It does tidy up very quickly.
And if you did manage to get the white ones last week, the Glauca, was it? No, it was Album, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the albums. Neil's got those. The purple ones look just as good. This bluey purple against white looks fantastic. I think they look really good mixed together.
Totally, yeah. Get them
good.
mixed in together for sure.
So if you got the albums last week, they are the perfect companion to go with these as well. 600,210. Then we had what looks like a snowdrop, but it's not quite.
But it's slightly later flowering and slightly taller. It is sort of related distantly to the snowdrop, and you can see that it's still got that lovely nodding bell-shaped flower on there. I absolutely adore the little green dots that you've got at the tip of each of those petals. But if you love snowdrops, this is a great way of sort of extending that look and feel of snowdrops in your garden, because your snowdrops will be sort of January, February time. They'll be coming up. These are March and April time, and they can get to about 40 or 50 centimetres in height, so they've got a little bit more presence than maybe your snowdrops have.
I've never ever grown the Lycosian.
They're very cute, aren't they?
They are, yeah. Really like those. 600,156. They do remind me slightly of Lily of the Valley as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like...
Yeah, I can totally see that.
Yeah, but... I still haven't ordered those. They're kind of like, do you have like a maybe list as well, Bex? Yeah. That standby list. No, they are. They're just outside the top 10 today. But
look, if I had the money and the space, I'd literally buy everything that's on the shelves. But unfortunately, the money and space is limited.
Now, if you are on a budget when it comes to your winter bedding, are you thinking, which winter bedding shall I go for? I cannot recommend highly enough the Pansy Cool Web, because these are the best performing pansy that we know. They've been bred to flower for 10 months of the year. They produce slightly smaller flowers than a traditional pansy, but you just get masses of them. And actually, I mean, last year, when it came to summer, because they flower up to about July, then they get straggly and die back. And last year I did just put mine in the green bin. But I'm really going to try and keep them going this year. It's just I didn't have much time to kind of look after them in the summer months, but you can keep them going as a perennial.
Absolutely, yeah. And this colour mix, look at that colour mix. I love it. I think it works so nicely together. The purples, the lilacs, the whites, the yellows, the little faces that you get on some of those. The fragrance is actually quite lovely as well that you get from those flowers too.
Forget about that, yeah, of course.
We often show you these in hanging baskets, and they are perfect for hanging baskets, absolutely. But you can put these into pots and they will tumble over the edges. You were saying about in the Kiki pots, these would look great in those Kikis. Honestly, they would be fantastic.
I would put 3 in the Kiki pots.
Yeah.
And
you
then
wouldn't need more than that,
No,
would you?
then they'll be amazing.
But you could plant these in the ground as well if you want to. If you want to plant them into the front of your borders, because they will, I mean, they're trailing plants, but actually they will just sort of spread across the ground and create ground cover for you as well.
409.67 for the Pansy Cool Wave, but it is a buy one, get one free, so you're going to get 20. Don't forget, by the way, try and get your basket, most of you have today, to over £40, and you will get free delivery. So do bear that in mind. I know I've got lots of new viewers. Get your order to over £40 and you will get free delivery on us. And these have been so popular. It's the Lobelia Speciosa, the Queen Victoria. It's a perennial lobelia. You've got gorgeous bronze foliage, fabulous, like a crimson red. And these will give you height as well. We're saying about 78 centimetres, maybe more actually.
And maybe even more, yeah. They kind of get up to about 3 feet in height. They're beautiful, late flowering as well. So a really important one to make sure that you're getting as much colour and as many flowers in your garden for as long as possible.
And we do say winter hardy to about -5, so you may need to give them a little bit of protection. And just being honest, slugs do like the new growth. We had a few messages about slugs. So do bear that in mind. If your garden is prone to slugs, do give these a bit of slug protection. Strawberry is a brilliant solution that's organic, natural, and just deters
Well, you've got
slugs.
the two things there, haven't you? It'll keep the slugs and the snails away, but it'll also give them that winter protection.
Yeah,
so it's a great one.
Yeah, that would be perfect, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. We all agreed to do that. Yep.
We all went yep at the same time.
Right, Rebecca, haven't got this one, but it's one of the highlights in your garden right now.
Really is. Like, genuinely, one of the things that looks amazing in my garden right now, and it's one of the best looking things in my garden, other than me, obviously. I've done nothing to it. I planted one plant last year, and I swear I've done nothing. I haven't even trimmed it back. I haven't deadheaded it. I've fed it and I've watered it occasionally, along with watering and feeding the rest of the plants in my garden. It looks amazing.
I just love it when certain plants are just low maintenance.
I'm going to put it right up there with geranium roseanne.
Yeah. Wow.
Absolutely, I'm putting it right up there.
Wow, and that was planted the centenary at Chelsea.
I love it.
And those two look good together.
Amazing together.
Yeah, so there you go.
Your geranium roseanne in front, and Rebecca at the back. You've got the blue and the yellow. Oh,
right.
Nice.
You've sold it to me, Bex, because I haven't got that one. I don't know why, but you look at plant, think, why haven't I got that? Yeah. To be fair, my garden is only, it's not even 4 years old actually. It's more like I only started it once we moved in the following year, so it's about 3 years old. So yeah, it's still work in progress. But yeah, they're a must, aren't they? £6.99 today as well. And Bex and I have said throughout the show, it's a brilliant time to plant perennials. The ground's warm. There's still lots of daylight around. You know, I've sometimes, one of the worst times to plant perennials is in the height of summer.
Oh, you're totally.
Yeah. You know, when all the garden centres are selling big established perennials in pots in July or June, and you go, like, oh, I'll have one of them. But actually, planting perennials in the height of summer is hard because you've got to constantly be on it with the watering.
Yeah,
constantly.
and you know they don't appreciate it. You know, it really stresses the plant at that time of year.
Like,
it still stresses the plant at any time of the year, but more so in the heat of summer.
It's like you on a holiday, on a sun lounger, by the pool, having a lovely time, and somebody just
What's
says,
that like?
"Hey." Yeah, Bex hasn't had a proper holiday this year. It's great, but it's not. It's like doing that and then suddenly get off that sun lounger. You're going over there now. So yeah, now's a great time. It really, really is. And do get some of our premium professional compost, and when you're planting those perennials, just put a bit of that around them. It will give them the best start possible. Right, we've got a value pack for you now with alliums, a complete collection that's going to give you colour from sort of like May right the way through to July. 100 bulbs for £12.99. That works out 13 pence a bulb.
It's one of my favourites.
Same here,
Honestly,
yeah, totally great.
As spring and summer flowering, in actual fact, but it's one of my favourites when it comes to the flowers in your garden. I started off with Purple Sensation a couple of years ago. That's what made me love alliums, and you get Purple Sensation included in this pack. Then I've gone on and I planted this collection last year. Absolutely adored these, the Siculums. I think they're called Nectaroscordum, aren't they?
They are, yes.
Love these ones. That was absolutely fascinating in my garden last year. Nice, tall, about 50 centimetres, and then all of these dangling, hanging flowers that you get
They're
on
really
them.
unusual. I've got that one, and it's quite fascinating.
It's a talking point,
yeah,
isn't it?
it is.
So you've got the white ones. You've got the Neapolitanum And
the nigrum.
Nigrum, thank you. Yes, the Neapolitanum and the nigrum are the white ones. We've got the Spherocephalons, the drumsticks, which are the latest flowering of the collection. Those don't flower until about August, in actual fact. And then we've got the Christophi. I mean,
I was going to say, that is my favourite. And because the balls are huge. The globes, I should
massive.
say.
So honestly, mine were like that big. They were so big.
I've actually now got in my conservatory, I've got a vase of those dried, and I would love to take credit. But it was a friend of mine that had dried them. But they look amazing. So I'm not going to take credit. But those are yours.
Honestly, I love them. And pollinators adore them.
I mean, for me, it's that globe shape is just perfect, isn't it?
And strong stems.
Yes.
This is the other thing. You know, really nice, strong, sturdy stems you get from alliums. They can withstand British weather, so you don't need to worry about that. Because you've got the mollies included in there as well, those yellow ones.
I've got that one, believe it or not, on a kind of like rockier area, but like a rockery.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because it's quite short.
Yeah.
You wouldn't normally put it there, but it actually does really well.
Yeah, very good.
But that's an amazing collection.
It's only $12.99 for 100 bulbs, or $11.69 if you are in the club. Just get these planted in your garden. If you haven't got alliums already, you need some alliums. Once you planted them, you will understand the love.
And alliums for so many years were one of the big sort of hits at Chelsea.
It was a Chelsea darling, wasn't it?
It was a Chelsea darling. Yes. It was. I mean, it still is. But and also our head gardener Peter. I remember him said to me years ago, Shaun, have you ever grown alliums? I was like, no, I haven't. And I think he actually gave me a pack. I know, he was feeling very generous that day. And he's right, I've never, ever gone back. I always have alliums. Now, there's one thing we will say about alliums. The foliage often dies down just as they come into flower. So, because my mum, she only grew them recently. And my mum was like, well, they're going out. The leaves, there's something wrong with them. So the leaves often start to go over just as they flower. So don't worry about it, that's not, but what I think you should do to make it look pretty, particularly in pots and containers, is underplant. So it just, because the leaves are really a bit straggly, aren't they? Let's be honest. You know, like a tulip has lovely leaves, doesn't it? But alliums don't. They can be quite wispy and straggly. But if you plant around them in pots, the display is then amazing, isn't it?
It really is. It's one of the most standout and talking points in your garden. Love an allium.
I mean, how do we do that for $11.69, say, for club
Not
members?
a clue.
How do we do it? I don't know. But they're pennies a bulb. Do you ever use them as cut flowers, like the big ones?
I never want to. I don't do major cut flowers in my house, to be honest with you.
I do but
occasionally, and I used to like buying them, but I like looking them outside. Let the bees have them.
Anyway, you need to get those today while we've got such a good deal, and now is a great time to plant them. And then we have got a value collection, really, of spring bulbs. I mean, we call it the complete spring bulb collection. We say spring, this takes us into, it nudges into summer, actually. So spring, summer.
It absolutely does. It's a great pack to do your lasagna planting with here. So if you've got your April planters and you want to do some lasagna planting, you definitely can with this one.
You did a great little video on that, didn't you?
I did, yeah. It's on the YouGarden Instagram. Is it Instagram and Facebook? Yeah, Instagram and Facebook page, if you want to have a little look.
Yeah, so there's some great content if you follow YouGarden on Facebook and Instagram. You know, loads of great online videos that Bex and I and Adam, the whole team, put on there. There's some of our head gardener Peter, but there's loads of little videos so you can just pick up a few hints and tips, including lasagna planting.
Yeah, but the general rule with lasagna planting is you're going for your largest and latest flowering bulb towards the bottom of the pot. So, for example, you might want to go tulips towards the bottom of the pot, and then you could go with some of your daffodils in the middle of the pot, and then you could go for some of your crocus in the top of the pot.
Yeah, and that would give you colour from sort of like February right the way through to probably April.
You could probably even add your tulips into there as well. Did I say tulips?
You said tulips, didn't you?
I did say tulips,
yes,
you're right.
You started with tulips.
Start with those at the bottom, yes, absolutely. So yeah, you could do your lasagna planting here. Now, it comes to you in one big bag. It is labelled so you can see what you're getting and how many of each, but inside there are all the individual bags of the 7 different varieties. We've just emptied them out onto the plate here so that you can see the bulbs in there, but you are getting So many included, starting off with your crocus, then it'll be your Iphion that starts flowering after that one. Then it'll be your daffodils, which are the beautiful shorter ones. Then it'll probably be your tulips, or they'll come out at a similar time, and these are the Triumph tulips, so you've got those lovely cup shapes on there. Muscari is probably going to be around at the same time, so right down the bottom there, that lovely grape hyacinth. And then we're going into the allium, so you've got the molly, which is the yellow, and then the allium drumstick, which is taking you into June, July and August.
That is amazing. So we're talking February potentially through to
August.
July, August.
Yeah.
Wow. And you are going to get 300. Again, the value is sensational. Works out 5 pence a bulb on this one at 630 050. Just one little tip from Bex and I today, just when it comes to bulb planting. Last year, because it was so wet, many bulbs rotted away, and that's why there is a shortage of bulbs right now, because a lot of the breeders and growers in Europe, they have really poor harvest, want of a better word, because of the wet conditions. So just make sure whichever pots these are going in, there's good drainage.
Definitely.
I mean, all of our pots, generally speaking, from YouGarden have got great drainage, but if some of yours haven't, make sure you rectify that. Put some more holes in, or put some grit and gravel in.
All of the bulbs I put into pots last year, great, had a wonderful time. They all came up, they were all absolutely gorgeous. However, a lot of them...
Yeah, your tulips are amazing, weren't they?
They were amazing. Everything I put in pots was brilliant, because I used our compost and obviously had great drainage. Unfortunately, because I live in a house or a garden that's got heavy clay soil, and I did plant a load into borders and through the grass and stuff, and yeah, some came up, but just not as many as I planted out.
And I heard a lot of people at the gardening club that I run said the same thing, like, oh, but all these bulbs and yeah, only half of them come up. So just bear that in mind. I think pots and containers are definitely the way.
Yeah, for me, that's what I'm doing
for
this
bulbs.
year.
That's how I'm doing pretty much all of my bulbs. The only ones that I am going to put in my garden, I am going to do crocus under the eucalyptus tree, and I'm going to put some daffs in.
Yeah.
I've got loads of daffs actually already. But I'm going
What was that? Amanda's bought some more Caribbean lilies, did I hear?
Well done, Amanda. You see, well done, because they are about to sell out.
She got jealous of herself. I love that.
Those pictures were amazing, Amanda. Seriously.
Really good.
You captured your Caribbean lily journey beautifully. Beautifully. Right, we have now got another brilliant solution when it comes to autumn and winter bedding. We've got primroses, 60 pro plugs for $14.99. Now, we do sell a variety of plug plants at YouGarden, different sizes. The garden ready are the easiest, because they just can go straight in the ground. The pro plugs need a little bit of growing on, but it is not hard work. I know Neil is growing his pro plugs right now. Now, in terms of getting them out of the tray, Bex and I have got slightly different methods.
I give it a little squeeze, so that just loosens it up, and then I can lift that out. Sean gets a little stick and sticks it in the hole at the bottom there.
Yeah, I normally just get a little stick, and I mean, I do a little bit of squeezing, but I'm a bit heavy-handed, Bex, so I tend to put a little stick in the bottom. But all you need to with these, you do need to grow them on. Don't put them straight in the ground.
Yeah, and it's super easy. Once I've taken it out there, and then I put it into a little 9 centimetre pot, bit of compost, and stick my little plug in there. That's all you need to do. Doesn't take long, but instantly, look at the sort of size that we're talking about. It instantly looks so much bigger, doesn't it?
I mean, it does. And within a few weeks, that, especially if you use our compost, will be a big established
it'll
primrose.
romp away.
It will. And this mix, it is a rainbow mix. Lots of these have bicolour. You've got, say, reds with yellows. You've got light blues with whites. You've got yellows with peaches. Stunning, stunning colours. And the great thing with primroses, they are a perennial. They will flower during the darkest, dullest winter months, all the way through the springtime. They start to die back a bit in summer. They tend to go more dormant in summer, but they'll come back the following autumn. And you can divide these. In terms of growing them up, what we'd say is any plant that you buy from YouGarden, always save the pot. You know, a lot of the perennials today are in 9 centimetre pots. Just save those pots, and then you can buy the pro plugs and grow them on. You don't need a greenhouse. You can just put them in pots and leave them outside. They're fully winter hardy, of course. But do that growing on before they go in the ground or go in pots and containers. They just need that extra, like, say, few weeks of growing. But that gives you amazing value. And we've both grown the pro plugs with various plants here at YouGarden. And it isn't just the fact that you're saving loads of money, it's a lovely little journey, isn't it?
No, I love doing it.
It's great.
I like rescuing a plant, and I like taking a baby plant and growing it into a big daddy plant.
Yeah.
It's my favourite thing to do.
Same here. I hate to see a plant wasted. It's just so sad. I went to one of the supermarkets the other week and they had about 10 trolleys of dead plants
I know,
outside.
it's awful, isn't it? It makes me really mad.
I thought, you know what, they've all been grown, they've all had a chance of life, and look at them, and they were really, really dead, you know. What makes me laugh is, like, when they reduce them and they tell like 50p off and it's properly dead, you know. I love it when it's like you can salvage it, but these were like
there's no salvaging those.
I mean, but that is a brilliant way of getting loads of primroses, and these are great in kind of like fairly shady spots as well.
Yeah,
under trees.
They form clumps. You can divide them. You get free plants in your garden, and they're just bright sunshine colours. Look at those rainbow colours.
Yeah, and if you are doing mixed winter baskets and pots, primroses and pansies look great together. They really, really do. Right, loads of you today are ordering our pots. What have I just stood on, Bex? This thing.
I don't know. Oh, yeah, I need to get that out of the way, look. That's quite lethal. I use it.
Yeah,
I use it to hook that down so that we can hang the basket up. I'll put it out the way.
This is a proper potting shed, by the way. It's a proper working potting shed. Right, loads of you are buying the bulbs and getting some containers and pots. Now, I know a lot of you already have pots and containers, but what we tend to do is have extra ones that we can rotate. So your summer ones maybe right now are still looking great and you've held on to them and you've been feeding them and deadheading, but you want to start preparing your winter ones. Get some extra pots, pot them up right now, and then you can swap them over when, say, your summer ones are down back. And actually, these are only 8 inches. It's a buy one, get 3 free. So I think I can always find room for these.
Oh, totally. And this looks great when you've got the larger pots. I mean, even around our April pots, for example. Not that I'd want to cover these up, but just as an example of how you can create a tiered display, because you can have a taller pot with beautiful things going on, and then you can put the little family of pots around it and create this wonderful tiered display here.
And do you know, I think sometimes a random mix of pots just works.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I quite like that mishmash look. I quite like it. It works really nicely.
I also like, don't get me wrong, some of you have sent in stylish pictures of, you know, pots all lined up that all match, or you've got alternate, and that can look great as well, but there are no rules. No. You have what you want, but a mishmash can look quite good, can't it?
Well, it's a buy one, get 3 absolutely free, so put 1 in your basket, enter the code YGTV3824, the other 3 will be free, they'll be in your basket. We've got a good stock of these, so if you want to multi-order and order, I don't know, put 4 in your basket, and then you'll get 12... 3, 6, 9, 12 free. Put 4 in your basket.
Yeah.
You'll get 12 free.
Oh, you would, yeah. 4 by 3 is 12, yeah.
You can use them as a hat if you want to. It's
Beautiful.
Up to you.
You might still get wet because there's good drainage in the bottom of that.
Yeah, so many of these will be free for you, so do think about multi-ordering on these. We know that you did it with the little Torinos earlier on in the year, and there's ways that you can display those. You've got pots like this down your steps, haven't you? That you've got little
I've got little succulents in them now, but what I tend to do is, again, I put the succulents in the greenhouse in the winter, and then I'll fill these with, I think last year I had primroses.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Nice,
yeah, they're gorgeous, and you can change them over very, very easily depending on the season as well. So highly recommend those. Just put 1 in your basket, you'll get 3 free.
Yeah, but you do need to use the code.
Yes, you have to.
Who hasn't used the code today?
I bet everybody's used the code.
Oh,
I mean, we do
has,
bang
good.
on about it a lot, so hopefully everybody has.
Well, I forgot one day to use the code. I think I'd placed 8 orders. It was when we did, it was a free gift that I really wanted, and I wanted lots of them, so I did 8 orders. And the 8th order, I'd had a glass of wine, it was later, it was a Friday night, and I forgot to use the code. And then the confirmation came through, and I went, oh, hang on, that's wrong.
Spent a lot of money there.
Yeah, I did. I really lived to get it. So I never did it again. Right. Very important, we are so limited on the April square planters in the sort of like grey powdered beige, this one here. Don't know if they're coming back, but what I do know is they are an absolute steal today. You are getting a pair of these for $14.99 or $13.49 for club members. That works out. For non-club members, $7.50. For club members, $6.75. And they are beautiful. I think these are really tasteful. Really tasteful.
Definitely. You've been saying about how high-end stores, you know, the sort of...
Well, I thought
the John Lewis's.
John Lewis, House of Fraser, you know, Marks and Spencer, Habitat. I know they're online. You know,
all of those suppose you wouldn't think this was a miss if you saw that on there.
No.
It's got the square shape to it, which I think is very sort of high end. It's got that lovely tapered shape to it as well. It's frost resistant, UV stabilised, got the extra reinforcement around the rim, got all of the drainage that you could possibly need. They just need some plants to go in them.
Yeah, right, very quickly. The beige is so close to selling out. So if you're watching live right now, coming up to about 1:10 this first autumn weekend, then all you need to do is order those right now. And do think about multi-ordering. If you went for 3 sets of these, you'd be spending just shy of £45. You'd have 6 and you'd get free postage.
Nice.
Yeah, so do bear that in mind. And what I would maybe do, because I think they look really good, sort of like
I think they do.
Mixing and matching these, I'd maybe go for, say, 4 of the beige, 2 of the green. When I say 4, like 2 pairs and 1 pair of those, and that could look amazing. But do it now because they're getting very close to selling out. The green's lovely though. If these do sell out today, go for the green.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful colour. It's got a sort of what's that expensive paint range?
Farrow and Ball.
Farrow and Ball.
Yes.
It's a Farrow and Ball kind of colour, isn't it? I do absolutely adore this one.
Yeah.
I love, again, you've got exactly the same design on there, that kind of abstract dahlia design there. Still got the tapering, the reinforcement, but yeah, just a really classy colour combination there.
I mean, that seriously is beautiful, isn't it?
It is gorgeous.
And I think these would really work in. My mum's got like a country cottage garden, but I could see these working on a really contemporary like patio. Can you?
Definitely.
Because of the shape and everything.
Definitely.
But if you do want them, the price is amazing today. They're normally £35. You've got them for $14.99, $13.49 if you are a club member. And actually on our website, what's the pair on the website, Stu? $24.98. That's good, isn't it? But again, we will not be using, we're just being honest, we get staff discount. We won't be using the staff discount code.
Don't need to. Better discount at YGTV. This is the important thing. This is why we want you to tell your friends about us and about YGTV, because you get amazing discounts.
So I'm laughing. No, I'm just laughing. I mean, it's like, it's so, we get such a good staff discount, but it just shows how good the YGTV codes actually are. Right, we are getting really busy today. Thank you so much to every one of you. You've got to order online on a Sunday, YouGarden.com. If you're somebody that prefers the phone lines, they are open first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so, make a list if you want to speak to somebody on the phone, that's fine.
Yeah, but on a Sunday now, obviously, because we're not in full peak season, then you do need to order via the website. But if you're someone that doesn't like to order via the website, give us a call tomorrow. But always use the code, even if it's tomorrow, YGTV 3824. Right, we've got a lovely little rose, and this is one that Bex has got. I've never grown this, but again, it is on my list because I think it's just really, really sweet and cute. And
it is.
It's called Cutie Pie, and that's perfect.
So, some gardens you don't have room for a big rose bush, or you don't want to have to deal with the prickles and you don't want to have to deal with the pruning. All of that is combated with the Rosa Cutie Pie because this stays nice and compact. It doesn't get much taller than you're looking at. It gets to about 15-20 centimetres in height. It'll spread by about 30 centimetres. So, those kiki pots that we just showed you would be perfect for one of these because it will spread over the edges, a bit like you can see in the picture there as well. It'll be beautiful, but it's thorn-free, so there are no sharp thorns in here that you have to worry about. Plus, no deadheading. It doesn't produce rose hips, so there is absolutely no need for you to go out with your secateurs. It just does its thing. It flowers throughout the summer, June, July, August, September. All you need to do is put it in a really nice sunny spot, just like other roses. They want a decent amount of sunshine. Obviously water it if you're keeping it in pots and things, and give it a feed. Regularly give it a feed, and it will delight you. You could plant it into borders though. If you want a line of them, multi-order on these. It's a buy one, get one free. Put 5 in your basket, you get 5 free, and have a line of those go down the front of a border. That would be really cute.
And again, wonderful roots as you'd expect. But I mean, they're working out £4.50 each for club members and just under £5 if you're not a club member. But I like that. I think they're really cute. And a lot of us, I'm lucky I've got a big garden, but I've still got some areas where I like to put lots of little pots and things. Just outside my greenhouse, I love having lots of little pots outside my greenhouse, and they'd be really cute. Full sun, as Bex was saying, but very, very low maintenance. And what was that, Stu?
Take a look at my basket.
Oh, Stu put together a little basket.
Yeah, he has, look.
Well, hang on. This basket does not look very good so far, Stu.
No, I'm not impressed so far.
So at the moment, because we want to really emphasise how good our YGTV codes are. At the moment, we've put one Kiki planter in at £8.99. We've put 10 Pansy Cool Wave plants at £14.99, and one of the Cutie Pie, and that's coming to. I mean, it's not bad, but that's coming to just over £40, and we're paying though. Delivery with that as well. So £33.97.
No, that's a rubbish basket. Come on, let's get it better.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I mean, it's not great, I suppose.
It's
not
is
bad.
it? Come on, let's make it better. Apply that code, Stu. Oh, free gift has gone in. There's the Kiki. Free pots included. Free pack of 10 of the Pansy Cool Waves and a free Cutie Pie included in there as well.
And then look at that saving. The only thing I don't like...
Yeah.
I don't like the fact that we're still paying postage.
It's the same price as it was before, though, isn't it? It's exactly the same price.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're still paying £6.99 postage. What else is £6.99? Rudbeckia, Lobelia.
So add that Rebecca, there you go.
Let's get that one in.
Yeah, so that's £6.99 if you're in the club.
Oh, look at this, exactly the same price, but now we've got 3 Rudbeckias included. This is what we talk about, isn't it? When we say, don't pay postage, add something else, often you'll pay the same or less and you'll get more, and it's exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, that really was a great demonstration to show you how you can make your money go far further just by really working out the best deals and definitely using the offer code.
I love that.
That offer code is brilliant. YGTV3824. And that code, generally speaking, is valid for about 3 weeks. If you want to watch any of the previous shows, you can stream them on the website. You can stream them on YouTube. Just type in YouGarden and all the previous shows will come up. But generally speaking, the offer codes are valid for about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so do bear that in mind.
Stu got all excited then. I was just chuckling to myself because he's really in my ear. Use the code and save money.
Yeah. But we want you to save money.
He got so excited. Use the code and save money.
Yeah, well, we do. And we both still get excited when we see all of those savings stack up. We really do. But can we just say we're live till 2 o'clock. Next Sunday, very important, we're going to be live a little bit earlier.
Yes.
So we'll be there from 9:30 till 12:30. They're the new hours till about February, aren't they?
Yeah, but you'll still be able to watch at 1 and 2 because the show will be running. So don't worry if that's your normal time for tuning in. You'll still be able to watch us. We're just going to be live between 9:30 and 12:30.
Yeah.
We're going to do some TikTok shows though. So if you like TikTok, if you're on TikTok, if you're not on TikTok, maybe consider getting the app to join us in the afternoons. All you have to do is download it, same as you would Facebook and Instagram and all the rest of it. And then search for YouGarden. I'm on there as well as Bex Edwards My Garden. So come and find us on there.
Yeah, and we will be doing that together. We're going to just have a bit of fun. But it will be a slightly different lineup on TikTok, won't it? So
will be.
That's something after. The other YouGarden shows are still the same. We're still going to do the live show 10 till 1 on a Thursday. So just make a note of that, 10 till 1 on a Thursday, but now 9:30 to 12:30 on a Sunday. Right, we're going to move on to Rebecca, the Goldstone, been really popular today. 3 9cm pots, £6.99. Works out what, £2.33 a plant. And these are a great hardy perennial, fully winter hardy, lifetime guarantee that come up every single year. And what I love, yours has done amazing. It's in its 2nd year and you've done nothing to it, have you?
Absolutely nothing. I haven't trimmed it, I haven't touched it, I haven't dirt-headed it. It's got a bit of a water and a feed along with when I've been doing all the other plants, but that is it.
Is that a random iris by the side of it, by the way?
It is a random iris by the side of it, yes.
Is that from us?
I don't know. No, it's been in the garden for ages. It got a bit munched this year, so it didn't really do much.
I was going to say, it didn't flower,
It's
did
sort
it?
of on its side.
Yeah.
It didn't flower this year because something got at it and munched it. But yes, well spotted. The Rebecca, though.
Yeah, sorry.
You can tell this is a really quite dull day that I did that video on, can't you? No, it's fine.
I love me checking out Bex's garden. I'm like, what's wrong with that?
It was quite a dull day I did that little video. I think it was quite a dark, just miserable day. But the Rebecca, wow, it looks beautiful.
Yeah, it does. And it's
bright and colourful.
If you're looking for September colour, this will still be throwing out those flowers even in September. You were saying pollinators love it. it.
Yeah, adore it.
And it's an easy one, really easy one to grow. Yeah, and I'm definitely ordering those because I haven't got any Rebecca in my garden, and I've got a bit of Rebecca envy. I think they look great. Right, we've got 2 brand new Nandinas now. We both have got the previous Nandinas, and we love them. They are such hard workers. They're evergreen. They look great every single day of the year. They're constantly changing colour. You get flowers, you get berries, but these are brand new.
Yeah,
brand
so
new.
we brought you the other 2 quite regularly, but the Gulfstream, this is the one that's in the lead for us at the moment. You get all of the amazing benefits of Nandina that you would expect. You get glorious evergreen foliage, but you do get that lovely colour changing aspect to it. It's nice and green at the moment, but this is going to go through that colour changing process that you get. So it starts off a bronzy orange in spring, it goes more green in the summer, and then you get the lovely reds and golds in autumn and winter. Doesn't drop its leaves, it keeps hold of them, but you'll also get white flowers in spring and summer, and you'll get the berries coming in autumn as well. Little to no maintenance, ridiculously winter hardy, has our lifetime guarantee. Absolutely love Nandina for all of these things.
Yeah, and at this time of year, other things are starting to die back, look a bit sad. This one doesn't.
Nope.
When everything else is losing its leaves and turning to twigs, that will still look fantastic. Great for pots, great for containers, great for beds and borders. Brand new this week, 511560. My favourite, and it's not your favourite, it's been popular, but it's just slightly behind.
Just slightly behind, and the difference here really is that you've got variegation included on this one. You can sort of see the variegation coming through on those leaves there. Look at that, and that's what adds the extra bit of interest. You've still got all the winter hardiness, you've still got the berries, the flowers, the colour changing leaves, the winter hardy lifetime guarantee, the year-round interest, and the very low maintenance. Just this one's got that added interest with the variegation on there as well.
Well, that's what I'm going for. I think we're going for a pair of those.
Nice. I need about 10. I reckon to fill my border down the side there, I need about 10 of them. What's this, Stu? You saw them in a garden centre on Friday. How much were they? $17.99 in the 2-litre pot. Oh, I mean, you would pay that though. The thing is, you would pay that, but you don't have to by shopping with us at YGTV.
That's not bad at all.
That's the difference.
Is it?
No, not at all.
Right, we've also got for you our Lobelia Queen Victoria. It's been amazingly popular today. Again, it's been massively reduced. You get 3 of these for $6.99. Look at the roots.
These are so well established. Look at those lovely roots that we've got on there. Hang on, let me turn it around this way because that's where you can see most of the roots coming through. Look at those. So really white fibrous roots, that tells us the quality of the plant. A late flowering perennial as well. So this starts sort of late summer, sort of June, well, no, July I would say. Yeah. July, August, September, it looks amazing, and it can even trickle into October as well. So adding height, adding drama, and of course some of those valuable darker foliage colours, because it's that dark foliage that adds the contrast with the greens in our gardens.
I did see a few commercial displays on a few roundabouts near where I live that had these in the centre.
Oh, with Lobelia?
Yeah, right in the centre.
Yeah.
And like, wow. I mean, they looked amazing. Imagine the height of these in the centre of a roundabout. Yeah, fabulous. We say winter hardy to -5, so they may need a bit of protection, and something like strulse, because the slugs do love these a little bit as well. So strulse would be superb, wouldn't it?
Yeah, totally. So give him that extra winter protection and stop the slugs from eating any of that new growth coming through.
Right, a couple of reminders for you. What a show. We've had such a great show today. So thank you to everyone that's placed an order. To Rebecca, really busy still for these. $6.99, normally the best part of £30. And remember, these flower right into late summer and early autumn as well. They are a fully hardy perennial. You get flowers en masse, these beautiful, beautiful yellow flowers, and then the lovely cones in the centre. Great for your pollinators as well. And just £6.99. That is for all 3. And if you plant them now, you will reap the rewards next summer. You really, really will. And so many plants look great when planted in 3s. It's something that so many garden designers adhere to in terms of their planting schemes. 560076. Then we brought you also today the Hardy Fern Collection plugs. Now, an amazing price, and they're going to come as plugs. So You know, they're ready to be put into pots and your beds and borders. They don't look great right now, I'm just being honest with you. They've been chopped back, they don't look great, but I promise you they are full of life, just raring to find a new home. And we have massively reduced the price. If you double it, you can have 12 of the ferns for just £14.98, 481005. And then also something a little bit different. We've got the Japanese azaleas in the orange. So these are going to flower sort of April time. Part shade I always think is best for azaleas, but remember, when they flower, they don't do it by halves. You just get a wonderful carpet of colour. I mean, we are looking at just pure orange there. Everywhere you look, you can barely see the leaves. They are evergreen, by the way, so don't forget, azaleas do have lovely glossy evergreen foliage, and the only thing that they do need an acid soil. So if you haven't got an acid soil, get some ericaceous compost and grow them in pots, or create what like I've done a whole border full of acid-loving plants all grouped together, and that really, really works. 5 to 1, 501 for the Japanese azalea collection. They do get 2 of them if you double up for £14.99. Then another brilliant deal when it comes to our hardy perennials are the echinacea in the Paplo orange. So again, these will flower well into late summer and early autumn. You get these gorgeous big flowers with great cones in the centre that start to get a bit more yellow as that pollen is released. The petals start to just turn backwards, they reflex backwards as that flower opens. And actually what we've discovered, the flowers on the echinacea and the Paplo orange, they do change colour. They're a little bit more yellow when they first open, then they go to this lovely orange, and then as they begin to fade, they go to like a pinky orange. So they're gorgeous, they really are. And you're going to get all 3 in 9cm pots for £10.99 today. 568.95 is the YouGarden code there. So I'm just going to remind you, if you spend over £40, you will get free delivery. And that is important. A lot of you have spent over £40 with us today. Now, if you can't spend over £40, we do cap the postage at £6.99. So don't worry, you'd only ever pay £6.99 per order. But if you need to tip your order to over £40, maybe you need some compost today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You always need compost, right? Always need compost.
I mean, I'm always, you know, now and again when I run out, I'm always like, oh no, I've run out of compost. It's a real pain, isn't it, when you're in the middle of gardening and you're on a roll and you've just done 3 of your 5 pots and you think, oh yeah, I've not got enough compost for the rest.
Well, it's the most annoying thing when you run out of this compost, because once you've used it and you realise how good it is, and then you run out and you're on a roll and you'll go to the garden centre or you'll nip to the garage and you'll buy a bag and you'll open it, and every time you'll be disappointed. You will wish that you had stocked up on it. We've all done it, haven't we? Alwyn, I know you said in the chat earlier you're going to be buying some more of your gold star, your gold medal compost, and absolutely all our regulars know how good this is. If you want to know how good it is, if you've never tried it, today's the day to give it a go. But also go and have a look at our website and have a look at the reviews. The reviews on this are incredible, aren't they? They
really are. And we've sold this compost for many years and on various shopping channels, and wherever it's been offered, it's always had sensational reviews. It's always been loved, and it's always got a massive following that are very loyal to this compost because it does deliver. And when we say deliver, it gives you amazing results, whether you're planting seeds, perennials, plug plants, making up pots, containers, hanging baskets, trees. It will be perfect for everything apart from your acid-loving plants. And for many, many years, this was only available at the nursery. It wasn't available to the public, but we realised that it was ridiculous to hold on to this compost and only use it on the nursery when we could share its amazing properties. Now, these reviews have only come in the last couple of days. And you can see there, I mean, combination of 4 or 5-star reviews. And Karina said, always buy this compost. It suits repotting, potting up seedlings and fruit and veg. Great with the slow release fertiliser, and gets the plants off to a great start. John, generally good stuff. My plants will go better in this compost than that from the garden centre. So by litres. Kate has said there, I've yet to plant the bulbs, but they look good quality from Luton Lloyds. They are, and they will do very well in this compost, I promise you. Trusted customer, this is the second year of buying the compost, the best yet. Some I grew begonias in the compost. People stop and look. One woman even asked if she could take a photo. So some great reviews. If you ever have a problem with an order, by the way, because I know one of those commented on the box, I didn't quite see it, something about the cardboard box, but if you ever do have a problem with an order, and it very rarely happens that there's a problem, but if there is, please ring our customer services, get in touch with them, because they are brilliant. We want you to be long-term happy customers. We do offer a lifetime guarantee with all of our fully winter hardy plants. So if any plant that we see is fully winter hardy, if it dies, basically, we'll replace it for frfree. All you pay is the postage. But we would hate you to be an unhappy customer, wouldn't we? We really
totally
would.
Yeah.
And I know Peter, who's the head gardener here, you know, he always says, if there ever has been a problem, and occasionally it happens, you know, some days we will send out tens of thousands of orders. So if the odd one isn't perfect, please let us know. We'll do our very best to put it right.
Absolutely.
Of course we will.
Yeah.
And do bear that in mind. Right, we were talking compost, so why is it so good? Where should we start?
Let's start with the texture, shall we? Because this is a really important one for a few different reasons. It's made up of 50% composted wood fibre. You can see these fibres running through it. That gives it this lovely light, airy texture. First of all, that's important for root growth. The roots of a plant needs room to breathe. If the compost you're using is too thick, too heavy, too claggy, there is no room for those roots to grow and breathe. So that's one part of the composted wood fibre, but that also allows for even water distribution, and it also holds on to the moisture as well. So that composted wood fibre has multiple benefits in this premium professional compost.
Now you have got 3 different types of peat in here. You've got white peat, dark peat, and you've got renewable ones, replenishable ones like the sphagnum moss peat. And just putting it out there, yes, we're all working towards peat free, but you know, we use peat for many years. It's tried and tested. We've reduced the quantity, but there is still some in there that really will give your plants the support they need and the support they've expected for many decades. Now, Bex is fishing through for the slow release fertiliser. You don't have to fish very hard to find it, do you?
No, you don't. There's loads of these dotted throughout. It's a little capsule. It releases the compost into the compost. It releases the feed into the compost, the fertiliser.
I knew what you're saying.
And then it's going to feed your plants for a good 5 to 6 months.
Now, you've also got in here a pH buffer. And we mentioned earlier things like the azaleas need an acid-loving environment. Most plants don't. So this has got the perfect pH to suit the vast majority of plants. The only exceptions are the acid-loving ones, and they are few and far between.
And finally, a wetting agent. It makes the water sticky. It stops the water from running over the edge of your hanging baskets and your pots. It will actually soak into the compost. So a really nice, simple formula, but one that's been perfected over many years and gives you results.
Yeah, and it's a compost we use at the nursery. Hanging baskets like this, grown in this compost. Bare root roses, grown in this compost, and we potted up about 150,000. So anything that we grow, from a bare root, from a plug plant, anything that we make like a hanging basket, always grown in this compost. And we do deliver it for free as well. And actually, if you're not a club member, join right now, because every time you buy this compost, you save £2.50. And I just want to break down the value, because we don't claim to be the cheapest compost, but we claim to be the best. However, when you look at the price for club members, $22.48 for 100 litres, then you get your free gift, which is worth $4.99. So you take off £5 from that discount club price, you're talking $17.50 for 100 litres.
Yep.
Now that actually is not expensive at all.
Yeah, that starts to get it in line with the cheap compost.
Yeah.
And this is not a cheap compost, it's a quality compost. And
it's
actually,
a commercial compost.
You do want something that's going to do good. You don't just want to buy cheap, nasty stuff, do you? You want something that's actually going to feed your plants.
I mean, yeah, I get frustrated. I've got a certain friend who will not pay for a premium compost, will always buy the cheapest, and then they always say, why does your tub's a lot better than mine?
Paid money.
Oh, your hanging basket's a good Shaun. Why aren't mine like that? Because you use rubbish compost.
People used to say to me about childcare costs when I had to pay high childcare costs. They'd be like, oh, it's so expensive, isn't it? And I'd be like, Yeah, but I don't want cheap childcare.
No.
Like, actually, those are the most important things in my life. I don't want to just pay the cheapest thing possible.
No.
And when it comes to my plants that I'm spending money on, that I love, that I want to nurture, I absolutely don't want to get the cheapest compost. I want to get the best.
I don't think I'm going to repeat what Stu's just said. Shall I leave that? Go on, you. What's he?
Never buy the cheapest toilet paper or the cheapest coffee. Always get something a bit more expensive.
We're moving on. So if you do want your compost, get it today. We are still getting loads of orders coming through. Use that off code YGTV 3824.
He's very right, though. You never buy the cheap toilet paper, do you? It's scratchy.
Right, let's talk pots.
Okay, it's about to sell out. These
not the pots. Last call to get these.
We don't have many of these left at all, so it is a pair. It's the 20-litre capacity, 38 centimetre diameter on there. So really good size for shrubs.
Hang on, what, are your eyes going back? So
Yeah, they are.
It's 36.
Is it 36?
Yeah.
You could put your nandinas in here, you could put your bulbs in here, you could do lasagna planting in here. These you could put your tulips in.
Yes, tulips.
Because these are a perfect size.
And that's one of the spiral olives that we planted up on one of our TikTok shows. Looks great in there, but to be honest, anything is going to look fabulous. We Sunday just bought 4 of those, so we are down to a handful remaining, and we honestly do not know when they are coming back. So if you want them, amazing value. Come on, club members, you're going to get those for $6.75 each. Now, we've also just covered the spiral olive there with our mulch.
Yeah, I like that.
I think that just neatens it all up lovely, doesn't it?
It does. It looks absolutely fantastic, you know, and it's a great idea for putting around the top of pots, but also into your borders, for neatening up borders, suppressing weeds. Also, it'll give your plants a little duvet. So any of those frost-tender plants, it will help to give them that little duvet protection over winter.
And while we're doing a $14.99 saving on these, I mean, it's half price, you might well want to multi-order. Postage is included, so if you're going for, again, we're just trying to really find the ways that you can get the best value. You know, we always try and look after you. So if you order those bags individually, you will get a free gift, that Blooming Fast, with every single separate order that you place. So that's how it works. It's anything, generally speaking, with free postage, it's worth ordering it separately. So if you want, say, 2 bags of that, if you put in 2 separate orders, you get 2 of these. But play with your basket. Sometimes it works out better to do one big order, sometimes separate orders. Just play around to get the best deals. But if you want those April planters, you need to order those now. They are about to sell out. We've also got some lovely grass collections for you as well.
Yeah, we're going to start off with the Imperata, the Red Baron, which is probably one of the most sort of striking of ornamental grasses, isn't it? Because this can turn absolutely bright red. That picture that you're looking at there could happen in your garden. The best thing you can do is plant these in a full sun position. That's where you're going to get the best colour from these. But the grasses we know are fantastic at being low maintenance, but quite striking.
Now we do sell these in 2-litre pots.
Yeah.
But they're really quite fast growing. And again, plant them now, get them established, and next year they'll look fantastic. They do die down in the winter time, so don't worry. They do kind of die down a bit.
They do, yeah. I mean, they don't completely disappear, but they will die down. And you can trim them back, but then they just sprout back into life again. They start off sort of, they're more greeny colour, then they turn this fantastic bright red if you put it in a full sun position, and then they sort of fade to a more burgundy, rich colour in autumn.
So you get a lovely journey with these, and they look great in, say, pots, containers. They look great by themselves, but it is lovely when you start to get that green foliage just poking through in March, and then as Beck said, when it starts to turn red in like June time, and then finally goes to that lovely burgundy as well. 560017. Grasses are really on trend right now. There's a lot of the gardens at Chelsea featured grasses this year, so they are bang on trend, and they look great in contemporary gardens, great in traditional gardens, and again, a lifetime guarantee with these because they're fully winter hardy.
Penny sent us a picture on Thursday of her Red Baron. So this is a customer picture. That does look a bit like a marketing stock photo, doesn't it?
Looks amazing,
but it's not. It is a customer photo. She did apologise for the wheelie bin in the background. We don't mind.
I didn't even notice the wheelie bin until you mentioned it.
Wheelie bins are in the garden.
I just saw the grass, didn't you?
It's so stunning, honestly.
All 3 of them, get them now. You've got I'm just thinking they're normally £10 each, so you've actually got a £20 saving. And if you're in the club, £8.97. Then we've got a little collection for you. So if you're looking for 3 different grasses, we call it the colourful ornamental grass collection. You've got the Festuca blue, which is this gorgeous one down here. It doesn't look very blue at the moment, but it does change colour, and that can look fabulous and blue. The Evergold is that one there. I've got that one in my garden.
I like that one. It's got that variegation on it. And then they've got the other one here, which is the Buchananii. Buchananii, and it's got these lovely sort of browns and golden colours to it. So it's a carefully selected range that you've got here to give you different colours, different heights and different contrasts. They're all winter hardy, they're all easy to grow, they all cope happily in a bright sunny position but also a part shade position as well.
Yeah, and I love having 3 different ones there. I mean, they'd look great just grouped together in 3 pots. They'd probably look nice in the Kiki pots, actually.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
Totally.
I think they'd be fine in that. I would say at least for the first year or 2,
Yeah,
I would
for
say.
sure.
Yeah, there you go. Right, and then, don't forget, we have also got for you, now, I know it says pre-order on the website, but the stock's coming in tomorrow. So the pre-order really... It's not really a pre-order.
You don't really have to wait too long, it's fine.
You don't. And there's still a buy one, get one free, so you get 10 garden-ready plants, plus another 10 free for $49. And it is the most amazing, true-performing pansy. I mean, we don't know. We have loads of lovely pansies on the YouGarden website, but I don't know another one that flowers for 10 months of the year.
No, absolutely not. There
not.
aren't many plants that will flower for 10 months of the year, but these absolutely will. They tumble, they cascade, they work great in a hanging basket. That is what you can create, particularly if you get hold of them now and plant them now. If you wait too long, they just won't really get going until much later on. But get them now and they really will get going for you.
And remember, so easy to grow, fully winter hardy. Just a few things. Use your free Blooming Fast feed. Do feed them in the winter months. You don't have to feed them every week, but I would say feed them every once a month, and then do really start feeding them more when it comes in like March time. When it gets a little bit lighter in March, they just go bananas.
Yeah.
But they will flower from now right the way through to kind of July time. They gently trail and cascade, and they're an absolute winner. Right, very quickly, we have got, remember, buy 3 packs of bulbs and you'll only pay for 2 of them.
Yeah.
Okay? And there are 8 different varieties to choose from. So this is a quick reminder of some of the bulbs that we have got available. So you get 3 for the price of 2. Have we got any Caribbean lily left? Oh no, under 10.
That's it.
That is it.
And we are hoping to get another delivery in middle of October.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll have another delivery then, but we can't guarantee it. So if you want your Caribbean lilies, now is the time to get them. Should we show those pictures again quick?
Yeah.
So Amanda.
So these are the. So was it Amanda that sent us
Amanda,
those?
yeah. So
Thank
she
you,
sent these
Amanda.
in on the journey. Oh, I've done it again. I've gone on the wrong
Hang
email.
on.
Sorry. Do you know what? I'm just going to delete that email. There we go. It's gone. Go to the right email. There we go. So we've got this lovely journey. That's how the flower starts. Then it starts opening up from the outwards, inwards. It takes you on this wonderful, wonderful journey, which is what we've been saying about these and why you need them in your garden. They are absolutely beautiful. Yeah, this is why we were so jealous, and we've got our order in. There's less than 10 available, so get some ordered. Amanda's actually bought more because she loved them so much.
And so Bex and I, we were so. I know we've told you this story several times, but it's just so true. We were so envious last year. We meant to both buy it, then we didn't. It sold out. We forgot about it, and then all these pictures started flooding in, and we were like,
why didn't I get that?
Yeah.
I blame you. No, I blame you.
Hey, imagine if one of us had
I know.
Yeah, we'd have been like... So anyway...
We're not competitive, honest.
It's in a fun way, because we look... Actually, gardening, I mean, we joke about it, but it's lovely to share. And we love seeing your pictures, but we wanted to make sure we have them too this year. There are 10 remaining. If you want them, 630-045.
Do you want to do this little story now, Stu? Amanda sent in this one and it is super cute. So she sent us this image and she says, hi, so back in June when I got one of your deliveries, I found this tiny succulent in my box. It had a tiny root, so I thought I'd plant it. The second pick is today. Please excuse the gardening nails. Thinking about giving plants another chance? Here's one of them. Look at this. So this tiny little succulent You know the hens and chicks from the Sempervivum? So little one was in there, and so it had a little root on it. She planted it, and that's what it's looking like now. How cool is that?
So that was a free plant?
A free plant.
Yeah.
Just happened to drop into her box.
Oh.
I love that.
I do.
That's my favourite story of today. Well done, Amanda.
Thank you. That's warmed our hearts, hasn't it?
So cute. I love that a lot.
Love that.
Right, so we are on the 3 for 2 mix and match. There are 8 different varieties for you to go for. We've got 5 of them here. There's another 3 you can go for. Less than 10 of the Caribbean lily remaining, but maybe one of the 3 for 2 you want is the lovely Narcissus, the miniature mix.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I think this is a must.
Yes.
I really do, because we all love daffodils, but regular sized daffodils can be a little bit tall for pots and containers. They're great in beds and borders, of course, but these are the miniatures, so they're going to grow to about 20 centimetres or so. There's lots of lovely varieties, so you can see there lots of different shades of yellows, creams, oranges, and these just are so cute in hanging baskets. They are so cute in some of the pots, like the Kiki pots that we've had, the April planters. And what I love about these, they work really well with your winter bedding. So what I'd say is, if you're buying things like the Panzer Wave, then plant your bulbs first, and all the plant instructions there, the general rule is whatever depth the bulb is, plant it 2 times its depth, put them in your pots, put your winter bedding over the top, and then what will happen in springtime, you'll have forgotten you planted these, and then you will. And you'll be looking at your Panzer Wave and then going, oh, hang on, what's those? Oh, I planted some bulbs in there, what were they again? And then suddenly it'll start to appear and you'll be so grateful you planted
Every year
them.
I forget what I planted where, and then I go out, oh, this is exciting.
It's like hidden treasure, isn't it, bulbs? But it is really worth getting those now. And this is, I think, one of the most lovely collections we've got. You get 35 bulbs, really good quality. They're all really firm. They're all really good in terms of the size, and they've all got a little miniature daffodil in there waiting to come out in springtime. So probably around about March time. Probably around about Mother's Day, Easter, those will be in their true glory. 600 317 at 999. Then we have got, another beauty, the crocus.
Yeah, blue crocus, and this is the large flowered variety, so bigger, bolder flowers with this particular variety here. Gorgeous orange centres in there as well. Flowering from around, end of February and into March time. Works great under trees and, under planting around bushes and things. You can create drifts of them in your lawn. They'll work fine in a full sun position, but these can actually cope quite well in those part shady spots as well. Real stunner. One of the earliest flowering, definitely the ones where you're thinking, okay, spring is really on its way now.
Yeah, and they are the large flowered ones, so they're a lot bigger than the traditional crocus. They really stand out a lot more. I love crocus bulbs, I really do.
Yeah.
And they're one of the first bulbs to flower normally just after the snowdrops. Actually, if you want to mix and match, we still have the yellow one available.
Of the large flower crocus?
Yeah. So just put it in the basket, put the code in there, and
it should still fit into the 3 for 2 mix and match, basically.
Yeah.
Stu's saying it does. So
great, we've just tried that out. But really busy for the bulbs. But now I think it's fair to say, by the time these arrive, end of September, early October, best time to plant bulbs.
Yeah, definitely. Get out in the garden. Right, maybe it's the Chionodoxa that you want to add in. This is even earlier probably than the crocus. Oh no, sorry, about the same time as the crocus. So end of February and into March time. Lovely shades of blue in these gorgeous kind of star-shaped blooms that you've got going on here. These have the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit, so definite proven performer. And again, they'll go in a very similar position in actual fact. So full sun, no problem, but if you want a part shady position, these will be fine as well.
Yeah, just don't plant them in the back of the border because you just won't see them. They're just cute and little, but they are great for, again, little pots, containers, front of the border. I mean, you could even put those on rockeries. Yeah,
rockeries would be great for those.
Yeah.
In fact, all 3 of these, so, in fact, all 4, I'd put Narcissus, Crocus, Chionodoxa, and I would put the Winter Aconites in a rockery as well.
I've sort of got a semi-rockery at the moment. It's not finished. More like a rubble heap.
That's always how they start out.
Yeah,
it's always how they start out.
It's true. Now, finally, so those are the key ducks. They're kind of the glory of the snow because they could flower when there's snow on the ground. You know, they are one of the early flowering bulbs. And finally, we have got the aconites. Something I don't know why, but me and my mum have a conversation about aconites. You just don't see them very often now, but they are absolutely the most fantastic winter flowering plant. Again, very early, you know, February time. I think I had some out at the end of January once in the garden.
Yeah, quite possibly. They are one of the earliest flowering for sure. They'll be out along with your snowdrops. You've got that lovely yellow colour. I would plant them where you've got your snowdrops planted. They will work beautifully there. They do create a lovely carpet of colour, nice ground hugging, only ever getting to about 10 centimetres in height. Fantastic for early pollinators. The Royal Horticultural Society have given it their AGM and the Perfect for Pollinators badge. So yeah, these are total winners. Bright sunshine yellow coming out really early.
And sometimes you really do want those bright colours in the depths of winter. You know those days that go, or those weeks that go on forever in the winter when it's just grey and there's no sunshine and it's drizzly. You know, I don't know why, but I think the British climate has got worse in terms of like the winters used to be crisp and cold, but lots more sunshine. And the last year it just felt like grey and wet.
Yeah,
didn't it?
grey and miserable.
So you need those bright colours, and those aconites will certainly give you that. 30 bulbs. They look the funniest things, by the way. Just being honest, when you open up the bag, I mean, again, don't be disappointed and go, oh, they don't look good. It's the one next to it, Bex.
Oh, what am I doing?
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah, they're the little brown ones,
yeah,
aren't they?
It's these ones.
Apologies.
Look, they just look like, I was like, no.
They look like rabbit droppings. Let's just put it out there, shall we?
I was trying to find a word for them.
Rabbit droppings. They're not, though. That contains the flower inside there. So that's what you're going to get. Yeah, flower power.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So again, you know, some things are very ugly until they bloom. I mean, dahlias are. I was thinking dahlia tubers look like aliens, don't they? They do. But these turn into the most beautiful flowers. So if you'd like to go for the winter aconites, really popular today, 600-150 at $9.99. $8.99 is your club discount price. Hey, I tell you what we forgot, Bex. We've got the cherry bush, didn't we?
Yeah, well, we've got one, absolutely. If you want to grow your own cherries, you absolutely can do, because we have got the cherry bush pothos for you.
Now, I'm just thinking, why have I never bought this?
I don't know, you've got space.
Yeah.
In fact, you've got even more space now, haven't you? So you need to start doing a full-on grow your own allotment at the bottom of your garden.
I do.
Now you've got that extra space.
Because I love cherries. I adore cherries. But the trouble is, with a traditional cherry tree, then you need a cherry picker to actually pick them. But this is actually, it's not a tree, it's a bush.
It is, yeah. So it's only ever going to get to 2 metres height and spread here. So you never have to get up on a ladder to be picking. You can always be sort of picking, you know, by standing on the ground there.
But also, you can actually create hedges with these.
You can.
Yeah. So, you know, imagine having a hedge covered in edible cherries. Still loads of orders going through, by the way. Don't forget to use that off code YGTV3824. Use that code. That unlocks all of the promotions that are available. We have got quite a few items that are limited stock at the moment, so do bear that in mind. The other thing about them being a bush rather than a tree, you can protect the cherries from the birds.
Yeah, very easy to do.
Yeah.
I mean, you can leave some for the birds if you like, but yeah, you can throw a net over the top here to stop the birds from getting them.
I mean, I love feeding the birds, but when these fruit, there's enough around for the birds.
Yeah, there's
you know
plenty.
what I mean?
There's plenty.
There is. I mean, it's not that there's plenty around.
Also, get a bird feeder. Feed them some other stuff.
There's plenty of other berries around for the birds.
You can feel happy about picking your own cherries that you've grown yourself.
Yeah. And it is half price today. Again, it's a good time to plant this, let it settle in, and I reckon, because you're getting already a big size, you will get some cherries next year. I mean, we can't 100% guarantee it, but you should get a crop next year. But then in the following subsequent years, you know, once you get to year 2, year 3, you should get some really good crops. But that is already fairly well established. That's
it definitely is, yeah, very well established. So get that one in your gardens and start growing your own cherries for you to pick yourself. Do think about stocking up on your bark mulch as well. I know it's been very, very popular from what Stu is telling us. You can see it in the top of that pot there with the spiral olive and the bag on the floor there. That is what you would be getting. It comes in I can't remember the size of the bag. 70 litre, thank you, 70 litre bag. It is a half price deal. It's going to give your plants the duvet they need, the extra winter protection, but it also neatens up the pots and the borders, and it's great at weed suppressing as well.
Yeah, brilliant. I think we said that does about, do we say it covers about 3 square metres?
I think it's about that, isn't it? Yeah. It's quite a lot, yeah.
I mean, obviously, you can go thinner or thicker, but I think on average we say that will cover about 3 square metres.
Yeah, the recommended depth to give winter protection, that's about the size, yeah.
But it really does just make such a difference. And even just having it around your pots and containers, I think that, I should have taken a picture of that before, but it did neaten it all up rather than having bare compost.
Yeah.
Looks so much nicer. But it is on offer, half price, postage is included, 100,061. Right, something that you should really, really get as we head into autumn are our heavy duty pots. Now, so many uses. Bex and I use these all the time. This was filmed in my garden, and I've honestly got 2 Christmas trees stuck there right now. When it comes to Christmas, they'll be outside the front of my house. I'm going to decorate the pots. I'm going to put some I don't know what, I might put some canvas around there, some hessian rather, ribbons. I've still got tomatoes growing in right now, and they're still producing tomatoes. I use them when I'm just doing general jobs, I put all of my tools in there. So my trowel, say my secateurs. I've got a few things I don't know what to do with that. Unanimous. I don't know what to do with it. I don't really want it, if I'm honest, but it's there just surviving. I use it to place my compost in. You can obviously just take your compost from the bag, but when it's an heavy duty pot, I just think it makes it a lot easier to do your potting up. And Bex, you use yours all the time, don't you?
Yeah, very similar process here. So yeah, carrying it out, doing the garden tidying, planting things in. It's one of the best things that you can buy and you'll use the most in your garden. Absolutely. They're very, very long lasting, but fantastic for planting things in. These are commercial growing pots, and you will find in nurseries and garden centres, those are the pots that they have things growing in.
And the sort of things you could plant in them right now, things like bare root fruit trees, we're sort of heading towards that season, but potatoes next year, raspberry canes, tomatoes like I've got there, pretty much everything.
Everything,
yeah.
Absolutely.
You really can. Right, we are nearly out of time.
So I think we're going to finish on the favourites table.
Yes.
Yeah, so starting off over here with the Lobelia, the Queen Victoria. Very, very popular, this one. Look at the price, first of all. It's £6, I think it is. Yeah, £6.99. This one is the same as your postage. So your postage cost is £6.99. So if it works out for you, you're on about, I don't know, 36 quid or something or other. That's where your order's at. Don't pay the postage cost. Add this into your basket. You won't be paying the postage, and you're going to be getting 3 plants instead. And these are gorgeous plants as well, because they have this lovely dark foliage on here that gets quite tall, about 90 centimetres once it gets established, with bright red flowers up at the top there. It's a definite showstopper.
Yeah, and just amazing value. Normally £10 each, you got 3 for £6.99. Don't forget though, they might need winter protection. -5 is what we say. So again, something like the mulch that we've just shown you, or Strulch, which also will help protect them from slugs as well. They've got 2 brand new Nandinas on the show. We love our Nandinas, but 2 brand new varieties. And my favourite, not necessarily yours, but mine. What's your favourite, Bex? 'Cause mine's definitely the red light.
I'm not sure now, you know. I mean, I would normally say I love a plant with variegation on it. I don't know, variegation makes it stand out a bit more, but I don't know, I don't think it needs it. But this one is the one that's got the variegation on it. So when you get in close, you can see all that beautiful variegation on the leaves there. It has all of the bright colours that you would expect from a Nandina. You get intense kind of pinks and reds and golds and oranges and greens, but you've also got that variegation, and you'll get summer white flowers and red autumn berries too.
And just as other things are losing the leaves, like your Aces, your Kojo Nome, this keeps all of its leaves, but it just changes colour in the winter months. So it's a fabulous all-rounder, great for all types of gardens. Bright position, but it will tolerate part shade as well. But I love that. yeah, that's definitely on my list today. And then the other one, which has been slightly more popular, is the brand new Nandina Gulf Stream, which is this one here.
Exactly the
Bit
same.
pinkier.
Exactly the same in terms of how you're going to look after it, where you're going to place it. You know, low maintenance, winter hardy, has the full lifetime guarantee from us, but it just doesn't have that variegation that goes with it. Both of these, by the way, will grow to about metre and a half in height and spread by about a metre as well. So if you want this in a mixed border, it's going to be beautiful, but it's compact enough for you to be able to keep in a pot as well.
And you'll very rarely need to prune it. Just take off any sort of like dead stems, any damaged stems in the springtime. But yeah, they are just beautiful and they are so reliable, and they have got a lifetime guarantee with them being fully winter hardy as well. 51560. Now, also been so busy for our Rebecca collection. And if you're looking at your garden right now, this September the 22nd, as we've just headed into officially autumn, and you're thinking there's not a lot in colour. Oh God, the garden looks a bit dead. This would still be flowering if you had it.
It would
Should be anyway.
It absolutely would be. Yeah, mine's looking gorgeous. I mean, Stu said something earlier. Have a look at something that's flowering right now. Put this next to it. I mean, why not? Absolutely. You'll have that lovely flowering going on. I would go for this with the echinacea. Definitely get the echinacea included in your basket as well. 3 of those 9cm pots for £9.99. That's incredible. That was mine a couple of weeks ago, and it's looked like that for a good 6 or 7 weeks now. And that is one plant right there. After about 18 months.
I should have that next to my Verbena bonariensis because that is still in flower.
Yeah, the Verbena would look great. So you'd have the purple, tall Verbena, this in front of it. I think it'd go great with the echinacea as well because it's got that lovely kind of orangey colour. So you've got those hot tones and then the Verbena with the cool tone.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just beautiful.
But the value today, you've got to bear in mind the price. You are getting 3 for $6.99. And for those of you, I know most of you are club members, you're going to get them for $6.29 for 3. And I'm not being funny, these are not like on a trolley reduced to clear because they're 90% dead.
Rubbish, yeah.
Look, they're really healthy plants.
So lush.
And they just need to get in the ground, look at those, and get established, and then next year your Rebecca should look like yours.
Yeah,
actually,
definitely. Yeah.
Should be close to that next year.
Absolutely. So easy, so low maintenance, and I've done nothing to it.
No. And
I'd love to take all the credit. All I did was put it in the ground.
I like your honesty. You can say, well, you know, I have had to nurture it.
Not even.
A really easy one. And then finally, a real little cute rose field. It is called Cutie Pie, and you can see why. These are really sweet, and they'll only grow to about 30 centimetres, but they produce hundreds of tiny little roses.
Hundreds of them, and it's completely thorn-free, and it requires no pruning. It doesn't produce rose hips, so there's no pruning required here. So it's a perfect one to keep in those little pots. The Kiki pots will be brilliant for it. But if you want to multi-order this and have a line of them at the front of a border, because it doesn't get massive, I think that would be beautiful too. Loads of flowers all through the summer.
And when you say no pruning, do you not tidy it up just a little bit?
You could if you wanted to, but again, I haven't tidied mine up. I haven't needed to. Maybe you can, and it'll create a more sort of mounded bush shape to it, but you don't have to at all. If you want to leave it alone, you can.
I just think it is gorgeous.
It is. It's very pretty.
So that's one I haven't grown, but very, very tempted with that one.
Yeah.
I love that. I love the fact that you're getting hundreds of miniature roses and those lovely pinks and creams. I like that one.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah. Right, we are nearly out of time. So don't forget, next week we are going to be live a bit earlier, 9:30 till 12:30. So tomorrow, not tomorrow, next week rather, next Sunday, we will be live a little bit earlier, 9:30, and we will be there till 12:30. If you do tune at this sort of time, the show will still be running, but obviously you won't be able to comment on it because it will be a repeat. But yeah, we're going to be live 9:30 till 12:30, and on a Thursday we're still going to be live with YouGarden TV from 10 until 1. And don't forget, we have now also got shows on TikTok, so just download the app, very easy to do. Type in YouGarden and you'll find the live shows. And we have still got a few shows on QVC, of course, but loads happening.
Yeah, but if you want the best value, this is where you need to be, in our potting shed on YG TV. And this one is incredible value. It's a buy one, get three absolutely free. So put one of these into your basket, enter the code YGTV3824. You'll get 3 pots for free, and you'll also get your free gift, which is the bag of the superior plant food, blooming fast. Makes 100 litres right there. So that is just a bonkers deal, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. I mean, they're working out just over £2 per pot, which is absolutely incredible. 135.96 for the Kiki planter there in the powdered clay. And they really do look, I think, they look more realistic than some terracottas, which sounds crazy to say, but they do. And they're beautiful, and they are, say, going to be in your garden for many years. And I always think, even if you've got loads of pots, it's great to rotate pots around. So, you know, maybe you've still got pots looking fabulous, full of begonias. My begonias still look great. Your dahlias still look fantastic.
Yeah, they do.
But you want to start potting these up now for your autumn and winter colour, and get your bulbs in there as well. Talking of autumn, winter colour, it doesn't get better than these.
No, absolutely not. These are the Pansy Cool Wave. These are the garden readies. This is how they come to you. So they're garden ready. They're bigger plug plants ready for you to plant out in your garden. If you put a pack of 10 into your basket and enter the code YGTV3824, we'll give you another 10 absolutely free. And these are going to flower for 10 months of the year. They're winter hardy. They just keep going, and the colour mix is beautiful.
Well, we are out of time. We will be back live on Thursday, 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock, with some brand new deals. And hopefully on Thursday we'll have the next edition of our Gardening News Mag as well, fingers crossed.
We'll keep our fingers crossed for that.
Back next Sunday, 9:30 until 12:30. So try and join us a little bit earlier next Sunday. That was really good fun, wasn't it?
I loved it. Thank you very much for your company. We'll see you again in a week.
And thank you for all of those lovely emailed messages and pictures as well. Right. I'm going to go home, might do a bit of gardening, actually.
Enjoy your Sunday roast.
Yes. I'm getting out of the garden if it's not raining. Take care. We'll see you on
later.
Thursday.